Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to yet another day of coverage from here in sporting Monte-Carlo. It is the Triton Super High Roller Series, Season 3, and today we will be bringing you continuing coverage of event number 6, the 100K. Ali Najad alongside Maria Ho, but of course, Maria, before we get to that coverage, as is standard and customary, we do reflect back on that which took place yesterday. No spoilers, but we did have one hell of a table in that 125K main event, didn't we?
Right, talking about, that final table set up between Adrian Mateos, of course, having the chip lead, a huge chip lead, and then everybody else so far behind, but a very tough cast of characters that found their way there.
Well, let's get right to those cast of characters, shall we? As we flip back on last night, a epic final table in the 125K. Here's how it shook out when we began. Nine-handed, it was Nick Pietrangelo looking for his first Triton title, obviously turning things around after a massive dry spell not long ago. Found two tens. Went up against Triton first-timer Ken Tong, who was on his feet, not at risk, and the ace on the flop left him with a namaste moment and left Pietrangelo drawing to a two-outer. Unable to pick up the spade draw on the turn, still wearing a smile as sportsmanship on display each and every occasion. Pietrangelo's out there. Little love from Jason Kuhn, but ultimately just 391,000 would go his way as 8 remained. And then one of poker's winningest all-time players, Justin Bonomo, would open with an ace-5 suited under the gun. Not much left behind, a committing open. And Mateos, the conquistador, with ace-king, just had him smothered. 3.9 million chip pot, and then it was the 10-jack-queen flop where Mateos flopped Broadway and Bonomo was left pulling at a king for a chop. In the end, unable to find one of the three available. And it was his turn to issue the GG's 491,000. Added to his career, Triton totals. Alex Ponikovs then of Latvia. Queen 10 offsuit would ultimately fall prey to another one of these ace kings as the board texture wasn't helpful, nor was the turn. And you could see Ponikovs not thrilled. Got the wrong end of a few exchanges with Adrian Mateos, and that was the death knell. 668,000, courtesy of a 7th place finish. Then Hong Kong's Ken Tong. Queen 9 suited. Ripped from the hijack, and it was Brewer. That would give him his spin. 2 clean cards, neither present on the jack-high flop, though, as Brewer would make top pair, top kicker, and leave Tong in search of Lady Luck. Absent on the turn, as Brewer channeling his anti-queen energy and anti-9 as well. Picked up a couple of outs, but couldn't hit. Tong out in 6th, 902,000. And why is that significant? Because with 5 remaining, we broke the 7-figure payout seal. And the immaculately dressed Triton first-timer, Joe Chuen, would take his final 225,000 out of the big blind and defend up against Ibinger and Mateos, who had 10s and ace-6 respectively. Mateos would then bet Ibinger out. Side pot would be claimed by the Spaniard, and Joe did have some hopes. The backdoor diamonds and straight draws vanquished on the turn, and the jack unavailable on the river. And a thrilling outcome, 1.165 million. See Renlin showing a little bit of love. 5th place finish there. 4 remained. And Brewer, who had claimed victims of his own, would ultimately be a victim in this one. 3-betting an open from Santosh Suvarna. Pocket 8s deciding it was enough. They got the chips forward. And on the 8-7-4 flop, top set for Suvarna, left Brewer understandably collecting his belongings. And then it's never easy. And you see Brewer taking note of that open ender, but not able to connect with the 6-jack or the ace. And he would be denied. But that denial came with $1.45 million, courtesy of that fourth place finish. So then 3 remained, and Santosh 3.1. As we've christened him, ace-jack suited. Opened. Mateos, 8-6 suited. Flopping bottom pair against top pair. Easy follow-through. For Suvarna, $500,000 a man would add another million into the middle. We would take the turn, which was as damp as they get. Top pair nut flush draw for Suvarna, but the 8s and the open-ended straight flush draw for Mateos. He'd be going nowhere in the face of a 1.3 million chip bet, and with all of that equity, he jammed, asking Santosh for it all. Suvarna, all too happy to be shown the 8-6, and you could see Adrian hands in the air, recognizing that it was a bad spot, and the 5 of clubs, Suvarna thought his hand was good, but it was one of those clubs he didn't want to see. A straight flush for the Spaniard, who would then punch his ticket to heads-up play against perhaps one of the toughest to ever do it in this format, Matthias Eibinger. The two did make a deal and play for $100,000. The Jacob & Co. watch and the trophy.
King 8,
it would be an ace-king against 2 10s in the epic back and forth, which would leave Eibinger in front. And then the never-easy calls came again on the turn. Mateos picking up the flush draw, right color, wrong suit. As the Conquistador, unable to claim his first title, first to head over to Eibinger and give him some respect. And you see Matthias taking a page out of the Tennis Pro book there, signing our lens, picking up his 3rd Triton title, first that he has in a format other than a turbo. And it was, you know, I don't want to overemphasize this. I don't want to harp on it. Obviously, anytime we get down to heads up, chances are we're going to have a couple of the best to ever do it out there, Maria. That's just a known fact. But this particular heads up match was something else.
Right, and we knew it right when we started. We talked a little bit about, you know, how both players probably wouldn't have chosen each other as their first pick of who they would have liked to go heads up with, and both very studied players of the game who have been able to close in other events past, and so we knew that it was going to be quite the spectacle.
$3.46 million would ultimately go to Eibinger, courtesy of the extra $100,000 on top of the straight ICM chop that they made deep into that heads-up match when the blinds just got too big and they weren't in the business of flipping for that $1.3 million, over $3 million going to Mateos as well, and a very touching rail that he had. Who was out there for the Conquistador?
Yeah, well, I had no idea when I first saw him in the hallway speaking with someone on every break, and then come to find out that it was his father who was here to support him and hoping that he would take down his first Triton title.
No shortage of pride from Papa also, despite the 2nd place finish and the lack of his first Triton title. Nothing to hang your head low about. He really gave it all he had. I made it a point when I ran into him of telling him how much we enjoyed watching him play. It was 2 guys that unleashed the full arsenal against one another, and it was just something to sit back. We talked about popping popcorn and just reveling in what was on display. Really a magnificent match. 10 years removed from his World Series of Poker Europe win, which was his breakout. Here he is notching yet another incredibly significant result. So then, Santosh, not to be overlooked, in 3rd. Really bad beat with that ace-jack there. Still a nice result for him and continues to impress each and every stop.
I was going to say the download and the uploads or whatever is happening, you know, he's getting to that next level every single time that we see him.
Consider that his first event came in September of 2022. We're talking about just about a year ago, not many stops ago. And if you look back at the tapes from him in September of 2022 and then watch the way he navigated himself procedurally at this final table, you might be thinking there's a stunt double on display, but really that is the degree to which the pride of India has improved. Now then, let's put a bow on that 125K main event, and not at all insignificant event 6, that which we've got on our hands here. Still several players remaining. We're going to take you through to a champ here today, but that's a $100,000 buy-in, 120 total entries, courtesy of 78 uniques, generating a not at all bashful $12 million prize pool. 20 places going to be paid, Maria. $156,000 is going to be the min cash. Up top, we're going to have $2.88 million, and again, 4 7-figure scores, something to lick your lips at. And Elton sang the chip leader once more.
Elton is somebody who can very easily generate a huge stack very, very quickly if he wants. And of course, when there are re-entries, it even gives other players the incentive to perhaps play more high variance pots, which is why you can see some of the players in the top spots ending with really big stacks.
Now, Sang ended day one of the 125K, was it, in the chip lead? Was it the 200K? It was the 200K. Okay, so I stand corrected. Forgive me. But ended day one of that one in the chip lead, then took that chip lead into the FT, and that's where things went wrong. Is there something stylistically about Elton or in general that lends us to seeing similar names up toward the top of these leaderboards and punching their way into these final tables, and obviously things shake out as they will there?
I think it's a combination of the willingness to play a lot of hands pre-flop, but also willing to stay aggressive post. Sometimes, players who get a big stack early, they might start to hang back, maybe lock it up a little bit, but other players use that big stack to their advantage.
Now, if we're going to talk about styles, let's take a look inside the Triton Poker Plus app and reveal who is fourth in chips coming into this one. The ever-popular Frenchman in his backyard we play. I'm talking about none other than Carl Chappé-Gatien, the man we call KCG. Just shy of $1 million in front of him, 66 blinds. And indulgently, I love to see these VIPs, the invitees, coming in and disrupting the order in terms of the pros who really speak the same language.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun, of course, to watch players like KCG navigate some of the toughest players to ever play against. But also, he was really delightful on the feature table yesterday, sharing some stories, regaling us with his tales. And when you get some of those types of players, you also get to hear a lot of new stories that you've never heard before.
Yeah, the mood is kept light a little bit. Now, somebody that doesn't offer too many stories, quite private throughout all the years that we've known him, also present in these top chip counts. Phil Ivey, the man I'm talking about. Obviously, the stream numbers always ramp up when Ivey's out there. People love to watch him do what he does, and he does it well. 65 big blinds in front of him. And let's take a look then as we see our two feature tables, the blue and the red. I'm going to zero in on that blue table first and foremost, if I can here. There it is. You've got DeVoris, Smith, Bryn Kenny, JNT, another one of those curveball pitchers out there. What jumps off the page to you in terms of stacks or seat positions?
Well, I love the fact that we've got DeVoris sitting there, with the big stack at this table. Always a very, very tough player to play against. But Kenny, who only kind of shows up for these bigger buy-ins, in there with a very playable stack and always liable to, show us a little something that we haven't seen before.
Not to be overlooked, you have Elton Sang out there. He's in the two seat directly to the left of JNT. Not sure what sort of VPIP mood JNT is in out there in the one hole, but Elton could very well find himself isolating, three-betting some of the opens from JNT if he wanted, getting aggressive and just denying the remainder of the table opportunities to get in there and try to chip up. So a nice little spot for him, but a tough cast of characters, not to be overlooked. Ding Biao, also of China out there. Just 23 bigs right now. Nothing too fancy, but a player who obviously has made his mark on the Triton circuits thus far. Now I'm going to zoom in on the red table. Of course, the Triton Poker Plus app is something available to those of you at home. You can feast your eyes and ears on all that's on offer in the app. O'Dwyer already picking up a title earlier here in this series. He's present, as is Lucky Chewy. Nacho Barbero, you got the Dominator to the left of O'Dwyer. What's jumping off this page at you?
For me, it's got to be Lucky Chewy because it is his first Triton series, but he's coming off of some incredible results back in Vegas. And so somebody who's been a well-respected player of the game and taking the leap into some of these high roller events that we have out here.
Now, I caught up with Patrick Antonius yesterday, toward the end of the day, as we had wrapped our shift in the booth. He was saying he's about to rebuy. First time I saw him. This is in the 100K. I want to say 10 minutes after that, I saw him again outside, and I couldn't understand if maybe he left his money in his room and he was just going back for the second bullet. And I said, no. And he looked up and he said, yes. Second barrel, already polished off. The reason I bring him up is because at this red table, the man who was guilty of sending him to his demise on that barrel was Maher Noida of Tunisia. You see him there, 41 big blinds. Maher, one of these guys that's a bit lesser known. I think, to our Triton regulars. Still cobbling his way through these events and making a bit of a name for himself. Someone to keep an eye on. As is Juan Pardo, by the way, who was on the rail for the Conquistador yesterday, pulling for his countrymen hard, showing a lot of love, obviously. Disappointing for Adrian to not take down the title, but plenty of cashish came with that second place finish. So then we're just about 10 seconds away from sending you down into the arena to get things off and running here in day 2 of this 100K. Players are in their seats, and let's take a glimpse at the official chip counts for the first time. There they are. 10 and 15,000 will be the blinds. 15K Annie. You see Barbero presiding over the red table, saying over the blue. Those numbers brought to you by GG Poker. Short stacks belonging to Michael Adamo and Webster Lim. Sub 10 big blinds. We would expect those chips are going to be in motion and be in motion early. So here we go.
First look at the day at J&T, who actually only got away with a very nice bluff. I believe it was the second to last hand of the night where he was able to make Renlin fold out pocket eights when all J&T has was a gut shot straight draw, which wouldn't have been good.
Suspicions in the pregame about whether or not Elton would be active on the big stack. VPIP looking like it's going to be creeping upward here, but Ding Biao is going to have something to say about this occasion with 2 kings.
Actually, towards the end of the night yesterday, there were a lot of players who actually picked up huge premium pairs towards the end of the night when re-entry was closed, which allowed some of these players to amass big stacks.
Three bet. Yeah. Read my mind. 75,000.
Was it last minute for you to decide to come?
Yeah. 5 seconds.
See whether or not Elton wants to
I was gonna come for
speculate.
Sure, since Carrie invited me for the thing and then he canceled.
Yeah.
2 for 2'd me this year.
Oh, you
Get
did?
our answer.
Okay.
Oh,
Thank you.
the other one.
As he lays it down?
Sean Winner?
I'll
No,
just
he
order
like-
when she
he
comes
invited
up.
me to the
Yeah.
Cyprus
Thanks a lot. I
one,
appreciate it.
too,
Ah, okay.
and I canceled that one.
He likes
Yeah, so
Vegas.
he got me all 3.
Yeah. And the one, but he invited you in the one you won, yeah?
Well, no, he got Sean Perry to invite me though.
Okay.
There's a name we haven't heard on this particular stop, Sean Perry. If he were here, we would know it.
Well, the other Sean as well, Sean Winter, where has he been?
Yeah, these are good questions. Elton, 2 10s.
Raise 30,000. Fold. 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 Fold.
Ace Queen suited, going to be a stopper here for Smith.
Working with just over 40 big blinds here.
Cold.
Gonna respect the under the gun range from saying with a call, certainly when it's suited, you want to make sure you can get to the flop.
Playing as a flat, under-repping the strength of his kit. Smith looks up at a queen high flop, and that'll do just fine by him. 2 overs to the 10s, though. Pesky for Elton, especially against that flatting range on the button of Smith. It should contain some combos.
Yeah, when we talk about, you know, respecting the strength of the under the gun opening range, that makes the button calling range that much stronger as well. check out of saying feels appropriate.
As does the 60K barrel in the face of it from Dan Smith. Smith also picked up a title earlier in this series.
And just in case anybody forgot, he wore his Triton champion hat yesterday.
That he did.
This.
Oh, so proud of his first ever title. Coming in the 200,000 Invitational, 3.8 million plus for the effort. And Elton just concedes. Not seeing a path forward with those 210s. Understandable. Smith, by the way, top 6 all time in terms of earnings. 17.8 million in career Triton earnings, 14 cashes. Did have one final table back in London, along with a couple of other cashes in the 20s. Pocket 10s emerging once more. They've been passed from Elton over to Dan. See if he fares better with them. Upstairs we go to 35K. And now half the hand that Smith has. A couple of 5s.
Yeah, half the hand and a shorter stack than Smith's. Moving it into the middle for about 30 bigs. Wow, JNT with ace-jack suited.
Love to see the non-hesitation out of JNT with that hand, recognizing what a poor spot it's in a situation such as this. And Smith does make the call here, bringing the pot to 910,000. Not at all insignificant. Consider that the overall chip leader, Elton Sang, has 1.2 million. Ace, King, 9, and the 2 10s surrounding these 5s. Oof. Bit scary on the turn. That 6 of diamonds was right in the neighborhood of the 5 that Kenny needs, which doesn't show up. So it's been a tough outing for Bryn Kenny here in Monaco as he comes up empty one more time. Failed to cash in the 50K turbo bounty, the 125 main, and a 25K turbo, and now add the 100K to that list. I always think when anyone calls out seat open promptly and loudly right after I get showered, it stings. It's a little bit of salt in a wound that's too fresh for me, you know?
It makes walking away feel a little more awkward because then you think some players from the other tables are looking up to see who just busted.
Yeah, they're like, oh, someone died? Let me look over and see who it is.
Yeah.
My favorite story of all time is the one where on the river a player jammed. He was covered, heads up.
I have an iced Americano.
And rather than simply say call, his opponent said, what? Guy said, I'm all in.
Mushroom risotto and an omelet.
And he looked up at the floor and said, seat open. And showed his hand, which was the nuts.
Oh, my God.
That is the most savage thing I think I've ever heard in terms of a tournament story. By the way, shout out David Levy, who's the one that told me that story.
Oh, I thought you were going to say David Levy.
I don't know if he did it. He may have been the man that did it.
I feel like I could picture David Levy doing that, though.
Especially if it's somebody that has been getting under his skin a little bit, you know. He knows how to fight fire with fire. Smith now, ace-7. Nice infusion of chips. Has him neck and neck with Sang for overall leader honors. They battled hard at that 200K Invitational final table, did Smith and Sang. One that's worth watching back, especially given that Sang had that incredible blender moment where Smith had jammed three-handed on the button with a Jack-9 suited, I believe it was. Elton had Queen-Jack, had him covered,
400.
and went into the tank. Had he made that call, perhaps Smith doesn't end up winning the event. As it were, he folded. Dan goes on to take the title. Meanwhile, 3 bets from JNT here turn into 4 as King-10 gets pounced upon by Ace-King.
And I really like that JNT took this spot and 3-bet with the King-10. It's a little unfortunate that Sang woke up with Ace-King behind him.
JNT, by the way, a little activation there that I think isn't as characteristic of him as we might have anticipated. There were more passive undertones to JNT's approaches, I think, on the first occasions in which we observed him.
Maybe
So trying some things on for size.
Yeah, maybe he wants to go JNT 2.0. He hears us talking so much about the upgrades that
Right.
Savarna's gotten.
I would love to see him walk up to Savarna with a USB cable and just try to plug it into Santos somewhere and just be like, hey man, is it okay if I just want to mirror your hard drive real quick?
But then he stands there for a few minutes trying to figure it out because you never get it right on the first try. You always have to end up
upside
flipping
down.
it.
My favorite is when somebody's bringing that old micro USB, trying to plug it into the newer USB. Anyway, I'm geeking out.
Yeah.
Dan Smith, Ace-King, he's plugging in 30.
Geeking out and showing your age.
True. Listen, I was around before USB was a thing. Everybody relax,
I know.
okay? I remember when you used to have to play cassette tapes to load software into a computer. So me and the Stegosauruses walked the earth at the same time. Meanwhile, Queen-9 walking its way into the best hand on a Queen-9-8 board here. Top 2 for Lun Lun. Wet texture and a knuckle in front of Dan.
Granted, the big blind could defend with hands that, you know, don't necessarily hit this board, but there will be the part of their range where, of course, we see Loon having 2 pair here, and those are often going to be some of the best value combos. You'll find the 2 pair combos all available here, plus straights. And Loon just check calling that small C-bet from Smith and filling up right away. And Smith can't love that turn card too much, you know, because Loon can certainly continue on the flop with a lot of 9Xs, so trips certainly going to be available. Queens and 9s also the type of hand that would call the flop and wouldn't go away on the turn. Ace High has a little bit of showdown in the sense that it's beating all of the draws, the flush draws, the Jack X, the 10Xs.
Definitely not beating 9s full, and that is a merciful river there if the Ace-King had any temptations prior. 10 of spades bringing everything home. Loon obviously disappointed not to get that extra barrel out of Smith on the turn after the 25K sprinkling.
$5. 100. Bets. 100,000.
100K from Loon. Suspect this one will be over shortly. And into the muck goes a pretty one from Dan. Early stages here Day 2, 100K event number 6 here on the docket at the Triton Super High Roller Series Monte-Carlo. Ali Najad and Maria Ho bringing you the call. Happy to have you with us, regardless of where you're streaming. Particular thanks to those of you watching on YouTube, especially if you do us the modest favor of just mousing over to the like button, clicking. Do the same on the subscribe button while you're at it. It takes but a few seconds, but it goes oh so far in ensuring that we're able to continue delivering this content to you free of charge. Hope you're enjoying it. Love to hear from you. Meanwhile, love to look down at 2 queens if we're Webster Lim. On the button, just 95K in front of him, 6 bigs. We know where it's headed.
4 seconds. Player all in.
Into the middle.
And the big blind doesn't really need all that much to call, but 4-3 offsuit just is not going to be it.
What you call? What you call?
Orbit's worth of tokens reclaimed by Webster after having folded his blinds.
Raised 30,000.
Upstairs we go to 30K. Dan Smith with a couple of 5s, making noise.
Sang looks interested.
Raised 85,000.
You called it. What does he have? TBD. There it is. King, Queen revealed.
Yeah, deciding to take a hand that, of course, blocks a lot of premium holdings as a 3-bet, even though Smith did open under the gun, and good timing as Smith doesn't have a hand that he wants to continue with against the 3-bet.
Into the muck go those 2 5s. We talked about notably absent names in Sean Winter and, of course, Sean Perry, who tends to do the heavy lifting for us anytime he's on the feature table with a wall of sound. But how about Linus Lolliger? Where has he been?
Yeah.
Another one of those guys we expect to see out here.
Do poker players actually know the meaning of time off?
I certainly hope not.
Also, Seth Davies, noticeably absent.
That's a great question. I mean, you would think anybody that knows Monaco would circle this one on the calendar and be like, I'm not missing that stop. Because they certainly are missing out. If you haven't already had the opportunity to soak up some of the content being delivered on our Triton Poker social accounts, whether it be Twitter or Instagram or Facebook, just check out the venue that we're playing cards in. It is, bar none, the prettiest I've ever been inside. Madrid was really beautiful. I know you weren't around for that one. It was like a kind of a Renaissance era, ornate salon, let's call it, with the painted ceilings and the chandeliers, a lot of gold everywhere. But this view out of these plate glass windows, Stands alone. Something special. Meanwhile, King, King 5, nothing special for these two hands. Elton, the pre-flop raiser. Smith defending and checking.
Pretty dry texture. Usually lends itself to a C-bet from the pre-flop aggressor.
Inbound,
Bet 15,000.
15 into 75.
Smith can't really turn much backdoor equity outside of the wheel draw, but wondering if ace high perhaps is good on this paired board.
And that wonder leads to a call. And another 30 into the middle. Clubless are both holdings, as the 7 does bring the flush draw. I guess it brings the flush if someone has 2 clubs, but you know what we're going with.
And that might be problematic for Sang to follow up with another bet here, because Smith would very likely, of course, defend the big blind with all suited combos, hence a lot of flushes in his range. You know, sometimes he'll have some 5x, some of the weaker holdings, but sometimes can also have trips. Because of that, it might slow Sang down.
5 seconds. Check.
No might about it. And if a 3rd club slows things down, what does a 4th do?
Now this is a very interesting run out, because now Smith might not be as comfortable with whether or not he can show down ace high as a winner. And similarly for Sang, maybe feeling like, if check 2, does he have an opportunity and an opening to bet himself with the 4 flush run out? Try to get Smith to perhaps fold some 5x's, some weaker clubs, depending on the sizing.
Third and final check from Dan.
Five seconds. Bet 60,000.
Elton. Betting 60,000, Dan. Thought maybe there was some visible disarray there, but well, just lays it down.
Thank you.
Well done by Sang to be able to pick up that pot, just recognizing that there's going to be a part of the range that Smith will fold there that hasn't beat.
So on that note, we flip it over to our other feature table where we find Maher Noida of Tunisia, ace-7 suited, opening things up.
How much did you start with?
535.
570.
Alex Kulev of Bulgaria defending with the Jack-9 suited and flopping himself a flush draw up against top pair. Kulev 0 for 3 thus far at this stop. Noida following through for 30,000.
Bakulev just somebody who, you know, not only has the chops to make it deep, but can definitely win even in the toughest of fields.
Thank you.
Very sharp player.
Turn card doesn't deliver the flush, but does provide a gut shot straight draw on the back end of that check call from Kulev. He checks once more, aces up for Noida. Cozier than it was on the flop in the form of just aces.
There would have been a lot of turn cards where Noida might have just checked back and played some pot control, but certainly on this card, happy to barrel again, likely going to size up given all of the draws possible. Two-tone now on the turn.
150. Almost full pot. A third of Kulev's remaining stack here. He does have a good chunk of equity, but is the price right, even with the implied odds?
I think this might be too rich for his blood. I think with a combo draw perhaps would be in there, but just the flush draw here. I'm sorry, an 8 as well.
5 seconds.
Combo draw in terms of having a pair to go with the flush and or straight draws?
Yeah, he's going to take his time to think about it. If you look at his stack, that's going to be a third of his remaining chips to be in there.
Owen.
And instead, he's going to take this combo draw as a check raise.
Knows he's going to have decent equity against a wide variety of Noida's kit here, and he's got 25%. 3-1 dog as he tried to power through Maher, but just too much hand there. Snap call by Noida, who has him covered by just 50K by our count. Over $1 million in the middle. One to come. Huge for both of these guys. And the
wow.
8 of diamonds. Kulev getting there both ways. And that is the decimator for Noida.
455,000.
And Noida's turn sizing designed to try to get players to fold that exact type of hand. But Kulev wanted to go with it, and results-wise, worked out for him.
That it did.
Thank you. Yeah, no, that's fine. Thank you. Sorry.
I'm gonna get a minty.
Raise 35,000.
This table not getting any easier as we see Artur Martirosian joining them as Barbero opens from under the gun with ace-queen.
Yeah, Artur, one of the tougher customers on tour. Currently 11th overall in chips, 1.67 million in career earnings for Artur, 8 cashes, 0 for 2 thus far here in Monte-Carlo. Lewis Spencer rocking that Triton scarf, by the way, and using it to great effect, covering the mouth, covering the neck, not giving anything away as he defends with 10-8, and flops a gut shot straight jaw up against top 2, though, for Barbero. Nacho currently on an upswing, looking back at his progress thus far. 6.1 million in career Triton earnings, finished 19th in that main event for 212,000, one-time title winner, 11 cashes, 20K C-bet. Spencer wants to take a peek. 10 of diamonds, lending to those desires. Board pairing 9, rolling off on the turn, pot up to 135K, a second check from Lewis.
And there might be some 9Xs here from Spencer, but also going to have some worse ace Xs, some queen Xs, some flush possible straight draws, of course. And
Lewis, by
so-
the way, also performed well in the main event that I was talking about. Nacho finishing fairly deep in. 11th for 329,000. That's the only other event he's played so far here. Barbero with the check back, mindful of the 9Xs, being in that big blind defense range. Pot control, 135 in the middle, just 10 high. See if Lewis waves the white flag.
Does feel like a spot where Barbero will have a lot of easy bluff catching spots when he checks back on an ace high board as the under the gun raiser, and Spencer decides he doesn't want to take it. Barbero, I think, is going to pretty easily go for value facing that check from Spencer.
5 seconds. Bet 85,000.
Pursuits come in the form of 85K. I ask, though, when we block the ace and we block the queen, and none of the straights or flushes come in, what is it that we're hoping to get paid off by? The under pairs maybe that are bluff catching? I mean, it just feels like maybe risk reward. If all of a sudden we get check raised on that street, we really hate the ace queen.
Yeah, but I also just feel like top two is too strong to check back, even though you do block some of the hands that are likely to call you.
C'est dur de shove à ton sizing. C'est dur de shove à ton sizing.
C'est dur, hein. C'est très dur. Mais bon.
Je pense qu'il le fait parce qu'il pense que tu peux avoir genre roi des cœurs.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
I was literally just like, they have a common language that they speak.
Now, I know the bulk of North Africa has a deep amount of French influence. Tunisia and Noida speaking French, but Barbero,
That's what I'm saying.
a
Wow.
Renaissance man, breaking out the
Who
French.
knew?
This is the first time I've heard him speaking it the entire trip. I've been around him many times.
Wow.
Qu'est-ce que c'est?
Barbero going up in our books. Man of many talents over there.
O'Dwyer, raise and take it.
C'est pas fini encore.
Maybe I should fire up Google Translate and then put it into my headphones and see if we can decipher what Nacho and Mahara are talking about.
Des fois, quand je commence très mal, je finis très très bien.
I know
Barbero.
très mal means very bad. Got that much.
Je te jure. Beaucoup de choses qui ont commencé très 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 mal, des voyages que tu dis, ben, ça va être de la merde, je sais pas, tout foutu, l'aéroport, tu rates ton vol, tu t'envoles, et putain, c'est fini.
Now I'm convinced he's just saying the same thing over and over again. He's only got a couple sentences.
I did pick out an expletive in there.
And in his spare time, Barbero also writes poetry and plays
Enjoys
the
long walks on
zither.
the beach,
Yeah.
candlelight dinners, and back rubs.
Exactly.
Meanwhile, it's been a less than enjoyable experience for the man he's been gabbing with, Noida. His ace-7, getting showered by Kulev moments ago. Now, with pocket fours, he jams under the gun. Spencer
Had a good hand.
isolating with an ace-5. 2 overs. Best case scenario
I always have king jack against you for some reason.
for Noida. Let's see if he can avoid being an early casualty here in day 2 of the 100K. Well, as if the 5 weren't enough, there's an ace coupled with it. Top 2. Top and bottom, rather. For Lewis, what does it matter? The 4's just 2 outs,
Ici, Maher.
and that ain't one of them.
Bonne chance l'année prochaine. Tu tombes bas? Il y a les 30K. Mais non, mais il y a les autrement là.
I know bon chance is good luck.
So, I don't know something like I really want to know. Why Malacca style? I mean, what kind of style is this?
There's no sufficient style.
Your nickname shouldn't be Malacca style. I mean, that's not style.
It's fan of Malaga, I think. Malaga Football Club.
Ah, fan of
Isn't
it's
You
because of
know Ganga style song?
Malacca is a Greek swear word, right? Malacca is like fucking Greek.
that? No, I don't understand.
No music on.
Malacca is like fucking Greek, right?
The old name of Malaga, my city in the past. But yeah, in Greek.
I always thought it was because of the
Greg
Greek
is like
swear word.
You know, it's funny. I'm with Lewis.
Better style than just wearing.
Yeah, I know,
brand
but
across your chest.
I always
When
thought
I-
it was a play on words.
First learned that Juan Pardo played online under the name Malacca
I
style,
don't know how much
I
your
was
shirt
aware
costs.
that that was a Greek curse word. And I
under
definitely
50
thought
euros,
that's what he was coming with. But as we now find out,
40 euros, something
I
like
know how
that.
much Nacho paid for his hoodie, and it was too much.
it's
40
historic.
euros in Formentera.
Bro, but hey,
That's a good
Steve,
deal.
I have
Later.
something that you're gonna be really proud.
Yeah.
The
Refer
money.
to his
I mean, I bought a lot of clothes when I was very, very rich with Luna Rich.
Yeah.
It's the only thing I kept.
Malaga roots.
No, it's the only thing I kept. They all went to zero anyway. And I kept, I kept the clothes at least. Think about that. The money well spent.
Yeah.
In the
Luna
background, all of a
stories
sudden,
The money
we've got
well
the all in.
didn't work out.
I really
quite as
need to
well
get a sponsor from
for
Amiri. Hey,
Barbara.
Amiri, if you're listening there, what? I have the Jack of
Take the
Diamonds.
King Jack then.
Spencer in the lead with an ace-queen against Martirosian's King Jack. And he stays that way on the ace-10
You want the queen
board.
now?
But the gutter
Not particularly.
for Martirosian.
Maybe on the river.
He was targeting that cutoff opening range.
Ooh.
Had it out.
Still don't want the queen.
So they were 3 hearts. I can't fucking see anything.
King or a queen would ruin the party for Spencer. 7 of diamonds is safe, though, and he will submit for accounting and duplication. A double through Martirosian.
Yes, please continue your story, Nacho.
Oh, what story?
You're not Sean Winter, Alex.
155,000.
Oh, about the clothes.
Although,
Yeah, my wardrobe is pretty expensive, but I'm happy a lot of that stuff. I bought it with fucking Luna. It went to fucking zero anyway.
I'm glad because if Sean Winter was sat there, I would have been out of the tournament. So.
Mr. Arturo, you're the button.
Alright.
One mistake. It's not 0 mistakes anymore.
I remember being around Nacho during the collapse of cryptocurrency
Fucking
Luna,
Martin.
which he had his nether regions buried in financially. And they were tense times, made extra awkward by the fact that someone else in the 300-600 mix game that he plays in was actually short Luna. So every day that it kept eroding, that was a balance transfer effectively from Barbero over to the other guy playing in the game with him.
Yeah, it doesn't feel good. It's kind of like in craps when it's kind of unspoken. Everyone's betting the pass line, and then there's that one guy
The villain.
who comes up. That's the come. Everyone's kind of looking over at him like, what are you doing? You have to share the table with the guy.
You mean bets the don't,
Right.
not the come.
Right.
Yeah, the don't come. So Spencer, fresh off of the
Can we
double.
add a Malacca no style to your nickname?
Next poker room.
Ace Jack turning into a Broadway gutty. Better than a King High
I
gutty.
like it for Ibiza 7 p.m. I like it. Perfect. Ibiza 7 p.m. on a Sunday. Perfect. Perfect shot.
I'm not for 100K, you know?
I take your shot, don't worry. You give me some coaching, I take you, coach. I take you.
I'm happy with 20 euros coming.
You need some English coaching, buddy.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Getting better. Getting better.
He's getting way better.
Getting way better.
Way better.
Actually, we don't like him, so we're gonna take over.
I'm happy with no expensive.
You don't like me?
Now, from now on, after being South Monaco like this.
He knows I love him.
Adamo checking, facing a request for his remaining 90,000, and he gets it in there, Maria. Not sure this is how he had scripted his last stand. The king of clubs, the gutter. Can't imagine he's in front all that often when he makes the call, but here he is, digging in. And finding a jack on the turn. Oh my, the gut shot comes right on in. Does need to fade a king.
$90, right?
And that one isn't going to go down smooth for Lewis Spencer,
right?
but
I can give you 80 if you want.
Let me tell you
So
one
be it.
thing. I saw Adamo today at the gym. He's way better at poker. That's doing pull-ups. I promise you.
Nacho continuing to ingratiate
You find
himself to the
Martin
field.
funny or annoying? Yeah, Martin. Yeah, there's only one Martin.
I do.
I find him funny for a little bit.
I think he's funny 100% of the time.
Even when you're participating,
Yes.
he's the funniest.
I think he's hilarious.
You're a rarity.
I think he's funny. But, like,
You're an absolute rarity.
I think he's funny, but I haven't been in like a massive spot with him.
He is a humorous individual, but on balance, I find him annoying.
That's a very polite way to call someone a dick.
I think Kulev has some thoughts on
Yeah.
Cabral, considering they played that massive final table
And
at the
I play catch with him,
WSOP.
and I find him funny, but I've never been in like a massive spot, so I think it's hard to tell. Bobby True. He just turned up one. He just turned up one day. Yeah. He
But I
just
will
turned up
say-
one day.
O'Dwyer's opinion of Cabral
Yeah.
probably in the minority there.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
just when it goes public, I just play when I can play.
By and large, I think
Basically,
that
yeah.
which Kulev expressed
I
is an
used to
opinion
be.
shared
I see.
with respect to Cabral.
Yeah.
Not a man that makes friends. Meanwhile, Martirosian getting friendly with a couple of jacks. Juan Pardo doing the same with the suited one gapper out of the big. He defends. 110
It's
in the
weird,
middle.
'cause sometimes
Heads up.
Sometimes you burst out laughing on the table.
Wait, what?
When you're with him.
Oh, I'm
Top
liking
pair
him
and a
too.
gutter is trouble
I think he's hilarious.
for Pardo.
He does have his moments.
Yeah, he's,
Like when he says the only problem with David Peters is that he talks too much. That was strong.
the bit where he like tank folded,
That was strong.
when he like tank folded 6-3 off or something, blind v blind, and turned around to me on the rail and was like, "This is the greatest fold in the history of poker." After like 28 seconds.
When he was trying to be your friend, it was so funny. We're gonna be friends. Alex was like, "No, we're not gonna be friends. We're not gonna be friends."
Martirosian. Check. No, just jamming, forgive me, in position against the lead from Juan Pardo here as we lay out and try to soak up all of the exchanges in terms of table talk.
I have no feelings on this one.
Not to be overshadowed is the action, though, as Pardo's fate here in the 100K
Maybe better without your feelings.
is in deep need of assistance. 5, 6, or a 7 to fight on. Can the Spaniard find it? No, it's a board pairing 3, and Malacca Styles checking out here.
Te amo. You're my favorite.
That is one hell of a shirt, by the way. Is that like a rayon silk blend python print?
It almost looks like something he could have gotten out of KCG's closet, actually.
It looks like something he could have gotten out of the leftover wardrobe from Austin Powers' The Spy Who Shagged Me.
To the box. Nah.
60s, 70s
Like
London,
110.
go-go kind of vibes.
So we're not that far.
Basically a million. If you round up.
I want to find out where everyone's getting these scarves.
Well,
I got to
you-
have one. They look good.
But you had mentioned they probably have, some gift bag for the stop that we're not privy to.
Right, it's for players, the big buy-ins, helping fuel the operation. Someone out there is like, I don't need a scarf. Like, oh, I'm your man. Send it. Meanwhile, Barbero doesn't need to open up front with a couple of fives, but he chooses to.
Elsewhere in the field, it looks like Mike Watson has overtaken the top spot with over 2 million chips now.
That he has. Some big pickups coming against Ken Tong. Watson making a straight with 4-5 on an ace-9 deuce flop, 3 rolling off on the turn against Tong, and then more recently with pocket nines, he polished Tong off as Ken was all in with king-queen, failing to improve. Sir Watts emerging as Ken Tong's nemesis. Flipping him back over then to Elton Sang and company. Elton now second behind Watson. Overall, check that third as Johannes Straver just updating into second place, slightly ahead of Sang. Lun Lun, the opener to 40. Now we see why.
Ting wanting to shove with just fives against the upfront open from Loon, and I fear that this is sometimes a move that is a little ill-advised against an under the gun, or I'm sorry, against a hijack opening range.
Yeah, regardless, 17 bigs deep, Maria. Can we play it as a call and set mine more effectively? Or navigate post-flop waters on favorable textures?
I think you're too short to set mine, so I think I'd prefer the fold versus the call or the all-in.
Obviously, Lun Lun would prefer an ace or a king on the flop as Ding Biao's nickels hold on. Added threats in the form of a queen or a diamond as a sopping wet jack rolls off. 730 in the middle. Can the fives hold? No. And just like that, another member of the Hong Kong delegation looks to be eliminated. And it is official.
Yeah, coming up. Yep.
That'll do it for Ding Biao. Flipping back over where we find Artur Martirosian getting stuffed on. Adamo, raise and take it. Lucky to be alive here. King 9 up against ace jack. Made that king high straight on the turn against Lewis Spencer.
Probably better than yours.
The Dominator has had some struggles of late.
Queen jack suited.
Better.
Looking at his Triton profile, 0 for 3 thus far here in Monaco. Played the Invitational.
Like
50K Turbo
or
Bounty
like raw
and the main.
Because like
Raw strength better.
he had like ace 10 off or something.
Like king 10. I don't know if he's better actually.
I would.
I don't know if he's better actually. Yeah, you're right.
Damo did not join us in London. Had a terrific 2023 Cyprus stop in May. Went 3 for 4. See if he can turn things around here in this 100K. .32 players remaining of 120 entries. Damo going to work. Seven-5 deuce board as Martirosyan outflops Michael.
There's a dealers in event number 7, the 30K 700. Start lines of 500, 1,000, bid by 91,000.
Adamo with 2 overs to this board and some backdoor straight possibilities. Sometimes can elect to c-bet. Sometimes might find a check back.
There is that check back. Picks up a wheel draw.
Looks like double gutter, actually. The 6 and the 3 both available.
Yeah, great point. Oversight. Ace and the 8 would continue to be of service as well.
Martirosyan going for some protection here.
Yeah, supposed to be his board against the opener.
Yeah, and if Adamo was holding just 2 overs, perhaps would let it go, but with the straight possibilities, going to look to continue.
That he does. Calling the 80K. Pot up to 270. And now 10s and 5s for Martirosyan as Adamo comes up empty.
Yeah, but a very interesting card in Adamo's hand, the Ace of Clubs, which is the nut flush blocker. And you wonder if he is going to be able to use that effectively here against just a pair of 5s. Might Adamo have some type of hands, you know, some of these backdoor clubs that he might check back versus bet on the turn? No longer a great board for the 5s.
Martirosyan keeping his chips in motion. 375K the bet. Asking for all of Adamo's tokens. Michael did have a very impressive bluff catch. I want to say it was against Lewis Spencer earlier at this festival. Using a time bank now. Just an ace high. What does he think he can beat? Even a hand that's turned itself into a bluff.
Right.
Could just inadvertently be in front.
Blocks the straights, you know, blocks ace-3, blocks 8-6, blocks some flushes. But feeling very curious as to what types of hands Martirosyan would choose to take this line with. Does, again, have relevant blockers. But as you mentioned, sometimes Martirosyan will have hands that he's turning into bluffs that still have ace-high beat, which is the case here. Adamo widely known to be a hero in the right time, in the right place, but doesn't deem that to be the case here. And
it's a risky life to live as a poker player, trying to grab your cape at a high frequency. You know you're not going to bat 1,000 in those spots, and they can be very costly because oftentimes it's against those polarized sizings
It's just 10 seconds.
that are chunky that you end up looking to make those sorts of calls. But this is also in part why it is that Adamo is considered a tough customer.
Right.
Now you see the red time banks?
Unless there is a bet. So unless there's a call or a raise, then you're going to go back to your original 20 seconds. Now each red time bank has a value of 10 seconds. So you don't have to use your 20 seconds for it. If there is a bet, so if there's a call or there is a raise, then you go back to the original 20 and we ignore the red.
So this is only for pre-flop?
Absolutely. And you're going to get a refresh once we're on the redraw of 24 and 16. And we're not going to be using them when you're on the bubble.
So you get a refresh at 24 and 16?
It's going to be hand for hand on the board.
Two, like, sorry, 2 extra or just 2?
No, you're going to have a maximum of 2 top up.
Well, still a good bit of runway between here and the money, but Sonny coming over to issue everyone 2 red time banks. Players now will have 10 seconds to act pre-flop. Those red time banks can be utilized in unopened pots for an additional 10 seconds in lieu of the blue time banks. There will be replenishment of those red time banks at a couple of different stages between now and when we work our way toward an eventual champ.
Yeah, and as we close in on the soft bubble and the bubble portion of the tournament, of course, sometimes stalling by the shorter stacks will happen. Players taking more time to act on their hand pre-flop. Some of this is just to counteract that as well. 10's going to be a shove from O'Dwyer with 13 bigs. Martirosyan certainly going to be looking to call with the 9s here in the small blind.
What's the early kickoff?
Obviously, it's going to be a problem once he gets shown the 2 10s.
West Ham, Everton. We bet West Ham.
Comes over the top. James Chen, by the way, the new presence to Artur's left.
Whatever. I bet big. Actually, I have big bet on.
You have West Ham, right?
Yeah. I kind of like Manchester United today. I don't think that game is 550 to 1.
So
United with 5.5.
to the flop will head.
Is it at Old,
Huge edge for O'Dwyer.
Is it at Old Trafford?
Gets
Yeah,
even
United
better
always do pretty well against City.
on the King 8-7 board.
How is that a thing, bro? 550 to 1? I mean, I don't know, bro. I'm going to check something that's 550 to 1.
Turn. Now all of a sudden add 4 6s to the equation for Artur. The 10's on shakier ground, but it stays stable beneath the feet of the man who took down a 25K turbo title for 416,000.
I mean, they're not. I mean, they're way better, but like.
Already here in Monte-Carlo.
They haven't been that good.
His
They
second,
haven't been good. That good, actually.
I think Liverpool are going to
bringing his tally to 16 cashes and $6.5 million in career Triton earnings.
Liverpool, like with this guy McAllister now changes everything.
O'Dwyer, a no-nonsense customer, Maria. You played with him much through the
Is there an
years?
African Cup of Nations?
I would say, you know, a little bit earlier on in my career, I played with O'Dwyer more. Played with him at some EPTs recently, a little less so in the last couple of years.
Lewis Diaz, his parents got kidnapped
Now he's
in
out?
Colombia. Yeah, I think.
O'Dwyer is certainly somebody that is
but it was like
more
a thing
selective, I
last
think,
night,
than the average
kidnapped. And he was, like,
grinder
flying back to
with the
Colombia.
events that he wants to go to.
Wow.
but usually we'll see him at
He's
all
so
the high
important.
roller events, except for, you know, the one stateside.
I feel like he's also pretty selective about the people that he bothers to call friends on the circuit.
Yeah, you know, small circle.
For the record, always been very friendly and welcoming
45.
towards me. Thankful to be on the good side. Also, just a very measured and reasonable guy, it would seem. You know, I think sometimes the affect can lead people to think that he's just, you know, gratuitously gruff or abrasive. Not the case in my experience. Thoughtful about his takes. Meanwhile, Barbero. Cutoff open with the 210s. James Chen suited and connected off of 240,000. He's going to jam those 12 bigs forward. A snapper from Barbero as he gets shown those 2 overs.
Chen, a player that has played a lot of high-stakes cash games, certainly has great tournament results to go with it as well. Representing Taiwan. My people.
Yeah, it's your background.
2 for me.
No queen, no jack on the board, and so far no trouble for the 210s. Chen needs to find paint in a hurry. Club would have given him some hope as well. Instead, a dusty deuce of spades, 6 outs once, and that's the one piece of artwork that isn't going to work.
GG, James.
And that'll do it for Taiwan's James Chen.
What?
1-0 hands today.
Got some people in the chat clamoring for us to feature table 5. Let's see what's the big fuss about over there. Guess some people wanting to see Chidwick, Ivy, of course. Always the fan favorites at that table. Danny, Tang, Vogel saying Heath. Tough lineup over there.
No, don't go, bro. You've been really good. Stay
Nice
here.
to see Ivy with a stack, though, you know, in the last couple of events. Didn't really get much going here. Up to over $1 million.
So we march on, absent one James Chen, and take a moment to remind you that if you haven't already done so, now is the time. Type exclamation point giveaway or scan the QR code on your screen and get in on our free and exclusive Triton merch giveaway. The stuff is so high quality, super slick. I rock it in the poker room, always get compliments. Get in.
Don't worry.
What would otherwise cost you a pretty penny, by the way. Our
sex
Triton
here,
merch
don't
ain't cheap.
With myself?
No, like I'm not gonna bother you with noises. Like, I just play, go to bed.
But you do get what you pay for. It is high quality.
Me too.
My life is so boring.
Well, you're not really trying to pay for it. You were basically on stream asking if anybody had a free scarf flying around.
Yeah, because the scarf's not available for purchase, to my knowledge. Anything that I'm told I can't have, Maria, you've known me long enough, I want.
Are we going to get a shopping day in while we're here?
Oh.
Could
I don't
be
know
dangerous.
if Monte-Carlo's ready for the sort of damages that we might be capable. Do we get our tax back here?
I feel like we do.
But it's Monaco. It's not the EU, right? Looking over at producer James. He's a man who generally understands geopolitics in this
We'll go
part
to
of the
Nice
world.
then. Short car ride away.
Okay.
Maybe take the chopper.
I like it. Now you're speaking my language. You think if you have a min spend over at like Chanel, they'll gas up the Sikorsky? Or
I mean, they have to, right?
they certainly don't have to.
But they
And I don't know if I would ever meet that min spend, by the way. It might be like a 6-figure drop-off that's required. A few €100, though, and you know, they'll come pick us up in the Whirly Bird. Get us down to Nice. Or we could ride with Marianella. Last night, she gave me a ride from the parking lot to the curb out front. Death-defying experience. Stick shift Fiat 500 in her hands. A dangerous thing. Not so dangerous, though, the 884 board. Either player with a pair here. But yeah, I'm walking from now on. Nella, you hear me?
Funny that you say all you do is play, go to bed, play, go to bed. It's so boring. So last night, my fiance asked me, some of these guys, these pros, are there some that really don't enjoy it, that just play because it's a job? I was like, yeah, of course. There's some that don't really love it like I do. And she's like, who would you say that's here fits that description? So I pulled up the app and I was scrolling through all the names of the people that played the tournament yesterday. And you know who the one person I landed on? That I was like, I don't think he really loves it.
Me?
Yeah.
I love poker more than anybody in this room.
I don't know about that.
You know me?
I don't see the love in your eyes.
Bro, I finish playing, I go back to my room, I start playing. I love it. I just love the grind.
Not just.
Yeah, I'm thinking.
I don't know.
Nachito having to defend his love for the game to Dwyer.
Art players? I know art players love it.
Wow,
I love this
surprised to see
activation
that.
by O'Dwyer.
I like it though. I have more passion than ever. Bro,
Somebody finally giving Nacho an earful.
Only thing I want to keep doing is playing poker.
Then why are you saying it's boring?
5 seconds.
No, I say my life here is so boring because, it's Saturday night. I went to bed. I mean, obviously, I'm in a 100K tournament, but
You're proving my point. Like last night, I would have kept playing all night if they would have let us.
I went
But
back to my room. I started playing 25-50 online PLO for like 2 hours.
Shame that we're stepping away from that exchange there. When O'Dwyer bothers to engage, and doing so against the one man who's always the perpetrator, the antagonist, I feel like we really want to be flies on that wall.
Although if we add in our 2 cents, I mean, do you feel like Nacho comes off like he doesn't love it?
I mean, look, I lived in Argentina for a while. There is a cultural thing. If you ever watch an Argentine national team football match with Argentinians, it doesn't matter how well they're playing. They could be up 6-1. They'll find something to complain about why their team could be better. It's just a thing. So you hear them all the time, oh, who runs better than you? Oh, my goodness, I can't believe it. What's it like to be Jason Kuhn? You know, and then he'll always lament his spots, never remembers when he gets super lucky. You know what I'm saying? So it's just a thing. It's his shtick a little bit. It's also a product of, the culture, I would say, is this 40K Open, the product of Queen Jack offsuit for JNT. Webster paused before laying it down. Ace-6 suited, though, for DeVoris. See what he thinks.
We haven't seen DeVoris enter too many pots so far today, but certainly somebody who is a very measured player. Very deliberate in his decision-making, and looks like he is going to make the call here.
That leaves KCG to deliberate with King 4 off.
And the earlier the opener, the less of these weak King X's you should be defending from the big blind. The later the position, of course, your King 4 is going to be faring better.
I would guess not. We only traveled on PJ.
Yeah. Well, I would think it's more.
King 8-5 here as KCG came along. Flops top pair well in front.
But then it's like, then it's 3 against 1. Or,
And look at JNT
maybe the odds are less.
c-betting here into a field of 2 opponents. Just 25, though, into this 140.
Show got a Burning Man 1 year.
Does feel like the type of texture that would often favor the pre-flop aggressor, so I can see why JNT is going to go ahead and stab here, but KCG just a little too much hand to fold on the flop, but perhaps some later streets. But I don't think this is one where we will see JNT fire as he checks behind when the 8 pairs. Just very likely that KCG will have 8Xs as continues on the flop.
Does go check, check on the turn, and same story on the river. JNT gave it his One modest swing with air. I wonder how much KCG and JNT find themselves playing cards with one another away from Triton, both playing under the French flag. Now, obviously, it's a big country, and there's no reason to think or assume that they're getting involved away from Triton events, but shared love of poker. They like high stakes, one might imagine.
You still in?
Right.
At a
it's
meetup
like,
somewhere in Provence.
right. It's like, you know, when my Uber driver asks me what I do for a living and I say, yeah, I play poker. They're like, oh, do you know my cousin, Tom? He plays poker too. Yeah.
I've actually had that happen to me too, where they just assume, you know, that my neighbor Bob, he's over at the South Point playing 1-2 no limit. He's like there every day, man. You really sure you don't know him? Yes, sir. I don't know him. By the way, you say Uber driver. I know where that didn't happen. Here in Monaco. Ride sharing geo-fenced out of the Principality.
45.
It's a scourge. Got to walk over the border into France. You want to hop into ride shares. Otherwise, pay for the nicest cabs around, but pay a lot for them. Divorce. Got to pay $45,000. You want to see this flop, he says. Suited connector for KCG. Just steps away from it.
Showing some discipline with his pre-flop hand selection.
Oh.
Smith defends and connects with the 5. Decent texture. Checks with the flow.
如果尋日真係一坐嗰啲凳一坐得耐，好痛。20.
Divorce comes with the C-bet. Of course, just happy to profit off of any immediate folds that Smith would have here. One Smith continues, though, of course. He's going to start narrowing in on hands such as 5x, trips, some ace highs, some backdoor flush possibilities.
Eight on the turn, providing no aid to Divorce's 10 high. These button versus big blind stacks, or spots rather, can get a little interesting because obviously that button range for Divorce gets quite a bit wider, as does the big blind defending range in turn.
Yeah, and if you are up against, of course, a wider opening range from the button, then less credit is going to be given in terms of the value hands that they have that are able to double barrel. But Divorce going a bit larger here on the sizing the second time around to put a lot of pressure on the 5Xs. You know, really the high cards as well are going to face pressure that we see Dan Smith not wanting to withstand, as they feel like a river barrel will definitely be incoming as well.
Well, Smith, a talented and avid chess player, to go with his accolades in poker, which means he's got the mind that thinks steps ahead. And in a spot like that, you click call for 110, can't assume that that barrel on the river isn't going to come in, and you look down at your stack to pot ratio and think, where do I go unimproved on the end when he asks for the rest? Not wanting to take further steps down that path. Puts the best hand into the muck, although I think all of us can kind of appreciate the thought process going into that choice. JNT now speaks up under the gun. Ace Jack now for Lucky Chewy, as this rates to be the first time we'll see him getting involved. And it's going to be in the form of a jam, Maria. Bad spot for Chewy. 15 bigs to start this one. JNT ready to go. And the flop is Ace Jack 10. Chewy hops in front, needed so much help and got it right away. But now, got to fade a queen or a king. Ten on the turn. Chopportunities. Courtesy of a third 10 for JNT. And there is that third 10. Carve it up, gentlemen.
Seems like a fair result after the flop. I mean, JNT could have also made a straight. You know, this way, no harm, no foul.
Not sure we need to plug oof, oof, oof into Google Translate. Every time you bring up kind of the long shot outcome in the booth and then it happens, I always feel like I've done something wrong because the assumption is somehow we have clairvoyance or access to that. But I didn't know it was coming. Neither did the two of them.
No, and usually, percentage-wise, it's very unlikely to happen. And so when you say it, you're usually not feeling like you are actually going to get it on the nose.
It's just, you know, in the interest of being thorough and acknowledging all possible outcomes. Pocket eights as we await possible outcomes from Dvoris in the face of the open. Webster playing off of 20 bigs. Dan, flats. What's brewing under KCG's cutoff?
Once somebody enters the, once somebody.
Well, we saw him fold a suited connected combo earlier, but perhaps now multi-way wants to try to win a big one, but isn't gonna like being covered in spades here by Chewy's hand.
Ace Jack was good enough for a jam last time around. Bit of a different circumstance, obviously.
But actually more profitable in the sense of all the dead money in the middle. And if he gets called, will oftentimes be flipping. So not in the worst of shape. And I do believe against a 14 big blind shove, if Lim folds here, Dvoris certainly has the type of hand he can call with.
Ace Jack jam. Downs the opener.
All in.
And Dvoris comes right back over the top, not wanting to have KCG get involved. So the wheel will be spun for Chewy once more. And again, he's behind. Better spot than he had last time against Ace Queen, but nonetheless, work to be done.
I was off to last time. No, I mean, so true. Against him. Have the exactly same.
Okay, got you.
And that's not the kind of work that's going to be met with approval for Chewy. The turn, air, 4 outs 1 time. 6 of clubs, making it official. We've lost Lucky Chewy as the 8s turn into a flush for Dvoris, and he hauls in a nice one.
最尾嗰個去咯，可能可以有，因為佢係有煙落㗎。厲害。
Was I not? I thought
That'll put us at 30 players remaining.
You were.
Oh.
So now the button's over there.
Here in event
That
6.
works.
And that's going to put Dvoris over $1 million in chips.
I didn't know
So
that there could be.
nice chip up from the start of the day stack.
That makes sense.
I just didn't expect.
I thought you just expected to be the button twice. Which, like, you know,
做啲衝動嘅嘢，衝動少少就可以。
good ambition.
好似 CK 咁樣。
I'm just gonna pretend I'm the button in his hand and see how that works out.
You should.
Webster back at it.
OK 8 and H Jack 1-1 咯。
Queen Jack suited this time.
1-0。
Less eventful developments behind him to this point.
How have the cash games been going this week for you?
Oh, I only play once.
Ah.
Yeah, no. Not really good, but I only play once.
Now just 30 players remaining in the field, so 10 off from the money.
What up?
Looking at the field, by the way, Maria, the only 2 players with sub-10 big blind stacks at present are Ren Lin in 29th and Adamo in 30th. 9 and 5 big blinds, respectively. Then it's all the way up to 21 bigs now for Webster. So those 10 bust outs that we need could take some time.
Somewhere else, Elfin. I don't like how you're.
No, I'm just looking at you, not in that way. You got me wrong there, buddy.
Nah. I know how you operate. It's all good. I respect it.
JNT a little out of line here with the 9-6 off open, but hey, the man does not like to fold.
Understands the opportunity before him on the button. It's always nice to be dominating the 8-6. The lone customer. Neither player hits this flop. And this is where that little C-bet could actually work for once for JNT. Yeah, Webster. Easy release.
JNT surpassing Elke on the #1 all-time winner in France in terms of tournament earnings.
Yeah, he picked up 1.4 million roughly, courtesy of 4th place in the 200K Invitational. One of 2 events he's played so far, the main being the other. Let's not forget, main event London finished 2nd for 2.83 in that one.
Yeah, now JNT just trying to put up scores to see how far ahead he can pull away from Elke. Elke, somewhat semi-retired these days. Doesn't play too much.
By the way, the man that JNT fell to in that London main event was Tim Adams, who picked up 4.2 million. But you're right, Elke's been more on the ambassador role over at GG Poker.
Yeah, and they have a newborn as well, him and Jenny. So keeping busy.
What do you mean keeping busy, Maria? Are we having the birds and the bees talk on stream?
Listen, this is not only an entertaining stream, but educational as well.
Right.
Informative.
So all those who thought the stork was still involved in that process.
You're a Barca fan, right? I feel like
You're in it for a rude awakening, especially women, guys.
Actually,
I wish it was that easy.
You're in for a pleasant surprise.
Yeah, but the delivery part, you know, not something that men have to worry about.
Not quite as pleasant.
He's playing so insane now for them. It's crazy. It's the best. It's the best. It's the best year.
He used to play number 10, and I got benched for him.
I actually had to tag in to a delivery room once.
Wow. You got
Oh,
benched
I
for
heard
him?
this story the other night at dinner, but feel free.
I
But like,
I didn't last very long myself. I'm not the right guy.
I
You
can
know.
imagine if you
Pretty good, yeah.
can't
I used to-
even
I used
stay
to
in
play up
there
front,
just
and then I
watching
wasn't
as
quick
an
enough, so I
observer
got-
and a spectator.
Well, it was a C-section, Maria. The patient should have been dead just based on what I peeked at over the curtain. I was, you know, I got queasy myself. It was time to get out of there. And of course, the fungal conversation that we had yesterday. You know, my feelings on diaper changing already lead us to kind of recognize the poor selection when one walks into the waiting room as the expectant father and needs to choose someone else.
You should have passed it. The other guy was alone.
Just pass me up. I'm not the one.
Yeah, don't put Ollie on that list.
I tried. I mean, you know. Kulev suited and connected. Looking to take delivery of
They're gonna get
blinds
12
and
points
annies,
deduction
but
on that.
Barbero, queen 10,
Everton?
into the muck.
What they did?
Financial fair play, I think they...
Yeah, I heard something, but Carragher was saying that if they get 12 points,
Yeah, it's because Man City got charged with like 115 or something and got nothing. And now Everton get charged with 1 and they're going to get 12 points taken off them. So everyone that supports Liverpool is like...
that's crazy.
Yeah.
They shouldn't take them 12 points. That sounds like a lot.
Yeah.
If Manchester City didn't get that, like, bro, they bought everybody.
That would be an insane punishment. Yeah.
It's very hard not to not get relegated with 12 points.
Yeah. Yeah, like... They might still get more points than Sheffield United.
Yeah, for sure.
Raise 40,000.
I think this year, the gap between like the bottom teams and everyone else is like bigger
Kulev
than it's
raising
ever
with
been.
ace-8 of hearts in the hijack and back to O'Dwyer
Sheffield
in the
and
big
Burnley.
blinds.
I think Burnley might be okay.
Gonna take a
Good
flop.
company's there.
Company?
Yeah.
Vincent?
He's the Burnley manager.
Broadway gutty for O'Dwyer. The developments
I
on the
think Burnley will
ace-king-4
stay up,
texture.
but only
Top pair
'cause
for Kulev.
Everton get points deduction. But Sheffield United and Luton are...
Sheffield and Luton, they're like, they
Yeah.
can't win a game. I think Luton won the other day, though. Didn't
They drew, I think. They scored a last-minute equaliser against someone.
By the way, Spencer and Barbero deep into the Premiership streets. Depth of knowledge. Shocking. That's all time you could be spending on a solver, boys, you know? Hop on GTO Wizard instead of trying to figure all this stuff out. But, you know, Nacho likes to bet the sports.
And Nacho doesn't love poker
Big Four?
enough to be on the solver when he's not playing.
I think
He wants to be doing
Pope-
other things.
O'Dwyer
according to-
established that
Yeah.
for us.
Pickford for Everton and Pickford for England are two different players. He plays good for England. but he's a
Meanwhile,
disaster for
check
Everton.
call of 25K out of O'Dwyer. Kulev's kicker improving courtesy of the 4.
Is Ramsdale English?
Who?
Ramsdale.
Yeah.
Is he the third one? Or who's third? Who's the third
Yeah,
one?
he's third. I think it's Pickford, Pope, Ramsdale.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Now they benched him. I really like him last year.
He wasn't even in the squad, actually, the last England squad. They
Check
picked
back from
the,
Kulev. Slightly
Sam
pesky
Johnson, who's
river here in terms of a third club and a king.
Okay.
Both
You guys
things that O'Dwyer could have been on the hunt for.
So unlucky. Hurricane, fuck you.
Yeah.
I would have much wanted to play. Honestly, the way France played, I'm so happy that we played France because they didn't play. They played so bad.
It was shit, yeah.
I think England was going to be way tougher.
Mbappe, like, was the only thing that
Mbappe is just
the
like...
game close.
But Guardiola was talking about that. He said,
out
like,
of O'Dwyer.
When you're like on the minute 80
And that'll
you
make
win
quick work of the
2-0,
winner. Nice play
and
from
then
Steve.
You get scored 2 times.
Capitalizing on the
I'd be
opportunity.
so scared as a defender trying to mark Mbappe.
Exactly. No, and then like it was like Guardiola was saying like it was mentally impressive how like Argentina put it together. Like how it was crazy because like mostly of the teams that you like they go down like there you like he was saying like it's so hard for like the players.
Mbappe's so fast. It's scary.
Yeah, it's insane. We have to do like all by 2-3 players all the time.
No, he's so scarily good. Griezmann's having like the best season of his career, right, or something as well.
Yeah. But Griezmann played really bad on the finals. They even benched him on halftime. They took him out.
I don't think he plays well in the system that France play. But for Atletico, he's
He plays he plays like a midfielder. Like he's not like a attacker, I guess, with France.
Kiatley is an attacker with King Queen.
He plays 2 midfielders and 4 attackers. It's crazy. He was playing like
Damo getting so short, but feeling the need to defend. The suited combo just comes up empty on the all-diamond flop.
Yeah.
Just
playing only 2
15K back after the defense.
Wasn't Rabiot?
And Rabiot on the middle, and then
Feels like one of these spots where it doesn't matter what the board is, Marie. He's got to
that.
get that last 15 in and hope.
Yeah, pretty grim here.
Yeah, but
Sometimes
he was
when
getting
you choose
he
to
coming
stop
up
and
from the
go,
bench
even
all
as
the
short
time.
as Adamo is, he would
He's not even
have more
starting for
backdoor
Madrid either.
opportunities than he does here.
Yeah, left back, yeah. I think he's very good as left back. I mean, that guy is so good at everything anyway. He can play attacker probably.
And that check back from Lee, of course, can contain a lot of high card combos. Certainly Jack High not going to be beating those in the hands of an under the gun opening range.
No post-flop betting is obviously to the delight of Adamo, but the lack of any improvements on this river against an under-the-gun opener in Lee. And this Jack High feels doomed. 15K into 135. The price being laid, Kiap would just have to call with virtually anything.
Yeah, it feels like Adamo's going to have to take his chances with the small blind. Next hand, effectively all in.
I will say this. Earlier in the festival, we observed Adamo. Chair was flipped backwards. He was slouched over the rail. Looked a bit physically worn down, maybe jet lag. It was posture we'd never seen on him. Here today, granted, things aren't working out, but it does seem like he's back to his former self in terms of table presence. Unfortunately, not wielding the sort of stack we're used to seeing in front of him. It has been an absolute nightmarish outing here in day 2 of the 100K for Adamo, who has sub 1 big blind. Barbero still up at the top. Lone 7-figure stack here at this feature.
Listen, not everybody can be a machine like Randy Liu and fly from Australia every stop and just be on it. Like the man, flew from Australia, did maybe like a 12-hour commentary day when you guys were just a threesome, and feels like That is not normal.
Listen, I went into Randy's room one day and I found 92 empty cans of Red Bull. I'm just saying there's
No, I'm
method
good,
to his
thank you.
mayhem. I'm kidding. Making up stories, of course. Our imagination runs wild when it comes to our dear Randy, but the truth is he is just solid as a rock. 10-9 suited from the cutoff. Damo all in. Now similar composition for Kiat Lee, who will be happy to assist Martirosyan in the get rid of a Damo business.
Yeah, and usually in these spots, just a bit of an implied checking down unless you hit a significant piece.
King, king, 3, 2 diamonds, really of no interest to any of these holdings. Main and side equally sized right now. 70,000.
You have good chances.
Well, not that.
You do have a very good chance.
Not that bad of a spot, I guess, for Adamo, even though Martirosyan is live.
Are you surprised that Artur would fire with just 10 high on this particular board texture instead of keeping Kiat Lee in there, or he wanted to pull that side pot in? Because obviously any bet by him looks very strong because he'd rather get chips in than keep Kiat around and bust Adamo.
Right. I mean, if it was a completely dry side pot, then I would be more surprised. There was a little something to be won, though, between him and Kiat.
Almost a quintuple up for Adamo. They're still going to have just 70,000. But a whole orbit in front of him, free of charge, as he'll be on the button. Flipping it back over to the other feature. Dvoris. Feeling the lure of ace-5 suited. King-queen off for KCG. Just gonna flat. Staying disciplined.
Yeah, sometimes you can mix in some 3-bets with the king-queen off, but calling is fine as well, especially when you're in position makes it a little bit easier to play.
Webster closed the action with the flat of his own from the big. Checks it on the queen 7-5 board where Dvoris turns into bottom pair. Top pair for KCG.
Dvoris recognizing that a lot of that flatting range is going to contain some of the Broadway combinations that would like this flop.
Easy barrel in position from KCG as Dvoris didn't feel like following through.
Dvoris still going to be ahead of some of the flush draws, you know, perhaps some ace-x suited type combos and some king-jack, king-10 suiteds that might bet on the flop. And you wonder if the board pairing the queen makes Dvoris feel a little bit more resolved that queens and 5s could perhaps be good here. When in actuality, he's up against trips and a very sneaky check.
I like this out of KCG.
Yeah, perhaps lending the guise of it being more weighted towards some of the draws and some ace highs sometimes as well versus trips. Dvorak still likely to look to bluff catch here. And if he calls, won't be catching a bluff, even though KCG tried his best to make it look like one. And might KCG want to go big on the sizing and polarize the strength of his hand here?
Sub half pot. But the line, flat pre, barrel in position on the flop, check back when the queen paired, and now come out swinging. See whether or not Dvorak thinks KCG is bluffing.
But that sizing, that line actually looks much more like maybe 8s through 10s here. I think jacks would for sure be a 3-bet pre-flop, so that's a little bit out of the equation. Still going to get looked up.
Yeah, that bet, check, bet does get paid off. Dvorak keeping KCG honest and costing himself $150K to sleep well. Nice pickup there for Chape Gatien.
Fair fight.
Sorry?
Fair fight.
Back over to the other feature where Adamo finds himself sitting on King 8 suited against Barbero, who did call with a 10-9 and is behind on a 5-4 deuce board. Can Michael follow up on that quintuple up with a better than double? Sure rates to be the case.
At this point, I take a chop.
And running aces complete the journey.
And Adamo attempting to spin up from a small blind, basically. Now
he had 15K.
Yeah, has about 8 bigs.
200,000, just like that. Now then, KCG, a Jack-10 suited up front. Taking us up to 60,000. Ace-10 for Webster's, small blind, off of 10 bigs. Felt like this might be a spot, and indeed, Webster does deploy the full payload.
260.
Oh, Elton with the assist there. I got you, little buddy. And KCG laying it down for the extra 200 with Jack-10 suited. There was a time where we wouldn't have seen that approach.
It's a bit of a different KCG out there. Things feeling a lot more quiet in general today than day one play. Last night, late into the last couple levels of the evening, players ordering some whiskey, a couple drinks.
Are you suggesting that the
stories.
Field is hungover?
Perhaps. I mean, I know, it seemed like Dan Smith was enjoying a Macallan at one point.
Well, well.
He's got a lot to celebrate.
That he does. Webster Lim doesn't have a lot of chips, but he's going to put all of them in yet again. Lun Lun with a decision. Ace-9 suited, small blind. It's a big ask when you're sitting with just 500, staring at this 370. But nevertheless, he's going to jam over the top, and he's going to be in a great way when it gets back around after the Dvorak fold.
唔好啊，唔好又俾我啊，再俾我翻屋企啊！
And the two
Okay.
members of the Malaysian delegation,
King, king, queen, queen.
obviously no strangers to one another. Loon rooting for Webster to get a chop here.
See?
Okay.
Paired flop, but the two hearts are a problem. Gotta love Loon authentically rooting for a 6 here.
Okay.
Any 6
Queen, jack,
or the non-heart king.
king.
Third 10 would do it
Oh,
instead.
no.
7
GG.
on the end. The ace 9 continues to play. Jack or queen or ace would have worked as well. Oversights.
Yeah,
A lot of chop
34% to
opportunities.
chop going into the river.
And that will vanquish Webster Lim from this 100K. As we march on without him.
Yep. All right.
Sonny coming over to advise
We're
that
too slow or we're too fast?
We are
this
slow.
feature
We're not the slowest, but we're behind one table.
Needs to do
and then
some
there's one table behind us. So we deal
catching
two
up.
Now we're playing really
We're just about average, Elton.
28 remaining. Mike Watson, your overall chip leader. Elton, second.
I've been playing really fast.
Buldigan, Straver, and KCG rounding out your top 5. Raise and take it for Smith. Have you ever been to one of Dan's parties in Vegas that he throws? They're like sophisticated soirees. I'm sure you've heard.
Yeah, he's invited me a couple times and I haven't been able to make it. But
Me neither. But I'm dying to.
sounds like we need to make an appearance sometime soon.
It hasn't been because I'm averse to going. In fact, I'm chomping at the bit. You know, Dan actually hires local musicians.
Yeah. Mhm.
And then has a nice setup in the backyard over this place, I understand. And bit of a sophisticates playground. I'll probably be the guy that breaks out like the cornhole set and just starts tossing beanbags, you know, out of place.
Or just breaks things.
So
You
they're
might
like, did
be
anyone
that
order
guy."
DoorDash? I'm like, yeah, that's me. The Chick-fil-A? Yeah, that's me. Send it over.
Well, we know that you're a cheap invite, though, on the alcohol front.
Oh,
so
for sure.
never
Until
need
I
to worry
break the
about
fondue
you.
fountain with that beanbag, you know, that just goes a bit awry. Queen Jack suited for JNT. Going to run into DeVoris's aces here. Up to 150. Goes the 60K open.
Going for a little bit of a smaller 3-bet sizing, given JNT's stack. And for this price, JNT might be interested in calling with the Queen Jack suited. You know, even though he'll be out of position, it still feels like a nice hand, the type of hand that could crack aces.
Nice sizing choice from DeVoris, by the way, to make sure that JNT wasn't going to go anywhere. Obviously wants to take his chances in position with absolute top of range. 10-6 deuce, though. Not sure JNT's going to remain interested. And DeVoris, if he had a club in hand, would be a little more incentivized to check back. But without one, do we start to put chips forward?
Yeah, I think you're happy to, you know, go a pretty standard size here, maybe a third or a little more.
75 as he seeks to tempt JNT into some trouble. Not even at that price, though. As the Frenchman escapes. And the Canadian hauls it in. Divorce, almost $9 million in career Triton earnings, 8.8 roughly. One title, 25 cashes. Did finish 10th in that 125K main. Failed to make the final table. Bubbling that, 329,000 for the effort. Had himself an absolutely dynamite London. Four final tables in that one. Seems like having caught up to the pace, the feature is going to have the pause button pressed on it, whilst other tables elsewhere in the room will do their part to catch up to the pace here in this soft hand-for-hand phase of our Event 6, the 100K. Payouts will begin when 20 remain. At present, there are 28. $1.5 million in front of Elton. That is good for second overall. Min cash going to be $156,000 for 20th through 18th. Up at the top will be an eventual $2.9 million winner. Shortest stacks in the room belong to Ren Lin at 5 bigs. Joao Vieira, 8 bigs alongside Adamo. And then a big step up. 25th place, Christoph Vogelsang, 16 bigs. And obviously, work to be done, but not a red alert situation for him and the others above him. You know, the march to the money, a lot of times, Maria, we speculate it's going to be a slow, grindy affair, but I want to say that the last few occasions on which I've been in the booth for that phase of the program, things have accelerated toward the money bubble as opposed to slowed down.
Yeah, and as opposed to the first two big buy-in events, this one has 40-minute levels instead of 50 minutes. The average stack a little bit more shallower, currently at 34 big blinds. So I assume as we get closer to the bubble, there's going to be more of a separation between the top stacks and those at the bottom, and it could again go quicker than we would expect.
Wait a minute. Outer table action here. Looks like Joao Vieira is on his feet collecting his belongings at Showdown. He had 2 queens. It was an Ivy raise to 50. Vieira on the button jamming. Heath would make the call. Chidwick would then 3-bet out of the big. Heath would come along. It was ace-king for Chidwick and king-king for Heath, as the queens were always cooked. And Heath on a run out of king 6-5, queen 8, top set, as it's almost hurtful to put the queen out there for Joao on the turn. At least it did give him one out, but a humongous pickup for Heath, and that ought to propel him well up the leaderboard.
Yeah, looks like he's in second place now, just behind Mike Watson, who's done a nice job of holding on to that big stack.
You know, for some reason the world ever finds itself unraveling into a state of Dune, where we're all mining spice melange. I feel like Vogelsang will be just fine under those circumstances. He's already kind of well rehearsed in the protective sheathing streets.
I think Christoph might just tune in to some of the replays of the broadcast to see how many different ways you can comment on his now go-to poker uniform as
Here's
it
the
is.
thing. If I wanted to knock off a bank, that's my first man right there, Vogel. No one's ever going to be able to ID him. Wait a minute. I take that back. Everyone's going to be able to ID him because they're so used to seeing him in that kind of hooded shades. They'll be like, oh, that's Christoph Vogel saying. What do you mean we can't tell who that is? Yeah, no, he actually would make a bad pick for a co-conspirator.
And he would give you up so fast.
Oh, he's such an honest. Yeah, he's a good dude. Oh, wait a minute. Oversight on my part as Ren Lin calling for some Lady Gaga here. Danny Ting made it 60. Ren flatted. 9-6-5 board. He had the flush draw. Got the rest of his chips in, failing, though, to connect with an improvement as Danny Ting's top pair, top kicker in the form of ace-9 on the flop will claim another victim here at this table right behind João Vieira. So we creep closer and closer to that money bubble. Down to just 26. Chidwick, by the way, lost a bundle to Heath in that ace-king versus kings versus queens exchange. He's actually down to just 4 bigs. Maria Vapors.
Yeah, that was very rough as Chidwick had near $1 million at some point in the day.
Well, this is not that point.
Ivy with that patented stare, just waiting his turn.
Well, I hope by his turn you're not suggesting to get showered, as that's happened on back-to-back occasions here at this outer. Defending his big blind against a Vogel saying 50K open. Board, King 10-7 rainbow. Ivy has checked it over to Lord Vogel. And practically beating the bet into the muck is Phil. Right back on his phone. That's a guy who really needed unlimited data plans before they were a thing. I can't even imagine how much of his roll he dusted off on additional gigabytes.
It looks like Ivy's also got the laptop on the side table as well.
Stop, really? What do you suppose is going on there?
Probably just sports betting, but you know, maybe he just needs to look at the full scope of things. Mobile doesn't provide you with, you know, usually the best versions of perhaps some Google Sheets he's working with, some docs.
So you're saying it isn't Angry Birds?
He doesn't strike me as the mobile gamer type.
He doesn't strike me as the non-mobile gamer type. Complete time sink. If I want a game, there's going to be some casino chips involved, whether it be poker or other endeavors. I think that's been well established by Ivy. Although I bet you if he felt like he had an edge in Angry Birds, he'd mess around and get some action down with you.
I don't think he plays for anything less than 6 figures, so it's a little too rich.
Were you
for my
good at
blood.
Angry Birds?
No.
You played Angry Birds.
A little bit. I dabbled in Candy Crush as well.
Ugh.
But, you know, now I'm over it.
You ever play Cut the Rope?
No, but I've spent way too much on the in-app purchases.
Stop.
I needed to
You're
be
a
cut
fish?
off. I needed to be cut off is all I'm saying.
Wow.
You know how sometimes there's those apps that you download that are basically timers that stop you from going on social media for too long? I feel like I needed that for Candy Crush.
An immediate raising of the hand by producer James, by the way, apparently a customer of these sorts of apps. I've never needed anything like that. People complain because when I'm at home, I'll just leave my phone somewhere in the house and, you know, when I get to it, I get to it. course, a tough sell to Director Martins and Producer James, given the frequency with which I'm referring to my phone whilst at the desk. But
Not you,
to be
cover me,
fair,
right?
plenty of occasions on which I'm doing so in an effort to gather further intel to share with the viewers, as a couple of king 6 suiteds squaring off here on a king high flop. Kulev the opener from the button. Barbero defended the big.
Yeah, and you know, today is Sunday. The markets are closed, so
Right.
you've got a little more free time on your hands.
I feel like I'm going to have a chat with the powers that be about finding Triton locations where play takes place whilst markets are closed. Of course, then I won't sleep, but, you know. The thing is, everybody out here thinks that what we're watching on the stream is high stakes. I promise you, your boy is firing. I'm an absolute sicko. Nothing sick about the 45K bet call, though. Standard, customary, and to be expected. Both players improving kickers, courtesy of the 3.
Now the question is this a 2-street hand or a 3-street hand with the presence of all those draws?
Only Kulev knows.
Looks like very often going to be a 2-street hand, and the Jack of Clubs does fill in, you know, the Queen 10, but that's about it. You wonder if Barbera wants to maybe come with the lead here. Going to be chopping with a lot of other King X's. A couple of the missed draws possible, which you could get looked up light in the face of that.
125.
Can't blame Barbero for reaching out and touching 1 1/4 here into 250, exactly half pot as played. The king does feel quite cozy.
King.
King as well.
Kulev unimpressed by the declaration of king, as he'll roll over his own and they will carve it up. Well, guess what? The World Series of Poker is coming to Paradise, and you can qualify for a vacation package courtesy of Satellites, running now at our partners at GG Poker. Not to mention the $50 million Bounty Hunter Series. And you don't want to overlook the $1 million Flip and Go. It all happens only at the world's biggest poker room, GG Poker.
You said king is good, right?
No, I said king as well.
Daniel looked
I
demonic
thought you
in
said
that
king
last
is good.
animated
Yeah. I
bit
was
there
so
on the
happy.
Flip and
Yeah.
Goes, like possessed by the
Hi.
devil, some poltergeist stuff.
Maybe inspired by the time
Not if
where
I call you there, king is not good.
smashed his
You can call
selfie
with the jack.
stick.
I think I have like a mid
Oh, that was a
was a-
great moment.
Of course I can,
in
I'm
poker
joking.
history.
Good luck.
I mean, he could have just been
Calling you
smashing his
net.
selfie stick on account of the fact that, hey, selfie stick. Every time I see one, I want to smash it.
But you, to be fair, not the worst invention when you're traveling and
Worst
you're,
invention,
you're
Maria,
by
stop
yourself.
it. No,
I mean,
it's a shameful thing.
would you rather have to bother somebody to take a photo of you if you're sightseeing every time?
I'm just not going to do either thing. I'm not reaching for a selfie stick. I'm not bothering anyone for a photo. Flip the camera around. Even if you don't get everything you wanted into the frame, so be it. Take the pic, move on. As I did during my 10 minutes at the Great Wall of China when I realized it's just a wall.
How dare you, Ollie?
It's a wall, Maria. I don't
It is
wonder
a
of the world.
marvel.
It's
But-
a bunch
but
of
genuinely,
rocks
come on.
that got laid down a long time ago to divide one place from another, and when you get there,
You
you'll
act
realize
like it's
it.
you act like it's easy to build that type of structure in that time period.
You have 200 total,
Doesn't-
right?
I don't want to hear it.
Hard or easy, it's still just a wall and not worth the 2 hours out of Beijing and then the freezing wind chill.
You're disrespectful.
I didn't realize
We're about to fight.
you were such a champion of the Great Wall of China, Maria. This is strange. A champion of the 2-7s is Steve O'Dwyer as he rips it over this Adamo 190 of 200. Just 10K left. Ace Jack. Believe we're working with a desperate attempt to maybe deploy a little bit of time before ultimately making the call. We always knew he would. And the spin up from 15K to 200 is being threatened. 400, 35,000 in the middle. And this one would be the pot that would give Michael some breathing room. Queen, queen, 8, and now counterfeit outs to go with the ace and jack in the form of an 8 for the Dominator. Add a 9 to the mix.
Dominense no juega también aparte.
On the river.
Sí,
The
sí,
king.
Michael.
And that'll do it for Adamo. Can't even get his mic off before the seat open.
I think we need to have a talk with someone about that.
I think, yeah, like just as a matter of protocol. The seat open thing is savage. I'm right here. I'm actually still in my seat. The seat is not yet open. Jacks for Elton. You can certainly expect an open.
We will see. Yeah.
Fold it around to a small.
No. Is
it Amina? Sorry. Okay.
Raise 90,000.
Raise and take it for Elton. Now slipping to 4th overall after coming in with the chip lead today. At the start. And it looks like we've got an administrative pause on our hands as upon the departure of Michael Adamo in 25th place, just 24 remain. You know what that means? Redraw time here in event number 6, the 100K main. Line steady of 10 and 25,000 as you get one more look at that feature table chip count. Across that 6-pack, brought to you by GG Poker. Come on back to the desk momentarily. Or not, perhaps. Back in their seats, and another hand is going to get distributed. Suppose there is a need to catch up. Okay. One more hand needs to be dealt. Make things official. Elton going to be the one to open it yet again, this time from the button. Fold it around to him.
And Elton has the type of stack that as we approach the bubble can certainly start opening up his raising range, trying to put a lot of pressure on some of the shorter stacks at the table, the one that aren't able to continue very comfortably post-flop.
And he'll add additional blocks to his building. Didn't realize Elton was such an architect. He's got some design initiative in terms of his stack here today. And with that, we will officially head to the redraw. Now the chip count's brought to you by betacr.eu. Just 4 players separating us from the money here at Sporting Monte-Carlo in event number 6, the 100K. Ali and Maria back with you at the desk. Brief pause before we send the players to the break. Maria, takeaways from that first frame?
There weren't a lot of significant pots or big coolers in the sense of pre-flop collisions. We did lose a lot of players, I think that rapid pace you were talking about that we've experienced as we approach the money seems to be taking shape again here today, and now left with 24 players.
I would say that Joao Vieira and Stephen Chidwick might have a different opinion of whether or not we had big collisions, as it was the queens, the kings, and the ace-king. Kings for Ben Heath, of course, vaulting him up toward the top of the chip counts. In fact, he is your chip leader, 2.15 million in front of him. Watson in second, Elton Sang in third. I will step aside now. Henry Kilbane will be joining you at the desk on the back end of a break. Just about 10 minutes time. Don't go anywhere. Continuing coverage of day 2 of the 100K comes your way after this.
GG Poker. Wow, so many players. This is a crazy thing to do.
GG Poker
Broke the Guinness World Record.
Welcome to the World Series of Poker main
the biggest
event.
poker site.
Larger than all of GG Poker's traffic reaches all-time high. Jump, 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 jump. No
Take your game to the next level with GTO Wizard. Practice against GTO on all your devices. Study any situation using our revolutionary AI-powered solver. Upload your hand histories to uncover your biggest leaks. We have hundreds of hours of coaching from top pros, cutting-edge theory articles, and custom study plans to help guide your poker journey. GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players.
Introducing the all-new BetACR.eu, the premier destination for sports enthusiasts. What sets BetACR.eu apart is our exclusive offering of live-action prediction options on the Triton series. Experience the excitement as you predict the action while watching your favorite players live. But that's not all. By opening your account now, you can take advantage of our incredible offer. Receive a generous 15% free play on your first top-up, up to $250. Become a part of BetACR.eu and elevate your live sports engagement experience.
Love to see the non-hesitation out of JNT with that hand, recognizing what a poor spot it's in a situation such as this. And Smith does make the call here, bringing the pot to 910,000. Not at all insignificant. Consider that the overall chip leader, Elton Sang, has 1.2 million. Ace, King, 9, and the 2 10s surrounding these 5s. Bit scary on the turn. That 6 of diamonds was right in the neighborhood of the 5 that Kenny needs, which doesn't show up. So it's been a tough outing for Bryn Kenny here in Monaco.
How much is the start?
535.
570.
Alex Kulev of Bulgaria defending with the Jack-9 suited and flopping himself a flush draw up against top pair. Kulev 0 for 3 thus far at this stop. Noida following through for 30,000.
Bakulev just somebody who, you know, not only has the chops to make it deep, but can definitely win even in the toughest of fields.
Thank you.
Very sharp player.
Turn card doesn't deliver the flush, but does provide a gut shot straight draw on the back end of that check call from Kulev. He checks once more, aces up for Noida. Cozier than it was on the flop in the form of just aces.
There would have been a lot of turn cards where Noida might have just checked back and played some pot control, but certainly on this card, happy to barrel again. Likely going to size up given all of the draws possible. Two-tone now on the turn.
150. Almost full pot. A third of Kulev's remaining stack here. He does have a good chunk of equity, but is the price right, even with the implied odds?
I think this might be too rich for his blood. I think with a combo draw perhaps would be in there, but just the flush draw here. I'm sorry, an 8 as well.
5 seconds.
Combo draw in terms of having a pair to go with the flush and or straight draws?
Yeah, he's going to take his time to think about it. If you look at his stack, that's going to be a third of his remaining chips to be in there.
Owen.
And instead, he's going to take this combo draw as a check raise.
Knows he's going to have decent equity against a wide variety of Noida's kit here, and he's got 25%. 3-1 dog as he tried to power through Maher, but just too much hand there. Snap call by Noida, who has him covered by just 50K by our count. Over $1 million in the middle. One to come. Huge for both of these guys. And the 8 of diamonds. Kulev getting there both ways. And that is the decimator for Noida.
455,000.
And Noida's turn sizing designed to try to get players to fold that over and over again. He's only got a couple sentences.
I did pick out an expletive in there.
And in his spare time, Barbero also writes poetry and plays.
Enjoys
the
long walks on
zither.
the beach,
Yeah.
candlelight dinners, and back rubs.
50 exactly.
Meanwhile, it's been a less than enjoyable experience for the man he's been gabbing with, Noida. Is A7 getting showered by Kulev moments ago. Now with pocket fours, he jams under the gun. Spencer
Had a good hand.
isolating with an ace-5. 2 overs. Best case scenario
I always have king jack against you for some reason.
for Noida. Let's see if he can avoid being an early casualty here in day 2 of the 100K. Well, as if the 5 weren't enough, there's an ace coupled with it. Top 2.
6.5.
Top and bottom, rather. For Lewis, what does it matter? The 4's just 2 outs.
Ici, Maher.
And that ain't one of them.
Bonne chance l'année prochaine. Tu tombes bas? Il y a les 30K. Mais non, mais il y a
I was aware that that was a Greek curse word.
I take
And
under
I definitely
50
thought
euros.
that's what he was coming with. But as we now find out,
I know how much Nacho paid for his hoodie, and it was too much.
it's historic.
Bro, but hey,
That's a good
Steve,
deal.
I have something that you're gonna be really proud.
Yeah?
The
Refer
money.
to his-
I mean, I bought a lot of clothes when I was very, very rich with Luna Rich.
Yeah.
It's the only thing I kept.
Malaga roots?
No, it's the only thing I kept. They all went to zero anyway. And I kept, I kept the clothes at least. Think about that. The money well spent.
Yeah.
In the
Luna
background, all of a
stories
sudden, we've got the all-in.
didn't work out.
I really
quite
need
as
to get
well
a sponsor from
for
Amiri. Hey,
Barbara.
Amiri, if you're listening there, what? I have the Jack of
Take the
Diamonds.
King Jack then.
Spencer in the lead with an ace-queen against Martirosian's King Jack. And he stays that way on the ace-10
You want the queen
board.
now?
But the gutter
Not particularly.
for Martirosian,
Maybe on the river.
who was targeting that cutoff opening range.
Ooh.
Add it out.
Still don't want the queen.
Actually, we're 3 hearts. I can't fucking see anything.
King or a queen would ruin the party for Spencer. 7 of diamonds is safe, though, and he will submit for accounting and duplication. A double through. Or effectively from Barbero over to the other guy playing in the game with him.
Yeah, it doesn't feel good. It's kind of like in craps when it's kind of unspoken. Everyone's betting the pass line, and then there's that one guy
The villain.
who comes up. That's the come. Everyone's kind of looking over at him like, what are you doing? You have to share the table with the guy.
You mean bets the don't.
Right.
Not the come.
Right.
Yeah, the don't come. So Spencer, fresh
Malaka,
off of the
can we
double.
add a Malaka no style to your nickname?
Poker room.
Ace Jack turning into a Broadway gutty.
Yeah, I
Better
like
than a King High
I like
gutty.
it for Ibiza 7 p.m. I like it. Perfect. Ibiza 7 p.m. on a Sunday is perfect. Perfect shirt.
And not for 100K, you know?
I take you, Sean, don't worry. You give me some coaching, I take you, coach. I take you.
I'm happy with 20 euros coming.
You need some English coaching, buddy.
Yeah.
Hold on.
It's getting way better. Way better.
I'm happy with no expensive.
You don't like me? He knows I love him.
Adamo checking, facing a request for his remaining 90,000, and he gets it in there, Maria. Not sure this is how he had scripted his last stand. The king of clubs, the gutter. Can't imagine he's in front all that often when he makes the call, but here he is, digging in. And finding a jack on the turn. Oh my, the gut shot comes right on in. Does need to fade a king.
$90, right?
And that one isn't going to go down smooth for Lewis Spencer,
right?
but
I can give you 80 if you want.
Let me tell you
So
one
be it.
thing. I saw Adamo
Him, and I find him funny, but I've never been in like a massive spot, so I think it's hard to tell. Bobby True. He just turned up one. He just turned up one though. Yeah. He
But I
just
will
turned
say,
up one though.
O'Dwyer's opinion of Cabral
Yeah.
probably in the minority there.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
just when it goes public, I just play when I can play.
by and large, I think
Basically,
that
yeah.
which Kulev expressed
I
is an
used to
opinion
be.
shared
I see.
with respect to Cabral.
Yeah.
Not a man that makes friends. Meanwhile, Martirosian getting friendly with a couple of jacks. Juan Pardo doing the same with the suited one gapper out of the big. He defends. 110
It's
in the
weird,
middle.
'cause sometimes
Heads up.
Sometimes you burst out laughing on the
Wait, what?
when you're with him.
Oh, I'm
Top
like him
pair in a
too.
gutter is trouble
I think he's hilarious.
for Pardo.
He does have his moments.
Yeah, he's
Like when he said the only problem with David Peters is that he talks too much. That was strong.
the bit where he like tank folded.
That was strong.
When he like tank folded 6-3 off or something, blind v blind, and turned around to me on the rail and was like, "This is the greatest fold in the history of poker." After like 28 seconds.
When he was trying to be your friend, it was so funny. We're gonna be friends. So Alex was like, "No, we're not gonna be friends. We're not gonna be friends."
Martirosian. Check. No, just jamming, forgive me, in position against the lead from Juan Pardo here as we lay out and try to soak up all of the exchanges in terms of table talk. Not to be overshadowed is the action, though, as Pardo's fate here in the 100K.
Maybe better without your feelings.
Is in deep need of assistance. 5, 6, or a 7 to fight on. Can the Spaniard find it? No, it's a board pairing 3, and Malacca Styles checking out here.
Te amo. You're my favorite.
Now we see why.
Ting wanting to shove with just 5s against the up front open from Loon, and I fear that this is sometimes a move that is a little ill-advised against an under the gun, or I'm sorry, against a hijack opening range.
Yeah, regardless, 17 bigs deep, Maria. Can we play it as a call and set mine more effectively, or navigate post-flop waters on favorable textures?
I think you're too short to set mine, so I think I'd prefer the fold versus the call or the all-in.
Obviously, Loon would prefer an ace or a king on.
A very warm welcome back to the Sporting here in Monte-Carlo, Monaco. Maria Ho alongside myself, Henry Kilbay, stepping in for Ali Najad for day 2 coverage of this 100K event number 6, part of the Triton Super High Roller Series. Slightly different format, this one. The plan today is to play all the way down to a champion. So multiple interesting points along the way. Obviously, the money bubble, we're playing 20 spots here, 24 currently left. Final 2 table bubble, final table bubble, and then all the way down to a champion. But for now, obviously, our attention focused on the fact that Ben Heath has an overwhelming chip lead with 86 big blinds, just 4 off the money. What has the vibe been like out there? Are people playing a bit snug, given that this is the last big buy-in of the trip, trying to secure that min cash? Or have chips been flying, Maria?
I feel like there's actually just been some of the shorter stacks that have been forced due to their stack size to go all in and have gotten absorbed by some of the bigger stacks. I haven't seen too many big post-flop confrontations between big stacks. However, I will say, you know, both you and I were here last night when the vibe was a little more lighthearted, a little more jovial, and I would say that it's certainly gotten a little bit quieter unless you find yourself at Nacho's table, which in that case is always going to be a little bit of banter.
Nacho, KCG, Squiddy, anytime they're at a feature table, it's like, you know, we mute our mics down here. We get to just sit back and listen to them with some table talk and shenanigans, even though they're playing for 7 figures, which is the case here in this 100K, 2,880,000 going to the eventual champion. It's the UK's Ben Heath in pole position, jumping into his table, actually, feature table on the Triton Poker Plus app, table 1 with Heath with the chip lead. A couple of new timers, Benitez from Uruguay, a flag that we don't see all too often at the Triton Super High Roller Series, as he's going to be in the mix as we throw it down to the main stage. 3 tables left, 24 players remain with 20 places paid.
And looking down at some of the shortest stacks in play, actually not all that short. You know, certainly some room to maneuver in these 20 big blind stacks, but down at the bottom, we've got Lewis Spencer, shortest stack with 18 bigs, Kiat Lee, Santosh Saverna, Christoph Vogelsang, all hovering around that 20 big blind mark. Action on chip leader of the tournament, Ben Heath. Over 2 million in that stack, as you can see. Folds under the gun.
Back in action. Elton Sang. The big stack. So what we haven't seen too much of here at this trip. Steve O'Dwyer, fresh off title number 2. Kiat Lee also someone that we haven't heard too much from.
Yeah, note all 3 of the top stacks in play at the same table. Sometimes, you know, that's not the type of table draw you want, just because you want to have easier paths to abuse the bubble coming up.
And we just know, Maria, that this bubble is going to be abused. Looking at the people with the big stacks, not afraid to lean when necessary. 24 places paid. Don't forget, this is the final 6-figure buy-in of the series. 156K min cash. You have the 30K running on the side. Just 30% of the price point for this one. So the higher buy-in events kicking the series off might be the last chance for some of these players to get out of the hole. Maria, that's how ridiculous this Triton Super High Roller Series can be at times. You fire 1 or 2 in the main, couple in the Invitational, couple in the 100K, all of a sudden you're in for 700-800K. We heard Brewer say in the main event, you need to get 5th or better to break even.
Now listen, for the vast majority of these players, unfortunately, because we kicked off the series with the biggest buy-in and now kind of trending downwards in terms of the amount of the buy-ins, but lots of people going to be very stuck now trying to get back into the black.
It's safe in the booth for the most part.
Yeah.
Sometimes I catch stray bullets unnecessarily, but for the most part, it's...
And sometimes we catch some of that leftover vid you've got going.
Leftover what, sorry?
Vid.
Vid?
COVID, you know.
Oh.
It's been long enough where now people have come up with shortened versions of
Vid, okay.
the vid.
Oh, someone's getting a vid. Who's that?
That's
getting
a vid.
That's
That's
a
just
vid.
a straight social media post waiting to happen.
Who's that? Benitez, the man from Uruguay. He's doing what you do before we go live.
Oh, says the guy that
Checking the makeup.
took a video of, oh, I thought he was just taking a selfie
No,
video.
it wasn't a selfie.
No,
Just,
it was
you know,
just-
does he look good for the camera? The answer is yes. From here, he looks good.
Actually, I played with Benitez not that long ago at EPT Barcelona.
So, so he's on a European tour. Okay. I was going to say, those flights to Uruguay
Yeah.
from here, better part of 30 hours, I mean.
Yeah, he might not have gone home since then.
It's not easy to venture from that part of the world. Savannah, sub 20 on the button, fresh off that 3rd place finish. Had the chance to grab a quick word of Savannah today on break. Just loving the game. Been rewatching some of the streams. I told him about all the support that he had from the viewers around the world, becoming a bit of a permanent fixture. Celebrity. These Triton Super High Roller Series. Benitez, 4 off the money, defending with the 10-6-0. Surprised to see this defend. Feels a few pips wide.
Yeah, it does feel a little bit wide. Could be a function of perhaps what he thinks of Savarna's game. You know, sometimes against, if someone you perceive as a weaker opponent opens in late position, you might be willing to defend a little bit wider.
Well, perception versus reality, Maria.
Right.
Savarna with 5 million in Triton earnings, 1 title, 12 cashes out of the 4 stops that he's ventured out to.
Yeah, these days people shouldn't be sleeping on our man Santosh.
Santosh 3.0.
No, oh, you missed the update. I heard he's at 3.1 now.
It's at 3.1. How's that happened?
I think that happened on Randy and Ollie's watch yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, they got to go through me to get approval on that, but I'll sign off. 3.1 it is. So Watts and Ben Heath battling atop of the chip counts for pole position. For those of you just joining us, 120 runners in this 100K, generating a prize pool of $12 million. 4 7-figure payouts in this. Terrible table draw for pretty much everyone at this table. 2 chip leaders in the mix. Elton Sang, who's comfortably sat in 3rd, has the chip leader to his left and 2nd in chips to his right. Danny Tang on the health grind, ordering a green tea. Good man.
Can I have a water as well? Sorry.
You don't win today?
How do we win?
Can you remove the AirPods? Johnny Evans, please? Who is this guy?
Johnny Evans is starting?
Yeah.
Seriously?
Uh-oh.
Where's
Barbera
Varane?
and Tang. Talking about the United City game.
What the hell?
There may be some loose, aggressive plays from Tang if City get it done. Massive Manchester United fan, of course. KCG got robbed last night. Had 100K on Francis to beat Fury. Would have won 700K had that come in. And, well, depending on who you ask, but I feel like you asked the majority of people around the world, Francis was robbed, as was KCG. But, Maria, he's got more than 1,000 Bitcoin now, so
Right.
not too much empathy from us here in the booth.
Yeah, it's hard once you know that little tidbit to feel too bad for KCG. But I don't know, I'm going to have to check out this controversy that you speak of with the results of the fight last night, because you know, we talked about a bit about it before we started the day, and I'm a big Fury fan. So I'm inclined to believe that he deserved to win. Some say that that's not the case.
I logged on to Twitter for about 20 minutes, and I would say 90% of what I saw was hashtag Francis was robbed, but you know, each to their own. I'm not much of a boxing connoisseur myself, so Danny Tang, a poker connoisseur with Ace King, gonna pounce on KCG, trying to apply the pressure. Right idea, wrong timing on this bubble.
Tang with just about 40 bigs to start this hand.
Owen.
Moves it in the middle, as expected, with the Ace-King. And KCG actually taking some time to think about it with King-Jack, although I just don't feel like for that many bigs there should be much thought. You know, Tang obviously recognizing the situation with KCG squeezing in this spot, but I still don't think he's going to go too light there, being so close to the money against a stack that has him covered, and KCG is going to fold.
Yeah, hand in the cookie jar kind of moment. Feels like a little bit of saving face. It's okay to have like 3 bets in this spot. As we all know, playing the role of table captain, it's understandable. He's going to try and apply pressure. Nice little pickup there for the 4-time champ. As we have quite the star-studded lineup here. The final 6-figure buy-in event. Punat Punsri, Elton Sang, Ben Heath, and Sir Watts. The top 4 chip counts. It's Tang again. Just going to get involved against #1 on Bulgaria's all-time money list, Alex Kulev. Maria, what's it? We're just. Oh, okay.
Ooh.
Okay, J&T is just like 200K dead money.
How much is it?
20 big shove from JNT here. And if Tang decides to call here with ace-jack suited, which is certainly a candidate to make
540?
the call, JNT is going to be live against that hand, so not even a terrible spot to try to pick up all of the dead money.
Perfectly timed aggression from J&T.
Does Tang want to take this spot here? It looks like he does. It's nearly half of his stack to make the call, and he's going to be a slight favorite.
I always love the delayed show from J&T. Always has to see what his opponent has first. 1.2 million in the middle, all things considered. He's doing pretty well here. And even better now on the King Jack 7 board. #1 on France's all-time money list. Looking to extend until the Ace of Diamonds found his way to the turn. Now he's up out of his chair and he's going to be bowing out. 4 off the money. As Danny Tang scoops a monster 1.23 million chip pot. Up to 1.9 now. Moves up to 3rd in chips overall in the hunt for title #5 of the year, looking to tie Jason Kuhn's record. Long old ways to go, but he just seems so consistent this year. Can't argue with his results.
He played for Leicester. Leicester didn't want him anymore. He needed someone to train. And he asked
GG's J&T.
For now, he's just going to have to enjoy being in the #1 spot of the all-time money list for France. And wait for other opportunities to continue to pull away from Elke.
Iconic. Oh, the Sith Lord has arrived. Darth Vogel coming in with the UTG Open.
65,000.
Waiting for the graphics to catch up. Ace 8 of spades as the blinds have gone up to 15K, 30K.
So you guys gonna get smashed today?
Yeah. I mean, we could barely beat Sheffield United, bro.
You know, a 100K buy-in tournament, not enough action. Gotta make sure you've got some sports bets in on the side.
Yeah. And we could barely beat them. We needed Scotty McTominay to come on to win.
Oh yeah,
fucking hell, we are shit.
You guys on
955.
Yeah, but we're shit.
Vogel sang retaining the nut advantage, range advantage. Carl shouldn't have many 5x here. Although, certainly going to have more trips than Vogel. You know, Carl loves seeing flops in position. Both players with the backdoor. Vogel opting to check on the 955.
But perhaps respecting the strength of the range that's willing to continue pre-flop against the under the gun open, although Vogelsang does have more overpairs in this spot than KCG, as I would imagine KCG would be 3-betting jacks plus.
-2,
Vogel's slow play, or passiveness, should I say, on the flop has allowed Mamacita to find its way to the turn. 93% equity for KCG and value to be pursued. More deception.
Huh.
And it's the classic flip-flop-flip, as Randy likes to call it.
Flip, flop, flip.
The
Randy
flip
coined
flop.
it, huh?
Yeah, the flip-flop-flip.
First time I've heard of it. I'll get on board with that.
I like it. I'm a big fan. We're going to look back in 10 years at this trip. Be like, that's where Randy coined the flip-flop-flip, as Vogel converts to 7%. Finds the ace on the river.
5 seconds.
You getting your steps in over there, are you? Maria's wandered out of the booth. It's going to check through. Vogelsang with a much-needed...
Why do you always exaggerate what's happening?
You go for a
Why do you
walk,
always-
mate.
Right,
Get some
to the
steps in.
edge of the stage. I'm so sorry about that. Did you miss me already?
I did. Nice little pick up there for Christoph. The word always feels like an exaggeration. TBH.
Always or never.
Yeah.
No in between.
I want whatever Carl's chewing on. Tucking into Pleasant Mill.
Guys, 60,000.
Alex Kulev's turn to open from under the gun. Danny Tang looks interested from +1. Would be two of the strongest ranges. Kulev with bottom of range.
175,000.
Not going to have weaker hands than Queen Jack O from under the gun. Well-timed 3-bet from DT.
Yeah,
Unless... yeah. Where's the cold 4-bet?
Yeah, this is the time where you're going to start seeing the covering stacks leaning on stack sizes in the 20 to 30 big blind range, knowing that it's going to be very tough for them to continue post without having the goods.
I just realized it's 7-handed at this table. UTG 7. Queen Jacko. Take note, ladies and gentlemen. Alex Kulev. One of the best in the modern game. The year of Nacho. It's been quite the year for Barbero as well. Often overshadowed by likes of Brewer and Ike, but nothing to sleep on results-wise for Barbero.
Usually, though, with the results Nachos put up in last year, he would be far and away the winningest player of the year, but it just so happens that he's run into a year where that competition is a lot tougher than normal.
Yeah, Brewer eclipsing the 13.5 million mark. Ike eclipsing the 14 million mark. Reminiscent of Bonomo, Fedor, Coleman. Although more high rollers now in 2023, when Fedor did it back in, what, 2016, I believe.
Yeah, certainly the results feel a little bit skewed because of that in terms of, you know, buy-in relative to the amount that they've cashed for.
Massive spot
200,000.
for Vogelsang and Kulev.
How much is that?
In
200.
the big blind. What is going on at this feature table?
Sometimes the dealer's just got that hot hand.
7-handed, and we have 4 legit holdings here.
5 seconds.
See if Kulev can get away from this one. 3 off the money. UTG +1 open from Barbero, flat from KCG in the cutoff. 3-bet squeeze out of the small from Vogelsang, starting the hand with 28 bigs.
And perhaps looking like a very enticing spot for Vogelsang to take with hands weaker than kings, of course, but Kulev maybe looking to preserve his tournament life in this spot. Also maybe wondering how often people will have traps behind, which aren't very often, especially Nacho and KCG with the overcall there. The least likely, of course, to have traps.
Wow, this is high up in KCG's flatting range, let's be honest. I mean, Ace Queen certainly had options to 3-bet pre. Nacho with the no-nonsense fold.
It does feel like KCG has less of a decision, though, now that Kulev has been willing to put his stack forward as the big blind.
I'm gonna flip a coin, I think.
What did he say? I think I called it, he said.
Yeah.
Trying to get a read, perhaps, but lets it go. Vogelsang going to waste no time. Just going to double check that he has the Cowboys cards on their back. #1 on Bulgaria's all-time money list. In rough shape.
Kulev, yeah, not knowing that one of the aces is dead, of course.
Two cards to come. Running wheel cards no longer available. We'll take a 6 for a chop. An ace and an ace only for Kulev to find the double. Doesn't get there. And with that, Vogelsang going to eliminate an incredibly tough opponent in Alex Kulev while scooping a 1.3 million chip pot. Vogelsang now vaults up the leaderboard.
Wow, seems a little unfair for one of the top stacks to wake up with aces here and then to have Mike Watson right behind him finding ace queen.
It honestly feels like it's rigged, Maria.
No, don't say that. I mean, now people are just going to be less appealing to play. It's going to be less appealing for everybody to be like, well, first of all, I got to contend with these killers and you're telling me the game's rigged?
You know how they say online, you know, when these things happen online, kings against ace queen for 20 bigs. It's non-stop action, as Elton sang. Loving life here. Opening the aces and facing a 3-bet in relatively early positions.
Yeah, wondering with as deep as they are, you know, 40 bigs, not super deep, but sometimes can find a flat here if you believe Mike Watson might have quite a few 3-bet folds here, want to keep all of the worst hands in.
Third place finish in the 200K Invitational does click it. I love this sizing. I'm a big fan of this, and the thing is we've already had our fair share of viral moments with Zhang clicking in similar spots with a lot worse than aces. Flashbacks to the bubble, that invitational, that 5-bet pot against Juan Pardo, ace-queen against ace-king.
And this is where, if your reputation precedes you, like saying, sometimes you might get people tempted to put it in with worse, but Mike Watson very disciplined there on the fold.
So what's conceding the chip lead to Danny Tang after 3-bet folding the ace-queen, and, well, just looking at the Triton Poker Plus app. Had a couple of eliminations. So they saw J&T and Alex Kolev depart. Lun running ace-jack into Punat Punsri's
ace-queen.
Ace-queen.
Wow. Very nice fold.
On an outer table.
5 seconds. Raise 65,000.
So now we find ourselves on the stone bubble. Sizable min cash.
Where's your post, bro?
156,000. Wow, did hang on.
Yep. He did what you thought he did.
You don't have post, what you have?
Forrest just folding nines to a single raise. +1 against the UTG7 Open.
How much you playing?
Wow.
6,
Yeah,
7,
it
8.
feels like maybe DeVoris, you know, with the 25 bigs, might feel like at times it's going to get squeezed in that spot and then won't really have many ways forward with the hand without having to go all in, and also respecting the open from Nacho up front.
That is one hell of a fold.
This is my favorite part of the day, Henry.
I'm all here. I'm here for it.
Let the light in.
60,000.
The Barbero flopping bottom set on the ace-queen jack.
It's
Danny
golden
Tang.
hour.
It is. Those of you that aren't aware of the venue here, Sporting in Monte-Carlo, has one hell of a ballroom where we find ourselves in. You can check out all the behind the scenes of the venue over on Triton's Instagram.
Because if you touch it now, you know how the monster.
And if you want to check out some behind the scenes of me eating a macaroon, check out Henry's Instagram.
Had a very good hand.
Thanks for the plug.
I think mine was bigger.
Don't forget the underscore between Henry and Kilbane.
Mine was better. Especially on that flop. I was like, please don't have king 10.
Don't? I had king though.
2,880,000 going to the eventual champion, Punat Punsri from Thailand. Currently with the chip lead, Ben Heath in second, Sir Watts in third, Danny Tang in fourth, and Vogelsang in fifth, rounding out the top 5.
Under 2.
Of ourselves a stacked field here. Understandable, given where we find ourselves. The best of the best showing up from series to series. Hijack open, perhaps an opportunity
5 seconds.
Vogelsang to try and pounce. Will be an ill-timed 3-bet. Gonna pass up on the spot. A dead button. What does Danny want to do? As one of those all options on the table kind of holding.
Barbero could consider defending or could just pitch it. I think the earlier the opener is, you know, the more you're going to just want to fold the weak King X's. Probably defending, you know, King 8 plus there.
I feel like Barbero belongs on the front cover of a rock and roll magazine. The shades, the hoodie, the chain, the hairstyle.
He'll take that compliment. Probably going to love that.
I mean, he's a bit of a stud, isn't he? I mean, it's Barbero. We all know. Nothing new.
He's continuing against a range that can contain a lot of these suited aces. Also, some of the small middling pairs can certainly be in there. Some Broadways, suited Broadways.
Both players remaining unimproved. No backdoor spades materializing for Danny. So Heath wants to proceed against the small blind flatting range. Got to be beating a lot of hands. With the ace queen has decent showdown. Being a lot of the ace X. That flat, well, all of the ace X. Danny Tang never flatting ace king out of the small.
5 seconds.
Attempt to check this one down as bingo. DT rivering the will. It's going to be chip leader at the end of this hand. 4 titles already this year. Be quite a way to wrap up 2023 with a victory here in this 100K.
320.
320,000.
Comes out with the pot size probe, and unfortunately for Tang, Heath with just ace high, a potential bluff catcher.
Yeah, there is that missed flush draw from the flop. Tang could be calling from the small blind with some of the suited combos, of course, you know.
When we
9-8
played
suited,
baseline game.
10-9 suited, ace-X suited. So maybe looking to try to represent some busted flushes with that polarizing sizing, but just not enough hand there for Heath to call with.
Danny Tang, Stone Bubble of event number 6. 100K 8 max here in Monte-Carlo. The final 6-figure buy-in of the Triton Super High Roller Series in Monte-Carlo. Currently battling for the chip lead with one of his best friends, Punat Punsri from Thailand. Currently sits in second. The only 2 players with more than 2 million. We are on a $156,000 money bubble. Saw that incredibly disciplined fold from Taurus just a few hands ago. The pocket nines, I feel like I would have been showered in that spot, Maria, for 20 bigs.
Note how wide Danny's opening now on the button, 1 away from the money with the overall chip lead in the tournament. But this is a gin flop for Dvoris with top 2.
More importantly, Danny Tang has a piece, and a significant piece, in the form of top pair. Be expected to bet with range, as Maria alluded to, the loose open on the button. Tournament chip leader. Now with ICM, I have to ask Maria, 156K bubble, feels like a lot of hand.
Yeah, it does. And Dvoris just making the call there, you know, perhaps on some safe turns, could find a way to put more chips in, but that is not one of them. Virtually a bluff catcher now with 2 pair. As Danny, good news is he actually has enough of a hand, I think, to win at showdown sometimes if he chooses to check back here. You know, not such a weak hand that he might feel more inclined to turn into a bluff here, or to feel like he has to bluff in order to win.
4-liner on board. Did check through on the turn. Dvoris will win at showdown, unless Danny Tang decides to turn this Queen 4 into a bluff and gets Dvoris to fold the winner. What a day of poker we had to have ahead of ourselves here. Dvoris reaching for blocking chips. A little 45,000 into 3, 4, 5. 15% thereabouts.
And Danny again with enough of a hand where, you know, perhaps can call here. There's such a small bet on the end. Just in case.
Executed to perfection.
You know, and that's why you fold the 9s. Dvoris knew that there's going to be better spots.
He did. How about this spot? On the bubble, the young pro from the UK, looks like Lewis Spencer, the player all in with the ace-10 of spades against Punat Punsri's King Queen O. Spencer open jammed from +1. Punsri calling from the big. Safe flop. Jack 5 deuce, 3 hearts as spades rolls off on the turn. 6 outs once for number 1 on Thailand's all-time money list to get us into the money, as the Queen of Diamonds, the paint that Punsri was looking for, to shower Spencer in 21st place. And with that, means the remaining players all guaranteed another 6-figure cash. 156,000 guaranteed for the remaining 20, but Spencer with another brutal exit from the Triton Super High Roller Series. Had a hell of a run in, I want to say, the 125K main event, where he was kind of tied for the chip lead alongside Adrian Mateos, as we give a special shout out to the exclusive staking partner of Triton, PokerStake.com. Scan the QR code on your screens or head over to PokerStake.com and get involved, ladies and gentlemen. so many results for viewers around the world who managed to snag some of Michael Soy's action, some of Fedor Holz's action, Michael Zhang, Espen Jorstad. Multiple occasions we've had viewers letting us know how they managed to snag a small percentage of some of their favorite players who then went on to win big at the Triton Super High Roller Series. Do let us know if you managed to swipe a piece.
Did it burst?
Yep.
Yeah. Oh.
So, we're in the money. The final six-figure buy-in of the series, that 30K, event number 7, already has 88 entries. Another monster field. Level 5. What an insane turnout. So, multiple levels of late reg. Francisco Benitez.
And we're actually seeing some new faces, you know, pop up towards the back half of the schedule, Henry. You know, some of the players maybe opting out of the bigger buy-ins of the 6 figures, but happy to play all of the 5-figure buy-ins.
The cheaper stuff. The cheap stuff.
Cheap is so relative.
You know, what's 5 or 6 figures between friends? Same thing. Francisco picking up an open-ender, opting to not barrel. Going to try and get there instead. Does not. So what's correctly called with the ace high on Jack 6 deuce. Turn went check check. Now rivering nut third pair. Mandatory bluff here with the king queen.
Yeah, and I'm even a little surprised to see Benitez not go ahead and just barrel the additional equity on the turn and just ends up giving up.
Content to just try and realize and get the king high to showdown.
Yeah.
Last person in?
Last person.
Sounds
Maybe
like
I will be the last person in the tournament.
Santosh was the last person in. 120th
Yeah, but he's like 80%.
entry into this 100K as he was busy battling it out three-handed with Adrian Mateos and Mateus Eibinger in that main event. Has hopped into this and he's locked up another cash.
Nice when the max late reg works out.
Max late reg also working out for Phil Ivey. Currently 9th in chips. 36 big blinds. We saw him jump in late last night. 100K in exchange for 25 bigs.
I've got to agree with chat. Let's see Ivy on the feature. Huge fan, favorite.
Made a deal with Ivy. Said, Henry, the bright lights, cameras get a bit tiring. He said, I'll save it for the final tables. All right, he said, you'll see me at the final table. And I believe him.
But then people can wait pay drums.
Yeah, hasn't had results up front in this series, but always a contender, of course.
Saving it for the 100K.
Watson raising it up from the small blind with 10-8 off. The Dwyer going nowhere with the 10-7. Happens to be dominated, though. Probably oftentimes calling because he presumes he's going to be live in this spot.
Steve O'Dwyer. That profile picture. Triton champion cap. Proudly walking around
The victory beard in that photo.
The victory beard and the bouquet of flowers presented to him by the Triton team. Kate, Maya, Tiana, and Carla. You know, a man should be bought flowers every now and then. It's 2023, Maria.
Oh, for sure. I mean, Ali got sent flowers this trip.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Do tell.
Oh, I mean,
Secret admirer or a stalker?
I think this one was just an open admirer, you know, somebody back home. But there was no card, so in the beginning, Ali wasn't sure if it was a stalker. And who could blame Ali for having stalkers? The man is...
It's like a bit cautious as to whether or not to smell the flowers. Perhaps some cyanide.
Yeah.
Kind of, yeah.
Just some anthrax sprinkled in between the petals.
Has it gone to -1? No, but there's a line.
Wow, I didn't know that. Okay. Ali getting flowers sent to Monte-Carlo. The man's got moves. To the turn we go. Forrest checking back the ace-king, understandably so, on the 7-5 tray. 185,000 out there. Vogelsang finding the 3-outer on the flop. We are in the money. Lewis Spencer, the young up-and-coming. I say up-and-coming, he's already well established. Bowing out in 21st place. Meaning that we are all guaranteed $156,000. Some people in profit, others in for a few bullets. All eyes on the top prize of 2.88 million. So unless you fired, you know, 29 bullets in this 100K, taking it down should be a profitable day.
Yeah, luckily it wasn't a flip and go, so would be tough to do otherwise. Divorce with a delayed c-bet here, trying to attack some of these weak one pair holdings. You know, with the check twice, Vogelsang can definitely have 3x, 5x, 7x's.
Kick would be a disaster for Double D. Fortunately, doesn't get cooled. It's going to lose this pot unless somehow he can bully his way to victory. It feels unlikely on this run out.
Yeah, Vogel's going to have some pair and straight draws that he continues with on the turn, so this is probably not a great card, all things considered. Can also have rivered some two-pair combos as well.
King 7.
Darth Vogel up to 1.8 million. Up to 5th in chips.
And I have to say, I am rooting for Vogelsang because the man has not been able to break through here in the form of a title, but a very well-respected player, has had so many big results over the years in other series, at other stops, but has felt like, you know, and I've only been here a short while, but from what I've seen in London, ran pretty badly in some really big spots towards the back end of tournaments where it really matters.
Yeah, I mean, he final table bubbled the 250K Luxon Invitational, played a massive hand on that FT bubble against Bryn Kenny, who then went on to win it. So it just goes to show, you know, Pretty much can boil down to one big hand difference between 10th and 1st. Did cash someone for 575,000. Also cashed 200K out there in London. 13th for 325K. And again, bang on the money, Maria. Deep run, but towards the final table, just coming up empty. First joined us in Macau 2017.
And, you know, despite maybe what people might think of the time that he takes to act and, you know, his whole table garb, Christoph is just genuinely such a nice, good person, I feel like. And if you know him away from the table, I think he's just hard to not root for.
100%. Couldn't put it better myself. Good friends with Talal Shakurchi. Two of the nicest guys in the game is Double D.
Oh, yeah.
To check back.
Talal, actually, I saw him in Vegas at the Poker Go studio after London, and he was so grateful for all of the kind words that we spoke on the broadcast, and he was saying, you know, he heard the whole, like, Talal Shakurchi fan club bit, Shakurchi merchy bit. He was very, he was very gracious
is
about
he
all that.
investing in Shakurchi merchy?
You know, that's a good question. One that I should have asked, but I had a feeling he would be interested.
We just, what was it we agreed upon? 150K, 200K we're trying to crowdsource? Just a buy-in for him.
And I also feel like it'll easily sell out. We'll do them in drops, you know, like the big brands, like Nike does, you know, sell a limited amount at a time, have people yearning for more, waitlisting immediately.
Deliberately crashing the landing pages of our merchandise is Kiat Lee. Happy to spin the wheel against Artur Martirosyan inside the money. Blind v blind. Started the hand with 14 bigs. 800,000 in the middle. No results for Kiat here in Monte-Carlo, part of the Malaysian contingent. Flopping the 2 overs and gut shot. Doesn't come into fruition on the 3 of clubs turn. Artur looking to fade a queen, jack, or a 9 to eliminate Lee. As the Queen of Hearts rolls off on the river, and Mr. Consistent in the highest buy-ins doubles up. As we head back out to the red feature table, Dvoris in a precarious spot here with a couple of 7s, hearts breaking, all of the straight draws breaking, although he's blocking some of those gut shots. Danny Tang did probe on the 10 of clubs turn. Board pairing river. DT asking for 275,000 into 395.
Dvoris blocking 8-7.
Oh, he's going to look him up, and Danny Tang just seems to consistently find ways to get paid. Sized it to perfection as he retakes the chip lead. Top of the chip counts, overtaking Punat Punsri in pole position. More action over on table 1. So Watts, O'Dwyer, Artur. Gonna pitch the 7-4 on the button. Lee in the small with an ace. Savannah shorter stacked behind in the big. As Lee just jams. Nice couple of hands there for Kiat. Part of the ever-present Malaysian contingent at the Triton Super High Roller Series. I'm trying to think of a series where part of the Malaysian crew haven't taken down a title.
It's your workout?
Benitez at this feature table. $0 in Triton earnings from the 125k main and the 25k turbo. Getting the monkey off his back here in this 100k, guaranteed 156,000. Man from Uruguay, venturing out to a Triton Super High Roller Series for the first time. So it was a relatively quick bubble. We had 3 tables of 7. Lewis Spencer, the bubble boy, courtesy of Punat Punsri converting his 6 outs on the river. King Queen getting there against his ace-10, but now inside the money, no one really budging. Although Arthur did his best to dispatch of Kiat Lee.
Yeah, the same payout for the next 2 eliminations as well. I believe actually 17th is where there's going to be a small prize jump. Next 3 eliminations, actually.
Well, we've got ourselves an elimination. Hang on. Oh, Dan Smith. Just not seeing the 10 of clubs. Thought it was the 10 of spades. GG's, Mr. Smith. Went for the old stop and go out of the big blind, defending with the Queen 6 of spades. Got it in good on the Jack 6-5 all clubs board, but couldn't hold against VBV's ace of spades, 10 of clubs as the 3 of clubs, but a 4 flush out there on the river. As Dan Smith adds another cash to his incredibly impressive Triton track record, fresh off that dub in the $200,000 Triton Invitational. Just $15,000 shy of 18 million in Triton earnings now is Dan Smith. 15 cashes, 1 title. What an insane resume that man has. We moaned it in. We moaned in an elimination.
I wish it were that easy. You know, some of the later nights, if only we could be like, well, I think it's time. Let's wrap it up.
Aces into kings into queens.
Ooh.
Ace-9 into kings. Is that a thing? Savannah is short.
Yeah, 13 big blinds. Hijack versus cutoff. Also depends on if you think Savarna is going to be shoving a little tighter and a little narrower against an open than standard. Ace-9 definitely going to be closer against some opponents than others.
Really annoying spot for Lee. Wouldn't fault him for calling as he does. Slide a stack of white chips forward, giving Savannah credit for those suited broadways, weaker ace-X that he's going to be in great shape against. Unfortunately, running into top of range, but still has 28% equity here. Pre-flop, no longer the case on the Queen 8-5. Doesn't pick up any additional equity on the turn. Going for the prepay Maria. Trying his best to jinx it. Doesn't work. The deuce-deuce run out as Savannah, last man to register this 100K, is building a stack in the money.
I feel like the prepay is a good trick. I'd say it works about 70% of the time. It's definitely worth trying.
I think you've really got to mean it. You can't be deliberately trying to jinx it, you know. You've got to be like, okay, right, sure. Yeah, I've lost this one. Start paying it out. It's got to really come from deep down. That prepay from Ketley felt a bit lazy, a bit sloppy. As the blinds increase to 20,000, 40,000, 40,000, big blind ante. Danny Tang, way out in front. 32 big blind average now. Elton Tang, fresh off of a 7-figure score in the 200K Invitational. To bump things up with the Queen Six of Spades. Two-time Triton champion, O'Dwyer. Gonna defend the diaper, not the dirty variety. It is 3 deuce, right?
Yeah.
Dirty diaper. This is the clean one.
I feel like we've got to be a little more creative than that. Yeah, I get it. If it's suited, then, you know, maybe opposite of dirty, but...
Diamond diaper?
Double D... No, we already called it... No.
That's Daniel Forrest's nickname. Wow, this is so awkward and uncomfortable.
I'm coming up empty here.
Same.
I really thought that you were going to swoop in with something.
Just goes to show how creative we are.
We've used up all of our creative juices on thinking about what we're going to dress up as on Halloween. So people have to understand that we have put a lot of thought into it, and we still...
David and Victoria Beckham.
Still got nothing.
Oh, okay. I was going to come as David Beckham.
Yeah, that shouldn't be too hard to pull off, right?
Well, the world's most handsome man. Don't know, it's not easy.
That documentary on Netflix actually was pretty entertaining, and you know, I never really knew much about Beckham's story or even knew what his personality was like, but definitely seemed like a Renaissance man of sorts from the documentary. He actually does a lot of cooking, has a full-on chef's kitchen in this back house type area. It was actually showing some OCD tendencies as well, saying how he likes his closets organized, you know, by color, and how he notices when something's missing or
perfectionist.
If something's moved, you know, from one place to another. Yeah, for sure.
I mean, it makes sense when you can bend it like Beckham, one of the best free kick takers of all time. How many hours and hours and thousands of practice free kicks did he take to perfect that? So, doesn't surprise me. And so Dwyer flops a straight draw and a flush draw, unfortunately for him. Arthur with just 8 high, but perhaps going to pick up some much needed chips here as he does just come out firing.
Really?
Right, remember.
Several people in the field with sub 15 big blind stacks. We saw Steve O'Dwyer there. Daniel DeVoris, second from the bottom in chip counts at 13 bigs, and Kiat Lee down to 12 bigs as well. Varna had that nice double spot with the kings and now picking up a suited ace from under the gun. Certainly type of hand that you could consider opening for a min raise, but you can also fold if you feel like you're going to be met with a lot of aggression behind you. Certainly with this type of table draw with some big stacks in play. Going to be conservative with his opening range, and good timing as well, because Sang now making it 80K from the hijack with queens.
So Watts has been picking his spots to apply pressure pre. Not the case here. Going to flat call. Once bitten, twice as shy, perhaps, as he had to 3-bet fold the ace-queen on the bubble to Elton Sang, who's woken up with another premium. Gonna go 3 ways to a flop. Kiat Lee in rough shape, about as rough as it gets, 3 ways. And well, perhaps 1 foot out of the door now on the 9-5-4, connecting with top pair. Elton's got the goods, overpair with a diamond.
Yeah, and a lot of times with Lee's hand and the stack he has behind, probably going to be looking to just check jam a lot of the times against the C-bet coming out of Sang here. Watson can certainly turn some backdoor equity. Does he want to continue against a 3rd pot size bet here?
Gets awkward in a sandwich here, right? But look at this. So Watts gonna float in position. Maria, your spidey senses are on point. What do you do in Lee's shoes now?
I feel like it just makes it so much more profitable to jam here for protection, hoping that your opponents just have overcards in this spot, perhaps some flush draws in the mix.
There's the announcement we were all expecting. That little overlay of 100K with the Sir Watts flat, making it all the more appetizing for Lee.
Now you wonder,
jam.
Yeah, if Sang wants to just ISO here, shut out Mike behind him. Already would be committing about 40% of his stack for the call.
All you can eat from Elton Sang, who's going to get it in great shape against his good friend, Kiat Lee. Good news for Lee is we are in the money. Bad news is he has 17% and one of his outs is dead. So Watts pitched the King Jack. So 4 outs twice. Reduced to once. 3 of clubs on the turn. As Lee does not improve across turn and river, and with that we have our 2nd elimination inside the money. Was the shortest stack in the field. Going into that hand, another one of those names often brought up by us in the booth of best without a title. 16 cashes, 6.3 million in earnings. So many crossbars this year. with multiple final tables, multiple top 5, top 4 finishes. Maiden title will have to wait for Kiat Lee as we work our way down to the first pay ladder of this 100K. 18 left. There's an $18,000 ladder between 18th and 17th. 156,000 guaranteed.
Back in the game.
You never left the game, Elton. Come on.
United's actually playing pretty well.
I wanted to bet United 6-1, and you changed my mind.
It's okay, it's still 0-0. Still.
No, I know.
Back to this star-studded table. I mean, Forrest, Barbero, Tang, Vogelsang, Strava, Heath. How many millions of dollars have been won by this click?
5 seconds.
Kicking off with that man on your screens right there. Christoph Vogelsang, one of the most decorated players the last decade. Barbero perhaps gonna run into it here. Does have a rejammable hand out of the small against a cutoff open. And he's gonna go for the double-fisted jam for 18 base. Oh man. I love both of them. I don't want anyone to lose this hand. Can they just chop it up? Can we just get a 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 board?
It doesn't matter. They make them catch up.
So no one can have a ladder? You have king queen?
They make them catch up, and then if like someone else busts, you just split it.
Oh, there we go.
No, I was laughing because you pushed your stacks, and like every like 5 centimeters you moved, a chip would get left behind. I know you left the first one on purpose.
I'm glad we're all laughing, you know.
Pass it, come on, Rashford, let's go. Oh my
Barbero is
days.
more interested in the United City game. Vogelsang, stoic as ever, just patiently waiting to see all 5. As it comes, Queen high and again. Vogelsang deep in a big buy-in event at a Triton Super High Roller Series.
Seems like we were just saying.
Barbero doing the dirty. For no fault of his own, took the rejam, as would most in that spot, but when does it end for Vogelsang?
I'm even annoyed for him, and I'm not even the one playing. A little minimum celebration from Barbero. Not sure if it's because he won the hand or if it's because
Did Rashford
perhaps,
score?
Yeah. Hard to say.
Maybe it's both. Oh, the ladies love him. There we go.
They fucking love. It's crazy.
We figured it out.
I would have bet all
Knew
my-
it was
my
coming.
money
It's got chirping chips now.
Why didn't you say that before the hand end?
I didn't
You would have won a
want
lot
to-
more
didn't
money.
want to jinx it.
I didn't want to jinx
You would have won a lot of
TV,
money, man.
On TV, bro. You know how fucking superstitious I am. But I knew 100% that it was
It's
coming.
true.
Like
It's
100%.
Argentinian.
Like when the other day I knew 100% I was busting kings to tens, that I knew it. This one I knew 100%.
Why did you play the
Next time you
tens
type
then?
it down or something.
No, I had kings. But I knew 100% I was going to lose the hand.
So then why did you play them?
Because I didn't see what the other guy had till he called my all-in.
Oh, okay. That makes sense.
But I'm kind of like, have like weird feelings about some hands and some others.
That
I
is
know.
some
It's
perfectly
very
executed sarcasm from Boris.
Yeah, and I'm sure Vogelsang really cares to hear this post-mortem.
So, Why did you call all in with kings if you knew you were going to lose?
Rather than the.
Should I write them?
Yeah,
No,
you
no,
type it
you
down.
should announce them.
You should type it down.
That's fair.
By the way, I saw the other day I was going to win.
And broadcast it.
The win flip, and I didn't. So.
That is fair. I have
that
to agree
happens
with Ben
with
and Daniel here. You can't say, I knew it after the fact.
Oh my
Hindsight's
God.
a beautiful thing.
Oh my god, wow. What a ball.
I love that Forrest and Heath
I would have
tag team
never
there.
make this bet. It's going to be all you, or I'm going to be really mad at you for 50K.
Meg, can you just go and give Volgo a hug, Maria?
Be mad.
Why?
Be mad, it's okay.
I mean, after you're right though. Like the defense is like just like.
Well, we'll get back to the Barbero show in due course. O'Dwyer, fresh off that second title in the 25K. Getting involved from early position here. I love the way Elton stacks his chips.
Bit of a architect here.
Yeah, it's like he's slowly building the Colosseum. Sang gonna just defend. Forget this is six-handed as things stand. 18 left, 3 tables of 6 on the first pay jump.
Could spell trouble for Sang with the inferior kicker in this spot, but also type of texture that you expect the pre-flop aggressor to see bet at a pretty high frequency. So not going to be behind too often, especially against a hijack opening range. Sang does have some backdoor possibilities to improve.
Yeah, feels like an inevitable showering of Elton here on this board texture. Just gonna call, perhaps gonna be saved by the run out. Form of scare cards. That's not one of them, but it does now present additional outs for Elton. He was hunting for a 4.
And you wonder, as this board continues to get a little more coordinated and a little more draw heavy, if O'Dwyer wants to charge a bit more against some of these flush draws, straight possibilities. Two-tone on the turn now.
.320 out there, SPR of 1.5. Dwyer be happy to get this in across 2 streets. Betting 200,000 into 320. What does Sang want to do? Does he just want to get it all in right now and run it? Never folding on the river. Does he want to let O'Dwyer blast off with hands like King Jack, King 10? Small pocket pairs.
Yeah, Sang certainly have all the options available to him, it would seem. Would be pretty insane to fold, but also isn't sure if he were to put the rest of the chips in, if O'Dwyer has a lot of hands that are going to fold. So looks like he's just going to come with the call and hope to improve on the river.
How many times at the highest stakes do we see these kind of hands play out and hundreds of thousands of dollars of equities shifting at the turn of a card. Sang backing into the nut flush. 720 in the middle. O'Dwyer with 280 back. Elton extends the invitation to O'Dwyer to play for it all. Will O'Dwyer take the bait? It's not even bait at this point. I mean, you have ace-jack.
Right. And you would have thought that if Sang had flopped 2-pair or turned 2-pair, he might have just asked for all of it on the turn. So if O'Dwyer decides to just put the rest in, just hoping to get called by worse ace X's.
All you can eat minus 5K as Sang does snap jam over the top, and O'Dwyer going nowhere. Flicks in the call. 1.28 million chip pot. Going Elton Sang's way, and again building a big stack here in Monte-Carlo. In a bigger buy-in event is Elton Sang. As we lose O'Dwyer in 18th. We'll collect 156K.
I'm not allowed to just call there.
For his efforts.
Right?
I don't know.
Come on, everybody.
Some discussion between
Running good.
Sang and Sir Watts about just calling and leaving O'Dwyer with the 5K back. I'm not sure as to
That's me. That's
why
me.
that would even be a thought. Fairly sure you're not allowed to flat call with the nuts in position.
Usually, at least TDA rules state that that would be a penalty to just call with the nuts, although I feel like maybe that's in position. I'm not sure. He was out of position in that hand. Maybe that matters, but either way, Sang, who started the day as the chip leader, back up to second in chips, just slightly behind chip leader Danny Tang.
Yeah, if my auntie had wheels, she'd be a bike.
Wow. Cooler here. Savarna v. Benitez.
Triton debutante from Uruguay. It's got a 3-bet, get it in. Button v cutoff, as cold as it gets at this stage of the tournament. Probably comes as no surprise to the viewers at home. Just been non-stop action. Hand v hand. Feels like every hand there's a cooler being pitched out there.
And normally after we reach the money, of course,
I think you do.
there's usually a little bit of a flurry of bust outs from some short stacks, but here we're just seeing some middling stacks get it in purely based on the strength of their cards.
I don't know.
Savarna happy about the spot he's found himself
I don't know
in.
if you're like allowed to do that. That's considered like soft playing, right?
Yeah, maybe.
Like I don't know if that's the real. We should ask the tournament director.
Weird, yeah. The leaving one chip behind stuff gets really weird when there's final table and like considerations like that involved.
Ace-7 deuce. Savarna has the diamonds covered. 2 cards away from a monster double up. Until the Jack of Clubs found its way to the turn, as you hear. So what's saying? Not even the Jack of Diamonds to give Savarna the diamond sweat. As Benitez
So unlucky.
converts the 2 outer deep into this 100K. Savarna, who was 1 card away from playing 15 million chips three-handed in the main event to then get a straight flush rivered against him. Now getting two outed with 17 left. As Vogelsang is playing a precarious one here. Just 5 high. Strava going nowhere. 780 in the middle. Now to reiterate the action of this one, Strava limped from the small blind. Vogelsang 3x'd out of the big, started the hand with 21. Went check, bet of 90k, call on the 9-8 queen board with 2 hearts. 7 of hearts on the turn, Strava checked. Vogelsang bet 160, Strava called. Now the 10 of spades on the river with 780 in the middle and 425 back. Vogelsang facing a third check in front of him.
5 seconds.
See that this would work, Maria. Sorry, apologies for cutting you off.
It's okay, just don't do it again. Naturally, when you show up at the river with 5 high, of course, it does feel like you are inclined to go for it. Strava, as played, certainly can have a lot of 2-pair combos, some flushes as well. There's just so much coordination on this board that could very well favor somebody who calls 2 streets, but Vogelsang, what an animal.
Absolute beast, perhaps not doing too well in the all-in situations, getting it in good and deck not cooperating with him, but you can't take away the heart this man has to fight for every pot.
Strava doesn't block any hearts, so wondering if flushes are possible, but also maybe some offsuit combos of just, you know, the ace of hearts or the king of hearts that's missed.
Would be quite the hero call on this board, given the action. Strava limped. Vogelsang made it 120. Call. Check call on the queen 9-8 2 hearts board. Strava checked again on the 7 of hearts turn, called an additional bet of 160,000. And now on the 10 of spades river, Vogelsang has emptied the clip. And you've got to give credit to Johannes, by the way, for taking this long as he pitches the king 9 and Vogelsang gets through perhaps the bluff of the tournament. Back up to 1.2 million as we now head towards the final 2 table rebalance.
And for some of the people in chat that may not have been the biggest fan of Christoph, just based on, you know, the time that he takes to act sometimes, I feel like he's changing your mind right now with that play. It's hard to not be a fan of somebody who's willing to go for it there.
The man just has so much heart.
Show some love for
that was
just a
sick
German
bluff.
crusher who has been on the scene for a long time.
How much do you like Ten Hag?
Continues to play
I still
above
think
the
he's
rim.
I think it's really good. It's just like half of the team each way.
Such a sick bluff. How do you get to that river?
No relevant blockers.
Anthony,
It's just like, whatever.
Like, you know what?
Hoyland, no service.
Strap yourselves in, ladies and
Casemiro,
gentlemen.
below
I'm all in.
form. Varane injured.
Well.
Martinez injured.
Sure, the best you
174,000 guaranteed for these final 16. As we will be rebalancing.
One of the most important, I think.
100%.
I mean, Lisandro being out is really bad.
Feels like it's
Lisandro is just like
one of the bluffs of the series. I'm trying to think back. Remember Dan?
What are your white stacks?
Dan Smith.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I thought you'd stack them.
A huge bluff in the 200k against Fedor Holtz with King Deuce of clubs. This one, different scenario, but
like even when he played, he was not very
certainly up there.
Last season was amazing.
Yeah, last season he was unbelievable.
Just finding out from producer James Dempsey that we've reached the final 16. There will be a final two-table redraw. We're just catching up with the soft hand for hand. Another one of those brilliant ideas from Triton to keep it fair across the board, just ensuring that everyone plays an equal amount of hands, removes all of the pre-flop tanking nonsense and trying to delay for ladders and whatnot. No, we keep track of every hand. Sang the 3x out of the small. Unable to shake off the tournament chip leader, as it is Hong Kong currently 1 and 2 here in Monte-Carlo, as DT flops best on the King Queen 5.
Mind you, almost scored.
Nacho trying to, I don't know, distract Danny whilst he's in a hand. And then Manu almost scored. Danny too interested in the current situation he finds himself in. All business, as always, is DT. Turn card.
Yeah, I mostly watch hockey. It's just like in a bad time zone for me to watch EPL. A lot of the games are in the morning.
Saddle. Two-tone ball texture on this turn. Gets awkward with the ace-jack of hearts now. Gonna have the best hand a decent amount of the time, but
And you wonder if Tang wants to go ahead and bet his pair of queens now, or wants to exercise a little pot control here. Doesn't have a great kicker here with the queen, of course. Some better queen X's that would have raised pre and perhaps bet the flop. Might have checked the turn and have him out-kicked.
Well, a full-time champion and #1 on Hong Kong's all-time money list is going to extend his lead atop of the chip counts here. I don't think there's ever a world in which that is folding unless Vogelsang goes huge. 450 out there. Ace-jack with more than enough showdown value. And now Danny facing a second check. Is there now value to be pursued, perhaps?
Certainly a case to be made for that with a couple of the busted draws. Didn't come in on the river.
$200.
40% on the river. And even with ace-jack high, it feels uncomfortable for Vogelsang. As Maria alluded to, those draws bricking. The 10-9s, Jack-10s, Jack-9s clubs. Some weaker ace-X floats, perhaps.
Yeah, unblocks some of the draws, but not all of them.
This isn't posturing from Vogelsang. He's giving Danny Tang credit for having bluffs here.
Yeah, and Vogelsang obviously earned those chips the hard way, not wanting to part with them too hastily here with just an ace-high call-off.
Really did earn them the hard way. One of the bluffs of the tournament as he does pitch it. Danny Tang extends his lead.
One more hand, guys.
Pole position here in Monte-Carlo. Not for the first time. 6th in that 200K Triton Invitational.
Thank you.
Came in with purpose to this series to dethrone Jason Kuhn, Triton 5-time champion this year. As you can all pick up some of the same swag that some of the best players in the world rock. I believe Danny Tang actually rocking some Triton merch right now. Learn more by typing !giveaway in the chat, scan rather the QR code on your screens to take part, to stand a chance to pick up a piece of free Triton merchandise as Voris activates with the jacks from under the gun.
Can't get better than free 99, so why wouldn't you?
Don't do it, Vogel.
Raise to 210,000.
He's going to do it, and he's going to be priced in. Giving Voris credit for raise folds off of 14.
Yeah, and this is just a little unfortunate for Christoph to run into a real hand, as DeVoris certainly will have quite a bit of raise folds off of 14 big blinds, and they're 6-handed as well, so.
Music to the ears of Dvoris. Vogel asking for a count. Facing the 4-bet jam. I think we can ever fold after 3-betting to 210,000, 550 back.
555, right? 555.
Just looking over at the clock. 340 to win 860.
That was the idea.
Makes the call, Maria, as
all in the call.
Head, the flop, turn, and river. Vogelsang looking to suck out on Dvoris with the ill-timed 3-bet priced in to make the call. Has 32% equity. None of those draws showing up on the flop. Heartless Queen-6 deuce. As the 8 of diamonds on the turn now reduces Vogelsang to 2 outs, looking for a black ace. Not to be this time, as Didi on the spin. Up to 30 bigs, and it's been a swingy couple of orbits for Christoph.
Yeah, you can't really blame him again for taking that spot, but it's just unfortunate to end up being priced in, looking for a 3-outer that did not appear. Now down to 11 big blinds.
Can we get a heart rate monitor on some of these players, specifically Vogelsang? I mean, seems composed as always, but surely that heart rate just going through the roof with that 5-high bluff against Johannes Schraber, and that all-in against Daniel Dvoris. Danny Tang leading the field, not only at this feature table, but the entire field. Chip leader overall of 70 big blinds, 16 remain here in this 100K. We are heading into a short 3-minute break, so don't go too far. Final 2 table redraw. We're going to have things balanced, and when we come back, playing down to the final table in event number 6 here, the 100K APEX. We'll see you very shortly.
GG Poker.
Why so many players?
This is a crazy thing to do.
GG Poker.
Broke the Guinness World Record.
Welcome to the World Series of Poker,
the biggest poker
Now
site.
larger than all other GG Poker's casting traffic reaches all-time high.
Chop, 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 chop.
Take your game to the next level with GTO Wizard. Practice against GTO on all your devices. Study any situation using our revolutionary AI-powered solver. Upload your hand histories to uncover your biggest leaks. We have hundreds of hours of coaching from top pros, cutting-edge theory articles, and custom study plans to help guide your poker journey. GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players.
Introducing the all-new BetACR.eu, the premier destination for sports enthusiasts. What sets BetACR.eu apart is our exclusive offering of live-action prediction options on the Triton series. Experience the excitement as you predict the action while watching your favorite players live. But that's not all. By opening your account now, you can take advantage of our incredible offer. Receive a generous 15% free play on your first top-up, up to $250. Become a part of BetACR.eu and elevate your live sports engagement experience.
Is that what 3 minutes feels like now in 2023? Felt like 60 seconds as we return from the final two table redraw break here in Monte-Carlo. Event number 6, 100K 8 max with 2,880,000 up top. The plan of action today, to play down to a champion. We have it all. We had the bubble, $154,000 bubble with Lewis Spencer going home empty-handed. The final two table redraw, the final table bubble to look forward to, as well as the awards ceremony, which will happen later on today when we crown our champion. And, well, multiple potential storylines emerging here. Danny Tang coming to Monte-Carlo with one purpose and one purpose only, to tie Jason Kuhn atop of the titles earned in 2023. He's currently sat atop of the chip counts with 70 big blinds. And he has some tough competition. Maria, any names in particular standing out there for you?
Well, I have to say, Elton Sang, always going to be a tough customer, made the final table of the 200K Invitational. Didn't exactly go his way, but what about newcomer Benitez? Second in chips, was a lucky recipient of that 2-outer on the turn with jacks against Savarna's queens. But somebody that we haven't seen much of, somebody that I have had experience playing against before, though, so we'll see how he fares.
Somebody that we haven't seen much of so far this series, and someone that the viewers around the world were screaming for, is Phil Ivey. We do not disappoint at the Triton Super High Roll Series. He's in the mix in Trap 1 over on Table 1 as we look to prepare the stage once more to battle it out as we work our way down to that final table. He's joined by Putra Vogelsang, KCG, Tsang, Bolagen Barbero, and Jonathan Jaffe on the blue feature table. So we'll be seeing plenty of Ivy as he's playing a very healthy 1.6 million stack, 39 big blinds as we look to throw it down to the main stage. Red feature table, Benitez that you mentioned, Triton newcomer, venturing out for the first time from Uruguay. Not easy to get to Monte-Carlo from Uruguay, Maria. About a 30-hour round trip. He's joined by Heath, Watson, Voris, Punsri, Strava, Tang, and Marta Ocean over on the red feature table. And we do find ourselves on a small pay jump. 16 left here in Monte-Carlo. Let's throw it down to the main stage as the boys lock horns once more. Dealers shuffle up and deal. Chip counts brought to you by GG Poker. Still have about 10 minutes left of the 20K, 40K level.
Raise 80,000.
At this table, Watts, two-time Triton champion, 22 cashes, almost 6 million in earnings. But at Punsri, #1 on Thailand's all-time money list, 8.4 million in Triton earnings, one title.
Not afraid to push back here against the open of Watson. It's gonna work against the ace-8. How was it, by the way, Henry, that little suite that you had right before we came back from break? You know, you said that 3 minutes went by really fast, but that's probably because you spent a minute and a half being tempted and then choosing to, in fact,
You can ask
give in to the temptation.
most people close to me. Ali Najad loves trying to get me to eat sweets. I'm not a big sweet fan, but producer James Dempsey pointed out this little table of cookies and muffins and
it's right there.
And it's right there. It's literally within arm's reach of the commentary booth, and I couldn't resist. Had to mute my mic. Get some unnecessary cows and carbs in. Perhaps going to have a little glucose spike in about 30 minutes, so the inevitable sugar crash incoming. As Punsri going to just flat this time from the small. This board, all Ben Heath. How many days a year do you think, on average, this little collective of poker players play? 365 days, minus travel days. What do we reckon, 300 days a year?
I feel like that sounds about right. Anywhere in the neighborhood of, you know, maybe 280 to 300
Yeah.
feels fair if we're not including travel days, of course.
I know Strava, Sir Watts, Daniel, all of these guys, you know, whenever they're not traveling and at the Triton Super High Roller Series, they're online. They're in the mix.
Yeah. Hashtag no days off.
Well,
oh, what a save!
65 days off. I'm sure if there was a way for them to play online poker whilst 30,000 feet in the air, they would. Have some connection issues up there, though.
Some people do. It's definitely risky.
Oh, it's risky. It's perhaps this run out for Punsri. Heath opting to check the flop top pair.
Now it's bad times.
All the way down to the river.
My favorite team, Ajax. They're
Punsri perhaps. I feel like he has the best hand here. All options on the table in terms of sizing. Feels like a block spot. Blocky does. 1/3 pot. What do you do in Heath shoes? You check flop of top pair, check turn. Backdoor diamonds do come in.
Yeah, does he feel like he can perhaps raise with an ace-9 against that sizing, or does he just want to call?
Flicks in the 1 chip, and Heath extracting max value, allowing Punsri to improve on the river. Climbs up to 1.5 million. And Heath. Check out Ben's hand and mob. Best live cash. $2,018,000. 18 million in total live earnings. 4th on England's all-time money list. Needs to just cash for 190,000 here in order to overtake Talal Shakurchi, who sits in 3rd. Of course, a win here would help him eclipse the 20 million in total live earnings mark. He's running into the queens of Mad Dog.
Effective stack is Heath with 38 big blinds. Oh, and bit of a setup now for Devoris, finding ace-king. 30 bigs in the cutoff.
Another absolute car crash of a hand in this 100K. Really has felt like Cooler City. Just big hand v big hand. Every couple of hands. Forrest going to be more than happy enough to get this in, although this is a +2 open, low jack from Heath. So what's with
490?
the 3-bet out of the hijack, and note the non-all-in 4-bet from Double D.
Yeah, certainly makes his hand look incredibly strong on one hand. Also, there is a pay jump between this elimination and the next. Just buys him a little more time as well.
All in.
We're going to be flipping for 6 figures in equity for Daniel Dvoris's tournament life. It's a sizable flip at that. Just shy of 2.6 million in the middle. 30 bigs apiece. So Watts can hold. He's going to vault into the chip lead with 15 left. If Dvoris gets there, it's going to be sat in 2nd as it comes ace 7-3. Top pair, top kicker for Dvoris. Now looking to fade the 2 outs across turn and river. Successful venture on the turn. So what's with the prepay? A clean 9 of spades river for Daniel Dvoris.
A little Canadian on Canadian violence there. And Watson, who's had a big stack for most of the day, now down to about 15 bigs. Puts him close to the bottom of the chip counts. Meaningful flip late in the tournament.
Yeah, I was just talking about UK's all-time money list. Canadian all-time money list. Michael Watson in 5th. Daniel Dvorak in 4th. Greenwood in 3rd. Timothy Adams in 2nd.
And
All
of course,
frequent flyers at the Triton Super High Roller Series. And yes, as Maria was alluding to. And of course, Daniel Negreanu, atop of Canada's all-time money list. And perhaps even more impressively, to give D-Negs a bit of a shout out. A lot of that 51,537,000 coming in buy-ins less than 25K.
definitely
True
have to give
legend.
Daniel some love because, you know, as the game has evolved,
Yes.
Daniel has continued to
He
evolve
really
with
has.
it, which is why he's been able to keep that top spot despite a lot of these younger players attempting to catch up, also playing all of the high roller series, which, you know, Daniel just doesn't travel as much these days as he used to.
Don't blame him. He's comfortable, loving life at home with his wife in Vegas. But yeah, I feel like that heads-up match against Polk, I believe he ended up losing, I want to say around 750, 800,000 the conclusion of the heads-up match, but he was speaking after how much that actually helped him with his game and perhaps was worth the expense in terms of experience gained and then going on to battle on other heads-up matches and cash games and tournaments. And D-Negs, one of the greatest of all time, no doubt about that. Elton Sang has been getting busy over on the blue feature table.
No, merci.
Suspicious of Elton. See Phil Ivey, another one of those names often brought up about the greatest of all time.
The viewer's happy to see Ivy at the feature table, but perhaps wishing he would enter some pots. Queen 8 off, not going to do it though from under the gun.
Yeah, he can't just randomly V-pip, ladies and gentlemen.
Just because the viewers want to
Yeah.
see it. It's not like one of those where the viewers can decide on the play of a game. Like, you know.
This isn't an interactive stream, you know, where you can click, raise, fold, all in. Uh-oh, what's Elton doing?
Feels like a nice hand to call with. Play in position certainly can connect to certain flops quite well.
This is what I love about Elton. ICM be damned at times. We're on the button, we got the chip lead. 10-9 suited. KCG. Gonna come out firing, not slowing down. On this King 9-7, no spade in sight. Perceived range advantage. How's that Colosseum coming along for Elton, by the way?
Well, if he could stick around to the river in this hand and KCG doesn't improve, then Sang will be adding more to his stack. Gonna call once and decide on the turn, depending on how favorable that turn card is for his hand. And that's a pretty favorable one, especially when you expect KCG to be barreling at a quite a high frequency on the flop. And you see the slowdown now on the turn, which does give Singh some comfort with second pair.
Undercard to the flop. KCG just waving the white flag.
Nice bricky river for Singh's hand, who opted to check back on the turn, and ace high, a little bit of showdown, beating some of those straight draws and flush draws, the queen jack, the queen 10.
Do we
Jack
always
10.
expect those to perhaps bluff turns in Elton shoes?
They should be bluffing, but sometimes against a perceived sticky player, some players might just elect to see a free one.
Oh, okay. Tsang content in just getting this one to showdown. 625,000 chip pot. Going his way. Playing down to a winner today. 16 left in event number 6. The final 6-figure buy-in of this Triton Super High Roller Series in Monte-Carlo. It's Elton Tsang leading the field, 3.4 million. Chip counts brought to you by betacr.eu. Jonathan Jaffe, fresh off his maiden title here. That 50k turbo, playing a very healthy 43 bigs. Barbero with 41. Phil Ivey sat in the middle of the pack with 30 bigs. Then a significant drop-off to KCG, Ferdinand Putra, Vyacheslav Bolozhin, and Christoph Vogelsang, all nursing shorter stacks. Everyone currently guaranteed $174,000 for their efforts. We do find ourselves on an $18,000 ladder. Which, if Ben Heath secures, will move up to 3rd on the UK's all-time money list. VBV.
Minimal raise?
Minimal raise announced.
Around 700.
Barbero asking for a count. Ace in the small. 13 effective against Vyacheslav. 30 effective against Phil Ivey in the big as Barbero not bouncing. Does allow Ivey to defend. Ivey remains unimproved.
Bolds again has the type of hand that can check back here, protect his check back range, can easily call some turn stabs that could come his way should he check back here. Can also turn some backdoor equity.
The rainbow completing turn. VBV with the 100% check mark. Ivey not taking the bait. Snap check back from VBV. Does allow Ivey to river 4th pair. Now ahead of those ace highs. We're just trying to get to showdown. Ivey going to block. It's a little bit more than a block. 100 into 275, and I think once snap called, Maria knows that the Queen 5's no good. Perfectly executed by Vyacheslav. who's had quite the year. The Russian Jim Carrey, as I like to call him. Ever animated. How about that lineup there? Barbero, VBV, and Elton Sang. Perhaps three of the chattiest players on tour. Look at that backdrop.
That's what we get to stare at. The lights of Monaco, the sun setting in the distance.
Quite the venue we find ourselves at. Although, saying that, yet to be disappointed of a venue at Triton Super High Roller Series. Hello, Ace King for Phil Ivey.
Yeah, 25 bigs. Can go 3-bet non-all-in sizing here and eagerly call it off.
He's going to try and induce.
And Nacho can certainly get into a bit of trouble with this type of hand opening from the button.
He really can. I mean, we've seen it on several occasions throughout this series. Just check out Espen Jorstad's Instagram feed. The tournaments he's busted with ace-4. As Barbero opting to just call. Gonna see a flop in position. Does not want to see an ace-high flop. As both players remain unimproved.
Yeah, that one's not exactly Ivy's favorite flop either, though, considering some of the hands that continue against the 3-bet will contain some of these middling straight cards, the ones that could allow for Barbero to have pair and straight draws, some suited combinations in that calling range as well. Ivy just going to go ahead and c-bet with the ace of clubs as well.
Barbero's ace-high still hasn't found the mark. But it does eventually fold. Nice little pickup there for Phil Ivey. Back up to more than 30 bigs. Actually playing close to 35 with that little pickup. Now, Maria, you pointed out in our production group chat that people seem to be saying the stream is lagging on YouTube. We're receiving word from the powers that be on the back end that there seems to be an issue with YouTube, not just with the Triton Poker YouTube channel, but a lot of outages reported in the last hour across the globe. Twitch, all clear, however. So for those of you watching over on YouTube, if you can still hear me, venture on over to the Triton Poker Twitch channel or watch the stream through the Triton Poker Plus app. Hopefully, YouTube will get their shit together and get things fixed.
It's a Sunday. Big day for YouTube.
Oh, so the engineers are just taking a day off, are they? Oh, right.
No, just high traffic on Sundays. People taking a day off, YouTube and chill.
Little YT and chill. I see how it is out in LA. Putra with a welcome sight, sub 12 bigs. Ace 10 of diamonds in the small. He's picked up a customer. As Vogel sang, "Oh no,
I can't watch either. I
honestly can't watch, Maria. Blind v blind.
Oh,
Vogel
please.
has once again got it in fantastic shape.
Ah,
Well, So far, so good. 1 diamond on board on the Queen 4-3 top for Vogel as he turns Putra dead and let out a big sigh of relief in the booth. We're impartial,
Yes,
ladies and gentlemen, don't
incredibly.
worry. But we're also human.
Right.
And we feel the pain as fellow poker players and commentators, as London still in the back of Vogelsang's mind, perhaps.
We've all been there, that feeling of when will it end? When
I've been saying that
will
for
we
28
stop
years.
the bleeding?
Almost 29.
Like, I mean, I was talking to Danny, he told me, no, bro, we have no defense. Like, all the defenders, like, it's like Harry Maguire, one guy I never heard in my life, Johnny Wings and something.
I heard that Holland's still growing. Did you hear about that? That's still growing. Yeah.
No, really?
Yeah, like for some years he added 4 centimeters. Like.
No way.
For I don't know how much years, but
next one.
I don't know, for some last seasons, I don't know, 2, 3.
Wow.
Because of diet and some stuff.
What? Talking about Hallard. The Man City striker is apparently still growing. It's grown by 4 centimeters in the last year and a half, courtesy of diet and training. I don't know, is that a thing? Am I getting trolled by VBV? Never know what to trust anymore on the internet. Ace 10, that's something you can trust in the small blind. Especially for 12.5 bigs. It's a little bit of a heater for Christoph.
Oh, God, why'd you have to do that, Henry? Why are you speaking too soon? We don't even know what the big blind has. For all we know, he could have aces. What have you done to Vogel?
Stop it. See? Gonna pick up. You made me sweat there for a second. He's got 9 deuce.
How
Marie.
bad would you have felt?
Honestly, the guilt, shame train was pulling up and ready to depart this side of the booth. Back up to 15 bigs, not quite out of jail yet, is Vogelsang, but perhaps a bit of breathing room as he's passed through the blinds successfully. Typically, we have a flurry of bust outs once we get into the money. This bubble didn't go on for too long. Only lasted about 4 or 5 hands. So once we made it into the money, the average stack a little bit higher than we typically have. Still around 30 bigs, only 4 eliminations so far. Barbero with top of range. Ace King from +2. Putra in the cutoff with 6 bigs and Ace 9, and surely going to be announcing himself here, especially against Barbero.
How much are you playing, Nacho?
1.7.
Barbero currently 6th in chips. Covering everyone else behind. Putra says run it.
Can't blame him with this hand off of that stack.
Ace 9 of hearts. Running in to Nacho with the Ace King.
We get a 9.
The year of Nacho continue here in Monte-Carlo. Well, the dealer giving us the James Bond movie flop. Right setting for it. Top pair, top kicker for Barbero. Flush draw live for Ferdinand. 9 outs once to stay alive in this 100K. Not going to come this time round as Barbero crosses the 2 million chip territory for the first time this tournament.
Never can be easy.
And perhaps, more importantly, earns everyone else an additional $18,000 for their efforts. All now guaranteed 192K as we work our way down.
Are we playing like all the way today?
To the final table.
This is not main event. Huh? The structure is worse to finish earlier. But it's better to play anyway. What?
I guess, yeah.
He's gonna finish. Huh? It's shallow.
As you hear
Oh.
Elton asking if we are going to be playing down to a winner tonight. And yes, all of these tournaments now, two-day events in terms of the longer structures, of course, the turbos.
Interesting.
One-day affairs. Ivy, ace, queen.
The structure is amazing, don't get me wrong, but it's just like those 50K
Oh,
and like 10 more
Vogel,
minutes, like it makes the other one,
ace,
like,
king, hood up.
way more longer.
Gonna get action when he moves the chips in the middle.
You call the action on this one, please, Maria.
Yeah, I think
can't
it's safe to not assume anything when it comes to Vogel saying being ahead pre-flop.
Oh, no one behind. Waking up with a hand as Ivy says, let's run it, Christoph. No ladders to be had, 15 left. We're just staring up at the clock, gonna make the call. And once more is going to see the good news.
I think they also wait. They told me on the other when I did it against you.
Ace king against ace queen.
People are tight here.
You know what? How about we just don't see a run out for this one? Let's just, the
Just chop
best
it up.
hand. Yeah, no,
Right.
no, wait, what? I mean, I know we love Ivy, but come on.
Just chop it up. The fans are happy with the chop. I'm happy with the chop. 955. We'll take a 9 on the turn, dealer. 2 cards away from being back up to 1.6 million now. Needs to just fade. A lady on the river, which he does, and it's been quite the spin. The last hour and a half roller coaster of emotions for Christoph. Now playing a very comfortable 30 big blinds and a real threat to the rest of these players, Maria. Vogelsang first joined us back in 2017. Came out to Macau. Cashed in his very first event, caught the Triton bug. Has had many a crossbar over the years. So many soft FT bubbles. Most recently in London in the 200K and the Invitational.
Two double, right back in the game.
Now moves up to 7th in chips.
Like 6 DB, now he's like right back in the game.
Some chop later. I won't repeat his way.
Repeat of the 200K Invitational here in Monte-Carlo as it's Hong Kong in pole position and second with Tang and Sang out in front with 7 figures on the line. Oh my word, what is going on? Every hand is just a car crash.
Unbelievable.
Countess.
Oh my
VBV
goodness.
with ace queen of diamonds.
What is happening here? They're trying to finish early today. It's just collision city right now. Big hands.
This is a 7-handed table at present. So UTG 7 open from Barbero. 13 big blind rejam from the cutoff. Oh, VBV is going to run into it. Ace Queen with 29% of the equity, three ways. KCG looking for a one outer. Case Queen. Barbero looking to just hold in order to scoop a monster pot with 15 left. If he can hold here, be up to 3.7 million. Will score a double KO. It will be the chip leader with 13 left in this 100K. 5 cards to come. So we head to the diamondless flop. Barbero with clubs covered. About as good as it gets. KCG looking for the Queen of Spades. VBV looking for a 3 outer. As Barbero holds with the Kings deep in this 100K.
Massive pot here. Going Barbero's way.
Fist bumps all around between Barbero, Carl, and VBV. And a double elimination is that Barbero is now top of the chip counts. And we're down to 13. If everyone guaranteed 210,000 as we close in on that final table. 2.8 million up top. Ivy in contention. Strava, Punsri, Heath, Vogelsang, Barbero, Elton, Danny. Triton, newcomer. Francisco Benitez. Also just quietly grinding away. At that moment of good fortune against Santosh Savannah. Jacks into queens, managed to spike the 2 outer on the turn. Since then has been putting his chips to good use. Barbero with more than just money on the line, by the way. Looking to go back-to-back GPI Player of the Year as Martirosyan finds the jam spot out the small.
And as we get closer to that final table, just begin to see how tough the remainder of the field looks. So many crushers in the mix still.
They told me to remind you to put the card.
Nacho is currently ranked #1.
Oh, maybe last
Wow,
GPI.
double elimination. Nacho, yeah, the Nacho, man. Like kings against
Year
ace
of the
queen against
Nacho indeed.
against ace queen against queens. King's hell. We're down to 13. Lost 2.
Stack corrected on the head and mob. It's showing
Good game.
Bin Wang, top of the global poker index ranking. Nacho in 2nd. Brewer in 3rd. Deep run here. Perhaps a win for Nacho will move him up to 1st. He took it down last year. Quite the feat, back-to-back for his 2nd title. This is the thing about Hendon Mob. There's so many different rabbit holes you can dive into. 2023 earnings. Mike Haxton still sits atop 14 million brewer with that deep run in the main up to 13.5. Nacho looking to eclipse the 10 million in earnings this year if he can lock up 1,200,000 or more.
Martirosian down to 9 bigs, finds a shove spot here on the button with king 10 off.
How much? So it's over 400, right?
435.
So what's really thinking this one through? He's 9 big blind spots out of the big. It looks like a dead small. Against the button jam of Elton. With ICM closing in on that final table. This feels close. Like Queen 10-0 we're in.
Yeah, and Watson, I'm sure, has these ranges studied, but a little bit of deviation, perhaps, depending on what he thinks Sang is willing to shove with, how wide he would be in this spot as opposed to some other players.
Printed on the hippocampus. Oh.
That.
Maybe a bit of lag.
One hand has the chips, the other hand has the thumb ready to push the cards forward. Which one is it going to be?
There's a tug of war going on between different parts of the brain.
Oh, but he put the chips down, and now his hands are firmly over the cards, slightly hovering over the felt. I have a feeling he's going to pitch it.
Think long,
Oh.
think wrong.
Forward movement, velocity, it's gone.
What? Not folding that one.
Me? For me?
Multiple time banks used for Sir Watts in that spot. Just goes to show at this level, even the best in the world pained by some of these 10 big blind decisions. That man doesn't look pained by anything. Just chilling. Phil Ivey, one of the most decorated Triton players of all time. 5 titles, 16 cashes of 8.9 million in earnings, picked up 2 in London. Took down the 60K turbo. Took down the 25K short that came second in the 40K Mystery Bounty and 6th in the 60K.
Then he's a high back.
So picked up a title in Cyprus 2022. Seems to take home trophies whenever he joins us.
110,000.
You watching the game also?
No.
Oh.
You know, maybe not everybody needs to have football on at the same time as playing a big 100K tournament.
I'm surprised they haven't requested for it to be put on one of the bigger screens. Although it's not Champions League, I think it's just Premier League. So I think if it was Champions League, maybe Luca would have to get some TVs.
Yeah, they'd be all over it, though. Ask and you shall receive feels like the motto here.
Pretty much.
240.
Race 240,000.
Strava.
Oh, Haaland hat trick. No.
Applying pressure. Button. V cutoff with the ace-2 suited.
Sevens do feel like they should be good enough, though, to go with. Certainly, there's going to be a part of Strava's range that'll contain 3-bet folds. In these positions, Punsry does put it in.
Number 1 on Thailand's all-time money list. That Punsry really burst onto the Super High Roller Series scene with a bang. Kicked off his career with a main event dub in Cyprus of last year. And since then, it's just been one-way trajectory. That has been cashing checks, aces, against the ace-7 open of Heath. Back-to-back hands for Punsry. It's cashed for the better part of 5 million. 5.5 million this year at Triton, adding more here in this 100K. Unfortunately for him, Heath with a raise fold as he pitches the ace-7. And there you go. Back-to-back hands. Picking up around
Thank you.
12 big blinds uncontested. The Wizard from Thailand. And are there any wizards out there watching the show? Hopefully some GTO wizards with us in the chat. You can scan the QR code on your screens right now to join our membership giveaway and take your game to the next level with GTO Wizard. Get involved, stand a chance to win premium subscriptions and merchandise. Just click on the link in our chat to enter that giveaway and let us know if you analyze any of the big hands from some of your favorite players on stream, as you can solve any spot in the game with the GTO Wizard AI. Best of luck to everyone getting involved in that as we wind our way down towards this final table. One of my favorite events of the series, where we come back start of day 2 with, you know, 5 or 6 tables full of hopefuls. Work our way through the money bubble, final 2 table bubble, and then of course the final table bubble, all the way down to a champion, Artur, jamming out of the small with Jack 8. Heath with a king. Is this on the line? It feels cuspy as Heath makes the call, and it's Artur that's at risk with the worst of it, but 2 live cards.
Yeah, Martirosian running out of unopened spots to put the chips in and deemed this one good enough to go with.
It's going to be tough to convert the equity he had pre-flop on this board. Heath has flop top pair and now turns him dead on the king of clubs turn. Heath, who held the chip lead multiple occasions throughout the day. Bouncing back after a rough couple of levels, eliminating Artur Martirosian in the process. Guaranteed to finish 3rd on the UK's all-time money list at the conclusion of this tournament today, regardless of where he finishes from here on out. Guaranteed 210,000 as Sir Watts.
There's a break now.
Jamming over the open of Jonathan Jaffe, running into kings.
Kings again. So many kings.
29% of the time. Mad Dog's going to bounce back up to 20 bigs. 71% of the time, everyone else is going to get a ladder, and we're going to be down to 11.
Okay.
965 in the middle. As the ace in the window vaults Watson into the lead. Ace, queen, 3. Some backdoor opportunities for JJ as they do materialize on the 10 of spades turn. Jonathan looking for a king or a jack. Doesn't find it, so Watts converts the 29% equity into 100. So he's bounced back. Also held the chip lead earlier on today. It's been one of those frames, Maria, where we've seen multiple people hold the chip lead and then get involved in monster hands, that queens against the ace-king of his fellow countryman Daniel Dvoris, but a little bit of a bounce back for Sir Watts. Chip counts brought to you by BetACR. How about this? Nacho Barbero, 83 big blinds in the hunt for back-to-back GPI Player of the Year rankings as he currently sits in 2nd, looking to cross and eclipse the 10 million in earnings mark for the year. Quite the frame that was, Maria. Not much dissecting of hands on our part because for the most part, chips were flying in pre-flop.
Yeah, a lot of it was fairly standard, you know, in the form of coolers and just when you get down to a certain stack size, some mandatory shoves in order. And it just so happened that their opponents had the right hands to call them with. You know, I'm just lucky that I've gotten to witness Vogelsang's hands hold up, you know, 2 times, I believe, in all-in spots. So I feel like our job is done here.
We're done for the day. We're clocking out. But you at home need to stay close as when we return from this scheduled break, be playing down to the final table. Don't go too far. 2.88 million up top here in event number 6. We'll see you very shortly.
GG Poker. Crushed the whole market. So many players. This is a crazy thing to do.
GG Poker
broke the Guinness World Record.
Welcome to the World Series of Poker, main
the biggest
event.
poker site.
Larger than all other GG Poker. Passenger traffic reaches all-time high.
Jump, 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 jump! No way!
Introducing the all-new BetACR.eu, the premier destination for sports enthusiasts. What sets BetACR.eu apart is our exclusive offering of live-action prediction options on the Triton series. Experience the excitement as you predict the action while watching your favorite players live. But that's not all. By opening your account now, you can take advantage of our incredible offer. Receive a generous 15% free play on your first top-up, up to $250. Become a part of BetACR.eu and elevate your live sports engagement experience.
One open from Barbero, flat from KCG in the cutoff. 3-bet squeeze out of the small from Vogelsang, starting the hand with 28 bigs.
And perhaps looking like a very enticing spot for Vogelsang to take with hands weaker than kings, of course, but Kulev maybe looking to preserve his tournament life in this spot. Also maybe wondering how often people will have traps behind, which aren't very often, especially Nacho and KCG with the overcall there. The least likely, of course, to have traps.
Wow, this is high up in KCG's flatting range, let's be honest. I mean, Ace Queen certainly had options to 3-bet pre. Nacho with the no-nonsense fold.
It does feel like KCG has less of a decision, though, now that Kulev has been willing to put his stack forward as the big blind.
I'm gonna flip a coin, I think.
What did he say? I think I called it, he said.
Yeah.
Trying to get a read, perhaps, but lets it go. Vogelsang gonna waste no time, just gonna double check that he has the Cowboys cards on their back. Number 1 on Bulgaria's all-time money list. In rough shape.
Kulev, yeah, not knowing that one of the aces is dead, of course.
Two cards to come. Running wheel cards no longer available. We'll take a 6 for a chop. An ace and an ace only for Kulev to find the double. Doesn't get there. And with that, Vogelsang going to eliminate an incredibly tough opponent, deliberately crashing the landing pages of our merchandises. Kiat Lee, happy to spin the wheel against Artur Martirosyan inside the money, blind v blind. Started the hand with 14 bigs. 800,000 in the middle. No results for Kiat here in Monte-Carlo, part of the Malaysia contingent. Flopping the 2 overs and gut shot. Doesn't come into fruition on the 3 of clubs turn. Arthur looking to fade a queen, jack, or a 9 to eliminate Lee. As the Queen of Hearts rolls off on the river and Mr.
Ooh.
Ace-9 into kings. Is that a thing? Savannah is short.
Yeah, 13 big blinds. Hijack versus cutoff. Also depends on if you think Savannah is going to be shoving a little tighter and a little narrower against an open than standard. Ace-9 definitely going to be closer against some opponents than others.
Really annoying spot for Lee. Wouldn't fault him for calling as he does. Slide a stack of white chips forward, giving Savannah credit for those suited broadways, weaker ace-X that he's going to be in great shape against. Unfortunately running into top of range, but still has 28% equity here. Pre-flop, no longer the case on the Queen 8-5. Doesn't pick up any additional equity on the turn. Going for the prepay Maria. Trying his best to jinx it. Doesn't work. The deuce-deuce run out as Savannah last
met with a lot of aggression behind you, certainly with this type of table draw with some big stacks in play. Going to be conservative with his opening range, and good timing as well, because Sang now making it 80K from the hijack with queens.
So Watts has been picking his spots to apply pressure pre. Not the case here. Going to flat call. Once bitten, twice as shy perhaps, as he had to 3-bet fold the ace-queen on the bubble to Elton Sang, who's woken up with another premium. Gonna go 3 ways to a flop. Cat Lee in rough shape, about as rough as it gets 3 ways. And well, perhaps 1 foot out of the door now on the 9-5-4. Connecting with top pair. Elton's got the goods, overpair with a diamond.
Yeah, and a lot of times with Lee's hand and the stack he has behind, probably going to be looking to just check jam a lot of the times against the C-bet coming out of Sang here. Watson can certainly turn some backdoor equity. Does he want to continue against a 3rd pot size bet here?
Gets awkward in a sandwich here, right? But look at this. So Watts gonna float in position. Maria, your spidey senses are on point. What do you do in Lee's shoes now?
I feel like it just makes it so much more profitable to jam here for protection, hoping that your opponents just have overcards in this spot, perhaps some flush draws in the mix.
There's the announcement we were all expecting. That little overlay of 100K with the Sir Watts flat, making it all the more appetizing for Lee.
Now you wonder,
Jam.
yeah, if Sang wants to just ISO here, shut out Mike behind him. Already would be committing about 40% of his stack for the call.
All you can eat from Elton Sang, who's going to get it in great shape against his good friend, Kiat Lee. Good news for Lee is we are in the money. Bad news is he has 17% and one of his outs is dead. So Watts pitched the King Jack. So 4 outs twice. Reduced to once. 3 of clubs on the turn. As Lee does not improve across turn and river, and with that we have our second elimination inside the money. Was the short...
5 seconds.
Kicking off with that man on your screens right there. Christoph Vogelsang, one of the most decorated players the last decade. Barbero perhaps going to run into it here. Does have a rejammable hand out of the small against a cut-off open. Well, surprise, surprise, this one is shaping up to be a real classic as we welcome you back to the break desk here. Maria Ho, alongside myself, Henry Kilbane. We are down to the final 12 out of 120 entries in event number 6, the 100K 8 Max, and we have none other than the year of the Nacho Barbero, leading said 12 with 69 big blinds, but this final 12 is... I mean, look at the app, ladies and gentlemen. Danny Tang, Elton Sang, Daniel Dvoris, Triton newcomer, Francisco Benitez, Punat Punsri, main event champion, Ben Heath, Christoph Vogelsang, Jonathan Jaffe, fresh off his first trophy at the start of the series, Michael Watson, Janice Trevor, and that name at the bottom of your screens right there, the 5-time champion, one of the most decorated players in the history of the game, Phil Ivey, looking for title number 6. Are you not entertained, Maria? Are we happy? Are we excited with this turnout here?
Yeah, it's to be expected, as a lot of these killers, of course, had a nice warm-up in the form of the 200K, in the form of the 125K, and now in prime position, it looks like, for one of them to become a Triton champion.
So many potential storylines emerging here. Obviously, for now, our attention focused on getting down to the final table. I guess all eyes going to be at the bottom of the chip counts. You know, Strava on 14, so Watts on 16, just doubled up ace-9 through kings. Phil Ivey on 13, all going to look to get busy sooner rather than later. Everyone guaranteed currently 210,000 for their efforts, and then obviously the pay jumps getting bigger and bigger as we work our way through the final table with 2.88 million up top. Let's throw it down to the main stage once more. 2 tables of 6 as we work our way down to the FT here in Monte-Carlo. Event number 6, the 100K 8 Max. Nacho Barbero out in pole position in Monaco. Blinds 30K, 60K. The 60K big blind ante. Let us know who you're rooting for, ladies and gentlemen. I've got a funny feeling, without even looking at the YouTube or Twitch chat, there's going to be a lot of Phil Ivies spammed in the chat box.
Yeah, they'd certainly like to see him spin up his stack.
What's the 30-60?
Hello, Ace King.
Raised to 125,000. Oh.
Nachito with so much more than money on the line in this event. A win here would close the gap. The GPI rankings currently sat in second behind Bin Wang, looking to go back to back. Be his second title of the year. Would also mean he eclipses the 10 million in earnings mark as Elton gets busy from under the gun. JJ defends the big. Barbero with the best of it on the queen, queen 3. No club in sight for JJ. How does Elton Want to proceed here. Ace of hearts, king of clubs. 3 ways to this flop. Knuckles on over Maria, as expected perhaps, multi-way.
Yeah, respecting the type of hands that Barbero would be calling his under the gun open with. Probably going to have quite a few continues on this texture. Plus, Barbero with the big stack. Certainly want to tread carefully against someone having you covered.
Does throw out a little tickle. A tester. See what's out there. 130. Thins out the field by 1 as Jonathan's ace-7 hits the mark. Elton, understandably so, going nowhere with the ace-king. Going to have the best hand a decent amount of the time.
Yeah, certainly some flush draws, some hands with the backdoor potential of potential straight possibilities and flush possibilities. Might stab in position there on the flop, and so somewhat of a bricky turn card for ace-king high against that part of Nacho's range.
Yeah, and Sang unblocking spades and diamonds. The backdoor spades, potentially something Barbero could have started to set up on the flop.
Yeah, maybe Barbero wondering, you know, how often does Sang put something like 7s or 8s into a check calling range versus leading and c-betting the flop multi-way. Because if there's not going to be too many of those as checks, then Barbero's still looking for protection here with the turn bet.
This hand alone, as perhaps unexciting compared to the all-in collisions and monster pots we have, but for the purists out there looking to take stuff away from some of the best in the world, it's got to give credit to Barbero for knowing exactly where he's at there, finding the turn barrel and perhaps getting one-upped by Elton, finding the fold with the ace-king. Not an easy fold to find, especially against that man who extends the top of the chip counts.
Got to put the game back on.
Those of you who have only recently joined us, playing down to a winner today. 12 left here in event number 6, the 100K 8 max. Tonight, one of these final 12 is going to be going home $2,880,000 richer. As things stand, we are on a $30,000 ladder between 12th and 11th. Have 4-time Triton champion Danny Tang sat in 2nd. Daniel Torres also in the mix. Currently in 4th. Punat Punsri, #1 on Thailand's all-time money list in 6th. Ben Heath, another one of those names, similar to likes of Adrian Mateos and Ike Haxton, is often brought up as one of the best without a Triton trophy. He's also in the hunt and in contention here. Of course, Vogelsang, Sir Watts, Phil Ivey, just to name a few.
5 seconds. 130. Raised to 130,000.
Ivey, a 5-time Triton champion, looking for his 4th title of the year.
All in.
Eight's enough to ask for it all. Sang just leaning into Jaffe, who dropped down by a considerable amount.
And I've got to say, Sang has just been playing so well. Just every decision that he makes, very calculated, very measured, and has been spot on so far.
Chip counts brought to you by Poker Steak. Nacho Barbero in pole position in Monaco. Would be quite the ending to his fairy tale year. Kick things off with a bang in the Bahamas. And joined us in Vietnam, where picked up a title. 11 cashes, 6.1 million in earnings at the Triton Super High Roller Series. All of those 6 million coming this year, by the way.
Wow.
Is he missing a blue?
Yeah.
Snap. Uno. Barbero against Jaffe with the same hand. JJ with the suited variety, as clubs do present themselves.
Yeah, that's certainly not only going to favor Jaffe's exact holding, but also his range as well. Enjoying that Ace XX board.
The 20% continue from JJ, enough to get it done. Didn't need to go too big. Nice little pick up there. Now playing 22 bigs. Hoping all of you are enjoying the show. Looks like Nacho's enjoying the show. Is that YouTube he's got open? Is he scrolling through the comments? Or is that GTO Wizard?
Huh.
That is taking a look at, reviewing some spots.
Interesting.
For those of you that are involved in the conversation on YouTube, Twitch, Facebook, perhaps on socials, want to extend a show of gratitude from the Triton team. Hope you've all been enjoying the show so far in Monte-Carlo, and a friendly reminder, if you haven't already, dropped us a like over on YouTube. Click that button, really does help us grow our channel and continue to reach wider audiences around the world, as Sir Watts with the 3-bet jam on the button with the ace-queen, as perhaps not found the customer that he expected in Jonathan Jaffe. It's Nacho Barbero.
Yeah, for Watson, a shove of 14 bigs, and Jaffe with 22 bigs. I think it's pretty standard to see Barbero ask for all of it from Jaffe behind, who, of course, is going to quickly get out of the way and look at what he started.
Cards on their backs. 5 to come. Barbero in front with the 10s, still the case on the King 6 deuce. 2 clubs. Deuce of hearts on the turn. 6 outs once for Sir Watts. Can he find it? He can't. It's a clean river for Nacho, who has been on quite the spin in the last 2 hours or so. Kicked things off with an 18 big blind rejam. The king-queen running into Vogelsang's ace-king. Found the queen high flop, and ever since, it's just been an upward trend. Up to 5.5 million now. And with that elimination, everyone
If at first.
guaranteed an additional 30,000. I wanted to just send a friendly reminder to the viewers over on YouTube. A lot of outages have been reported recently on YouTube, not just on our channel. It is across the board, globally. So if you are having trouble with our live stream, you can switch to Twitch or the Triton Poker Plus app. So once more, for those of you that need me to reiterate it in English, if you're watching on YouTube, YouTube's having issues with their servers globally. We wouldn't want you to miss any of the action. Head on over to our Twitch channel or download the Triton Poker Plus app and watch the live stream in the app. Thank you.
It's not us, it's them.
Like when I was the only one that covered with like 10 left. And like and another spot. What?
What tournament?
The only, I mean, it's 10K. Bounty.
Gotcha.
But like so many times we are like huge.
Phil Ivey has bled down to 11 bigs. He's been nursing a short stack for some time after running ace-queen into ace-king. Going to pick up the blinds in the big blind ante. Much needed pickup there.
11th and 10th pays the same, but when we get to that 9th place, there's going to be a pay jump of 48,000. So some of these shorties incentivized to ladder, of course.
Ivy. That's someone that I don't need to stay impartial for, right? As a poker fan, as someone that grew up 13, 14 years of age watching highlight after highlight after highlight, the WSOP and the big cash games back in the day with that man.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like anybody would blame you. I mean,
Thanks.
it's Ivy.
Something that we can universally agree on, perhaps, for the first time.
Right, might be one of the only things we agree on.
Well, I think the last time there was a universal agreement on something this big was when Val Kilmer was snubbed of an Oscar nomination for his performance and portrayal of Doc Holliday in Tombstone. Perhaps the biggest snub in Hollywood history. Still bitter to this day. I'm your Huckleberry. How was he not even nominated for that portrayal of Doc Holliday? Can someone explain that to me? Fantastic movie. Back to the action.
Feels like you've thought
well,
about that
you know,
for some
born
time.
in 1994, and I was scrolling to see who won the Academy Award for Best Male Performance the year that I was born, and it wasn't Val Kilmer. It upset me a little bit. Ace on the turn as Barbero continues to accumulate chips.
Yeah, and great timing for Barbero to find a little bit of heat as we approach the final table. Certainly want to start creating some distance between you and the remaining stacks. Clear the path for a less difficult route to victory amongst a field of very tough opponents still left in the fight.
Easy money.
Up to 5.7 million, closing in on the 100 big blind mark with 11 left.
You're never easy, Elton, you know that.
If you aren't a fan of Ivy, you aren't a fan of the game. Couldn't have put it better.
And Ivy just living right these days.
He
Working
is.
out, eating clean, in the gym.
Yoga,
at the golf
I
course.
believe, has been a
Yoga.
massive part of Ivy's transformation, if you will. Something he's given a lot of credit to. I remember an interview with Joey Ingram, if I'm not mistaken, a couple of years back. We didn't see Ivy for a while, just kind of disappeared, if you will, to take priority on things like health and family. Recently became a father. Started prioritizing yoga, gym, fitness, nutrition, sleep. And the results since have been consistent at the top of the game at the highest level.
And what a spot for Chaffee to find himself in when it's been 3-bet to him. Ivy with a bit of a light raise with intention to raise fold, and just such an uncomfortable hand and situation for Jaffe. Vogelsang gonna get away with this one.
You went all in, they'll be all in, all in, all in.
That would be something. That would be. I like that translation.
We do have that 30K. The 109 entries. Late reg on that one. Going to close at the completion of level 10. So still have about an hour or so of late reg. Potential for that one to get up to 130, 140 runners. Not surprised me at all, given the turnout so far.
Vogelsang chipping up nicely without too much resistance so far. Average stack 36 big blinds. 40-minute levels in this tournament as opposed to the 50-minute levels in the 200K and the 125K main.
Yeah, 36 big average is kind of nice threshold to be at. Not quite the all-in or fold kind of crapshoot that we've had in a couple of tournaments where it's just gone so shallow that we don't see any flops, and deep enough for some creative lines to be taken. We saw Vogel come in with a crafty 3-bet against Ivy as we switch over to the outer table. Danny Tang over here with Boris, Punsri, Benitez, Heath and Strava. Oh, Punsri with the Rockets again, and well, cut off open, ace queen of spades at this stack depth. Do the chips just go flying in?
Yeah, certainly a spot where it feels like Punsri will have some 3-bet folds against a late position open. With ICM, does Benitez just want to go for it all, or perhaps call here with the suited prospects?
They are six-handed over here. Punsri starting the hand in 5th. Benitez in 6th. So some heavy ISIM implications. The man from Uruguay.
How is that even possible? They were like the top by miles, right? Every year. Yeah.
Would you say Uruguayan? Uruguayan? The Uruguayan man? Sounds about right.
Yeah.
Someone feel free to
We'll
correct
go
me.
with it. Until otherwise notified. Not the worst flop for ace queen of spades.
But in this inflated pot, 1.6 back, 950 in the middle, SPR less than 2. Third pot continue from Punsri, and as Maria mentioned, not the worst flop, but still uncomfortable with 11 left.
Probably like to see a turn card here, and we'll just have around pot, a little less than pot back going into the turn. These players, as you mentioned, pretty close in stacks to start the hand.
Backdoor spades no longer an option for Benitez. As #1 on Thailand's all-time money list.
Punsri, sorry about that. Didn't know you were still continuing
go
on,
ahead.
Henry.
Go ahead. Don't let it ever happen again.
And Punsri, of course, just hoping that Benitez has some of that King X that would have continued against the 3-bet, some of the suited Broadway combinations certainly going to be in here. Those will be too good to fold out here. A couple of draws available, of course. Queen, Jack, hearts.
To mere plebs such as myself, this SPR feels like an all-in spot. I was just about to say, Punsri doesn't fall into that category. Happy to play this across 3 streets, especially with the ace of hearts in hand. Value to be had. And surely now, ace queen gonna hit the muck.
5 seconds.
I think that given the situation, Benitez is going to have to give Punsri some credit for having value here. Feels like a spot where, of course, there's going to be a follow-through with the C-bet on the flop from Punsri with some of his 3-bet bluffs pre, but sometimes those might shut down on the turn once called. But Benitez not quite ready to fold.
Wow.
Not a believer here with ace high and still has some equity to river the nuts.
Don't you there. Is this just a byproduct of ace queen perhaps still being the best hand if Punsri had a hand like ace 4, ace 5? What an insane cooldown as bricks on the river. And if ace queen was good on the turn, Maria, I mean, is ace queen still good?
How much more of a brick could you possibly ask for if you did think that ace high was good? And Punsri now covers Benitez.
Punsri is guaranteed to move up to 2nd in chips. The real question is it going to be with an additional 515,000 in his stack and an elimination?
See, Benitez doesn't like this spot, has such a good price in the sense of not needing to be right that often in order for this to be a profitable call, but blocks some of the potential draws that miss, you know. I don't really feel like Queen Jack, given the ICM, is going to be 3-betting very often in Punseri's hand from the big blind. So it is more about, I think, some of those hands you mentioned, the ace-4, the ace-5s, that turn additional equity. Might those just have been a shove, though? The line of betting, you know, 700K on the turn versus shoving for less than pot tends to lend itself a little bit more towards the value part of Punseri's range.
Yeah, I mean, as creative as Punseri is, that feels like we're stretching a few pips wider into the imagination to come up with a line that creative. Actually only beating hands like ace-jack, ace-4, ace-5, as Maria mentioned.
The problem for Benitez is that he does block some of the strongest value hands. Of course, ace-king, king-queen, aces.
3.8 million out there. It's getting an insane price on a call. See, shaking of the head. The spot that he finds himself in. Think long, think wrong. That's what they say. He's utilized multiple time bank chips now. In fact, all of them.
A lot of supporters of Punseri in the chat hoping he gets max value here. What about the Benitez fans hoping that he makes the correct fold despite the price he's getting?
He lets it go. Punseri scooping a monster 3.8 million chip pot. Moves up to second in chips. And for all the Thai fans out there, Pum mi kwan suk makrab, koppen kap.
I don't deny that what you said probably makes sense. I just want to know what y'all think about his accent for the people in chat who
It's very foreigner.
speak Thai.
Tell
me how Henry did.
It's very white man attempting to speak Thai, but I'm sure the Thai people appreciate my efforts. I said I'm very happy. Thank you. It's all right, chat. I'm here all week. Got to show off.
I mean, if I had known, I would have started speaking Mandarin way earlier. There was plenty of Mandarin-speaking players we could have rooted for.
Please
I
do.
didn't know that we were here to show off our bilingual, sometimes trilingual skills, the way that Nacho has, actually. When Ali and I were in the booth earlier, both pretty surprised at Nacho seeming to be pretty fluent in French, actually, as an Argentine. Not easy to do.
Nacho is a man of many talents, okay? I've seen it firsthand. With that monster pot, short stack duties now belonging to the man from Uruguay, Triton first timer, Francisco Benitez. Tied at the bottom of the chip counts alongside Phil Ivey. Both sat on 9 big blinds apiece.
You're pretty lucky that the people in chat that can attest to whether or not you had a proper Thai accent there are all answering my question in Thai, it looks like.
I'll tell you now.
So still unclear.
It's not.
Jury's still out.
The jury really isn't still out. It's
You're going to be the jury for your...
It's the most foreigner-esque Farang accent. And I'm okay with that. I'm out here. Trying, mixing it up. That's really with his newfound chips, perhaps. Looking to lean into Dvoris and abuse this ICM situation.
420,000. Fold.
You wonder how the 9/8 suited feels about perhaps taking the hand as a call. 43 bigs, the effective stack. Certainly, the deeper you are with all the implies with a suited connected type hand, starts to feel a little bit better. But ICM out of position, not going to take that spot.
Punsri climbing up the ranks, closing the gap. Nacho Barbero looking for his second title. Ben Heath has been relatively quiet. Byproduct of not picking up hands. Dvoris won't be folding this time round.
5 seconds. Raise to 150,000. Fold. Fold. Fold.
Round 2, Benitez, who's now in the big blind, he's had to put in around 20% of his stack. He's going to defend, be going for an old stop and go. 390 in the middle, 305 behind. As he does, flop best on the Jack 10-9 board. Bottom pair and a gut shot. You can see that end of the straight would be no good for him. Dvoris wasting no time. Million even in the middle. 16 bigs.
Basically a post flop flip from here on out with these two hands.
Danny Tan calling for the 10 of hearts. How about trips on the turn, removing the pair outs as options for Dvoris? Benitez with the successful stop and go back up to a milli.
Thank you.
$120 hopefuls ponied up 100K in this 8-handed event number 6, generating a prize pool of 12 million. Top prize of 2.88 million. Current chip leader, none other than Nacho Barbero. In pole position, looking to eclipse 10 million in earnings this year with the win here.
Fold. Fold. Fold.
Danny Tang looking for title number 5. Ace on the button.
5 seconds. Raised to 125,000.
It's a very cheeky look coming from that side of the booth. You remind me of, you know, in high school when your best mate finds out some juicy gossip. Like, I'll tell you after class.
Or pass a note.
Yeah.
Ooh, but it's so bad when the teacher catches you and reads it out loud.
That
It's
sounds
real
traumatizing.
awkward.
Yeah. It's never happened to me. That does sound, I was a bit of a goody two-shoes in school.
Oh, you never like did the whole put your book up and sleep behind the book? Eat in class.
I was like a straight A student until about grade 9, and then
The wheels came off.
then the wheels really came off, yeah, and got kicked out of school a couple of times. 10 of diamonds on a turn. Heath springs into the lead. This single raise pot, button v big blind.
So going to check it over to Tang, who has Heath covered. So Heath, of course, going to be a bit cautious, but certainly has enough to continue should Tang fire now with the straight draw and that pair of 10s. Running trips, your favorite kind of trips.
Backdoor Bangkok. Does get awkward for Danny with the inevitable river probe coming from Heath.
And it's fun to, of course, block some of the natural bluffs, perhaps.
Bet of 410,000.
And you see Heath choosing this rather large sizing.
Spicy.
A lot of straight draw, flush draw possibilities that bricked. Tang blocks the 6-5 though. 6-3.
5 seconds.
The 8-6. So there's a fair bit of the missed straights here that Tang does block. But
do you think, sorry, I was just about to say, do you think those straights would start setting up something on the turn? The hands like 6-5, 6-8 perhaps?
yeah, sometimes those will start leading on the turn. And also, you know, Tang knows that
5 seconds.
a jack here probably wouldn't go this sizing.
Right.
So it does feel polarized to trips in terms of value,
410.
which might make him feel inclined to call with less value here in Heath's range with this sizing.
Heath giving nothing away. Stoic as ever. Danny Tang has calling chips in his hand. Knows that Heath is capable of finding bluffs here. Lets it go. Pitches the ace high correctly. Maintains a healthy stack here with 11 left in the hunt for title number 5 of the calendar year. As he has enough money now to pick up a Jacob & Co., our official timekeeper here at the Triton Poker Series. Been awarding special collaboration timepieces to be won only in the No Limit Hold'em and short deck mains. We've seen them dished out time and time again throughout the Triton Super High Roller Series as recently as Ty Seibinger picking up that custom Jacob & Co. timepiece in the 125k main just the other day. If you are into poker and gambling themed gear, there's just the one perfect watch brand to check out. Give them a look. Punsri also has a Jacob & Co. timepiece, courtesy of the main event he took down in Cyprus. As does Danny Tang, if I'm not mistaken. Everyone's got a Jacob & Co. Oh no, do apologise. Yeah, he did. He took down the short deck main in Cyprus. Man, I want a Jacob & Co. Have you got a Jacob & Co.?
No, because I've always felt like some of the watches are just a little too masculine looking for me.
Okay.
I like more daintier timepieces. You know, nothing against the watch, of course. Just my style's a little.
You're more of a Cartier kind of.
Yeah, like just a little more subdued. But of course, I wouldn't mind having one. Let's be real. It's a very nice timepiece.
That's right. There was.
Yeah.
There were free ones up for grabs for the
Oh.
commentary team, but seeing as you don't want one, it's fine.
Yeah, and we know that anytime there's something good, Randy snatches it immediately.
This is true.
Doesn't even give us a chance.
Oh, you heard? Oh, you want?
No eliminations on the return from break. I do apologise, sorry. The ace-queen against Nacho's 10s, so what's bang out in 12th. But since then, a bit of a stalemate with 11 left. Average stack is 27 bigs, perhaps shaping up to be a shallower FT than what we've experienced so far at this series. Strava opting to open off of sub 10 from under the gun.
Hoping to get a raise fold through with the ace blocker up front.
They better show it.
Disciplined fold from Punsri. I like it. Sub 10 big blind min open from under the gun. Six-handed, 6-5-0. Just gonna get us into murky, dangerous waters as Strava is gonna get moved over to table 1 main stage with the likes of Ivy, Vogelsang, Jaffe, Barbero and Sang. Keeping it fair, as fair as possible. Few short stacks out there now. Ivy, after having gone through the blinds, down to just 4 bigs. Jonathan Jaffe, Francisco Benitez on 12, Johanna Strava on 11.
I'm gonna do the announcement.
Really could get down to this final table any minute now. Not going to take much for money to go in. There's many short stacks out there.
Yeah, this ace-king certainly going to start things off.
Benitez sliding 2/3 of his stack into the middle. Punsri with King Jack. Don't forget, we're 5-handed over here. It's for 12 bigs. So let's pitch it. Benitez gonna pick up. Blackjack. Blackjack hand.
There you have.
Danny with the little fake out for funsies.
Francisco Benitez, 2.46 million in live earnings. Career best cash of 432,000. Second on Uruguay's all-time money list, and guaranteed to move up to first, regardless of where he finishes from here on out.
It's not yet. I had it's
Career best cash coming in at 25k.
How much?
Seems to have played a few of those last year. Some online scores as well.
Benitez with King Queen against Heath's Open with Ace Jack.
Again, five-handed. Not going to take much for chips to fly into the middle. Both players remain unimproved on the 10-4. Deuce incredibly disconnected and dry. Enough for Heath to perhaps sprinkle out a C-bet. So much value in just taking down the pot right here, right now. And it really is a sprinkle. As small as it's allowed to go.
Yeah, Benitez sat there wondering, you know, if his outs are clean, if he's up against, you know, perhaps a better King X or Queen X, then could be troublesome even for that small price to continue if he were to hit a pair.
That's a tight fold.
Yeah.
I mean, if the one big blind continue is getting the 2 overs backdoor to fold, what an absolute print for Heath. I say that non-judgmentally. I have no idea about the spot myself, but to the untrained eye, such as mine, feels a bit tight, I guess, with ICM 2 off the final table. A lot at stake.
Yeah, perhaps Benitez, you know, seeing on the app that Ivy's over there with 4 bigs. Just gonna fold in spots where he's unsure. Try to preserve his stack size. Third from the bottom now.
Puntry with the raise and take.
Yeah, Table Boss certainly going to continue to open up.
Phil Ivey is all in at risk on the outer table. Pocket threes against Nacho Barbero's 10-6, blind v blind. Can sweat along on the Triton Poker Plus app. Ivey has flopped a set of threes. On a 5-3 deuce board, needs to fade running hearts. Or a 4 that would give Barbero a 6-high straight.
Not like this for the People's Champ. Barbero been running good, but not able to eliminate Ivy.
Nice. Ivy. Bit of breathing room, up to 9 bigs.
Heath looking to trap Devoris with the limp.
Yeah, Devoris with one of those hands.
230.
That may want to do precisely this. Lean in to the ICM pressure that Heath is under. Middle of the pack with a comfortable 21 bigs.
$520.
This is gangster because Heath's going to be so incredibly well balanced in this spot.
Yeah, and this is definitely the way to Heath trying to chip up nicely in a situation where he's going to expect his opponent to be raising his limps quite a high frequency. Doesn't get further action.
Yeah.
I feel like that was Benitez with the big sigh. I mean, just put the man out of his misery already. Let the delay catch up. Let the man know he folded correctly.
Yeah, it was such a strange spot, given the SPR at the river. Gave credit to Punsri for having bluffs. Was really pained by it. Chip leader. Queen 9-0 on the button. Vogel's been climbing slowly but surely. 5th in chips overall, though the blinds have just gone up. $40K, $80K. Strava on short stack duties. Average stack of 27 bigs. So we've entered a gridlock here with 11 left. Oh. Strava gonna need to find a hand soon. About to go through the blinds. Ivy, Queen 9 of diamonds on the button. Just north of 9 bigs. Announces all in. Vogelsang with nothing. He's going to pick up the blinds as the Ivy fans around the world go wild as he picks up the blinds and the big blind ante. Still not quite out of the danger zone yet. But a bit of breathing room for Ivy. Moves up to 8th in chips overall. How do we feel about that little raise and take, Maria?
It's great to maintain a stack that still has fold equity at this point, especially because when Ivy shoves the button there, he's got Jaffe in the big blind with a 10 big blind stack, which just makes it very difficult for Jaffe to find good hands to call off.
Strava got to announce himself from under the gun. And Barbero just one seat over. This is a 6-handed table. Tournament chip leader. Knows that Strava is more than comfortable taking these marginal spots in ace-10. Performing well enough for Barbero to spin the wheel against this 700,000 chips jam from Strava. And Tsang in the big blind, waking up with ace, queen of clubs. And now what do you do? 2 off the final table. Facing this action in front of you.
It certainly feels that Barbero will have hands that he calls with here that Tsang's going to be well ahead of. But also sometimes some traps with top of range. Not going to ISO. Saying happy to stick around C3 with the suited ace.
Just to give the viewers at home context, Barbero's in first. Tsang starting the hand 3rd in chips. So in terms of the ICM noose that is currently around Tsang's neck, would be an absolute disaster, of course, for him to bust before the final table as it comes King 10-4, and byproduct of Sang flat calling. It's allowed Barbero to jump into the lead, 58% equity on this flop. 2.2 million out there. Strava looking for an ace or a 9. Queen or a jack would be no good as things stand. Let's check through, Maria.
Yeah, Barbero. Oh my goodness.
Okay, Strava.
This is
okay.
Quite the turn card for a lot of reasons. Not only is Strava, of course,
oh, you're right.
looking for the triple up here, but also Sang now turning top pair with a gut shot to Broadway. Barbero, though, with aces and 10s.
You're right. I was so fixated on Strava turning the nuts that completely forgot that Barbero's turned 2 pair and Sang's turned top pair.
Okay, cool. Okay.
The nut top pair at that. 2 away from the final table. Two-tone texture as well.
Now Barbero's betting, creating the side pot. And you know, in these spots, without a side pot, sometimes players would be more incentivized to check if they don't have a piece. So, of course, Sang has to give some credibility to Barbero, barreling now on the turn after checking back the flop. But might Sang feel like his hand is too strong to just fold here?
What a disgusting turn spot for Sang.
Beating some of the other ace-X's that would have called a 9 big blind shove pre, you know, ace-jack, of course, going to be in there.
What on earth is this run out?
Wow.
10 of clubs to give Barbero a full house with 3.2 million in the middle.
What a life.
Started the hand as tournament chip leader. We're going to be down to 10 players.
How much are those 5?
And so unfortunate, Strava.
250?
Now going to be eliminated this hand after turning Broadway.
The 10 each, yeah.
Wouldn't believe it if he saw it.
And with everything, bricking Maria both hearts and spades, chopping against other ace-X. 1.4 back with 3.3 in the middle. Don't forget, this was an under-the-gun open jam from Strava. 8.5 bigs. Barbero just flat called. Elton started the hand third in chips. Closing the action. Called out of the big. Flop checked through. Turn. Ace of spades. Two-tone.
Couple of draws bricking out on the river, as well as Barbero asks for all of it, which is more than what was in the side pot. But of course, the main pot inflated.
I mean, we've seen Elton make some incredible folds already this series in the 200K and the 125K main. This would be a big one.
The man blocks broadways. He blocks a lot of boats here. Probably doesn't assume that a hand like aces or
Check
even
flop,
kings
right?
would just check the flop in that spot.
I don't know, it feels like kings exclusively.
Yeah.
But then at the same time, does kings just flat call pre? I don't know. Maybe aces. Aces with a heart, perhaps. Getting a bit deceptive on the flop, but again, does he really play those big pocket pairs that way?
Sang certainly looking at his clubs and thinking he unblocks hearts and spades. Might those have fired on the flop some of these Broadway type draws, but what of those hands really call the 8.5 big blind shove pre?
Elton's running out of time as the clock ticks down. Nacho giving nothing away.
Have a use?
And might Sang start calling into question the capability, I think, of Barbero at this spot to put him all in here.
Yeah, to try and get him off of a chop, perhaps. Same hand. Ace queen is possible. Regardless, Barbero is going to be showering Strava. Is he going to go for the 1-2 KO and another double elimination to get us down to the final table? He is, Maria. Elton Sang unable to find the fold on the river, understandably so, and another double KO for Nacho Barbero, as you see and hear. Just how unbelievable he finds that spot. Fist bump between Barbero and Strava as he showers 2, Maria, to get us down to the final table of the 100K 8 max here in Monte-Carlo. And not only has he showered 2 and guaranteed everyone a ladder of $48,000, we have ourselves a bit of a deja vu moment, similar to Adrian Mateos in that 125K main, where Barbero is heading into the FT with 113 bigs. Second in chips is Punat Punsri with 52. He has more than double what second has, and then a huge drop-off to Danny Tang in third with 30. The year of the Nacho was announced at the start of the year, and Barbero really looking to follow through towards the tail end of 2023. What on earth did we just witness there, Maria?
That was obviously an insane double elimination there on the end. And when we look at now the have-nots of the group, these stack sizes, 9 big blinds, 11 big blinds, 12 big blinds, they're all just going to be looking to outlast each other, which with Nacho having such a big chip advantage here, will be able to continue to apply pressure to those middling
really
stacks.
Can.
And I don't know, we've seen these big chip leads, though, get down to the final 2 or 3 and end up not coming out as the winner. And so anything can happen, of course, but Nacho can feel pretty good about his position right now.
It's actually been the theme of the series. Adrian Mateos, runaway chip leader in the 125K, came second. Dan Smith, who went on to win the 200K, was down to like 4 or 5 bigs. It was Mario Mosbok with the overwhelming chip lead. Mosbok came second. Is Barbero going to put an end to that storyline here in the 100K? As Maria mentioned, several short stacks out there. Ivy on 12 bigs, Benitez on 11, Jonathan Jaffe on 9. And that really is going to open the door for Nacho Barbero to do what he does best, and that is apply pressure on Vogelsang, Forrest, Heath. All have to proceed with caution when we return from break. All eyes on that top prize of $2,880,000. Everyone currently guaranteed 288K. And not to sleep on the other potential storylines here, by the way. Danny Tang looking for his 5th title of the year. He's coming in third in chips. Ivy looking for his 4th. A 5-time Triton champion looking for his 6th overall. Don't go too far. This one shaping up to be a true classic. About 25 minutes or so on the break as we set the main stage, allowing the players to step away for some fresh air and a chance to just soak up the moment and the atmosphere here in event number 6. We'll see you all very shortly when we return. 2.8 million to play for.
GG Poker. Why so many players? This is a crazy thing to do.
GG Poker
Broke the Guinness World Record.
Welcome to the World Series of Poker main
the biggest
event.
poker site.
Larger than all of GG Poker's passing traffic reaches all-time high.
Jump, 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 jump! No way!
Take your game to the next level with GTO Wizard. Practice against GTO on all your devices. Study any situation using our revolutionary AI-powered solver. Upload your hand histories to uncover your biggest leaks. We have hundreds of hours of coaching from top pros, cutting-edge theory articles, and custom study plans to help guide your poker journey. GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players.
Introducing the all-new BetACR.eu, the premier destination for sports enthusiasts. What sets BetACR.eu apart is our exclusive offering of live-action prediction options on the Triton series. Experience the excitement as you predict the action while watching your favorite players live. But that's not all. By opening your account now, you can take advantage of our incredible offer. Receive a generous 15% free play on your first top-up, up to $250. Become a part of BetACR.eu and elevate your live sports engagement experience.
Broadway's weak at ace-x that he's going to be in great shape against. Unfortunately running into top of range, but still has 28% equity here. Pre-flop, no longer the case on the Queen 8-5. Doesn't pick up any additional equity on the turn. Going for the prepay Maria. Trying his best to jinx it. Doesn't work. The deuce-deuce run out as Savannah last
met with a lot of aggression behind you, certainly with this type of table draw with some big stacks in play. Going to be conservative with his opening range, and good timing as well, because Sang now making it 80K from the hijack with queens.
So Watts has been picking his spots to apply pressure pre. Not the case here. Going to flat call. Once bitten, twice as shy, perhaps, as he had to 3-bet fold the ace-queen on the bubble to Elton Sang, who's woken up with another premium. Gonna go 3 ways to a flop. Cat Lee in rough shape, about as rough as it gets, 3 ways. And well, perhaps 1 foot out of the door now on the 9-5-4. Connecting with top pair. Elton's got the goods, over pair with a diamond.
Yeah, and a lot of times with Lee's hand and the stack he has behind, probably going to be looking to just check jam a lot of the times against the C-bet coming out of saying here. Watson can certainly turn some backdoor equity. Does he want to continue against a third pot size bet here?
Gets awkward in a sandwich here, right? But look at this. So what's gonna float in position? Maria, your spidey senses are on point. What do you do in Lee's shoes now?
I feel like it just makes it so much more profitable to jam here for protection, hoping that your opponents just have overcards in this spot, perhaps some flush draws in the mix.
There's the announcement we were all expecting. That little overlay of 100K with the Sawat's flat, making it all the more appetizing for Lee.
Now you wonder,
jam.
Yeah, if Sang wants to just ISO here, shut out Mike behind him. Already would be committing about 40% of his stack for the call.
All you can eat from Elton Sang, who's going to get it in great shape against his good friend, Kiat Lee. Good news for Lee is we are in the money. Bad news is he has 17% and one of his outs is dead. So Watts pitched the King Jack. So 4 outs twice. Reduced to once. 3 of clubs on the turn. As Lee does not improve across turn and river, and with that we have our second elimination inside the money. Was the short
5 seconds.
kicking off with that man on your screens right there. Christoph Vogelsang, one of the most decorated players the last decade. Barbero perhaps gonna run into it here. Does have a rejammable hand out of the small against a cutoff open. And he's gonna go for the double-fisted jam for 18 bigs. Oh man. I love both of them. I don't want anyone to lose this hand. Can they just chop it up? Can we just get a 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 board?
It doesn't matter. They make them catch up.
So no one can have a ladder? You have king queen?
They make them catch up, and then if like someone else busts, you just split it.
Oh, there we go.
No, I was laughing because you pushed your stacks, and like every like 5 centimeters you moved, a chip would get left behind. I know you left the first one on purpose.
I'm glad we're all laughing, you know.
Yeah. Pass it, come on, Rashford, let's go. Oh my
Barbera is more interested in the United City game. Vogelsang, stoic as ever, just patiently waiting to see all 5. As it comes, Queen high and again. Vogelsang deep in a big buy-in event at a Triton Super High Roller Series.
Seems like we were just saying.
Barbero doing the dirty. For no fault of his own, took the rejam, as would most in that spot, but
Sang does have some backdoor possibilities to improve.
yeah, feels like an inevitable showering of Elton here on this board texture. Just got a call, perhaps going to be saved by the run out. Form of scare cards. That's not one of them, but it does now present additional outs for Elton. He was hunting for a 4.
And you wonder, as this board continues to get a little more coordinated and a little more draw heavy, if O'Dwyer wants to charge a bit more against some of these flush draws, straight possibilities. Two-tone on the turn now.
.320 out there, SPR of 1.5. Dwyer be happy to get this in across 2 streets. Betting 200,000 into 320. What does Sang want to do? Does he just want to get it all in right now and run it? Never folding on the river. Does he want to let O'Dwyer blast off with hands like King Jack, King 10? Small pocket pairs.
Yeah, Singh certainly have all the options available to him, it would seem. Would be pretty insane to fold, but also isn't sure if he were to put the rest of the chips in, if O'Dwyer has a lot of hands that are going to fold. So looks like he's just going to come with the call and hope to improve on the river.
How many times at the highest stakes do we see these kind of hands play out and hundreds of thousands of dollars of equities shifting at the turn of a card? Sang backing into the nut flush. 720 in the middle. O'Dwyer with 280 back. Elton extends the invitation to O'Dwyer to play for it all. Will O'Dwyer take the bait? It's not even bait at this point. I mean, you have ace-jack.
Right. And you would have thought that if Sang had flopped 2-pair or turned 2-pair, he might have just asked for all of it on the turn. So if O'Dwyer decides to just put the rest in, just hoping to get called by worse ace X's.
All you can eat minus 5K as Sang does snap jam over the top, and O'Dwyer going nowhere. Flicks in the call. 1.28 million chip pot. Feels like it's one of the bluffs of the series. I'm trying to think back. Remember Dan Smith.
Oh, okay, sorry, I thought you'd stack them.
A huge bluff in the 200K against Fedor Holtz with King Deuce of clubs. This one, different scenario, but
like even when he played, he was not very
certainly up there.
Last season wasn't easy.
Yeah, last season he was unbelievable.
Just finding out from producer James Dempsey that we've reached the final 16. There will be a final 2-table redraw. We're just catching up with the soft hand for hand. Another one of those brilliant ideas from Triton to keep it fair across the board, just ensuring that everyone plays an equal amount of hands, removes all of the pre-flop tanking nonsense and trying to delay for ladders and whatnot. No, We keep track of every hand. Sang the 3x out of the small. Unable to shake off the tournament chip leader, as it is Hong Kong currently 1 and 2 here in Monte-Carlo, as DT flops best on the King Queen 5.
Mind you, almost scored.
Nacho trying to, I don't know, distract Danny whilst he's in a hand. And then Manu almost scored. Danny too interested in the current situation he finds himself in. All business, as always, is DT. Turn card.
Yeah, I'm also watch hockey.
Got that monster bluff
it's
through.
just like in a bad time zone for me to watch EPL. A lot of the games are in the morning.
Saddle. Two-tone ball texture on this turn. Gets awkward with the ace-jack of hearts now. Gonna have the best hand a decent amount of the time, but
And you wonder if Tang wants to go ahead and bet his pair of queens now, or wants to exercise a little pot control here. Doesn't have a great kicker here with the queen, of course. Some better queen X's that would have raised pre and perhaps bet the flop. Might have checked the turn and have him out-kicked.
well, a four-time champion and #1 on Hong Kong's all-time money list is going to extend his lead atop of the chip counts here. I don't think there's ever a world in which that is folding unless Vogelsang goes huge.
5 seconds.
450 out there. Ace-jack with more than enough showdown value. And now Danny facing a second check. Is there now value to be pursued, perhaps?
Certainly a case to be made for that with a couple of the busted draws. Didn't come in on the river.
$200.
Yeah, 40% on the river. And even with ace-jack high, it feels uncomfortable for Vogelsang. As Maria alluded to, those draws bricking. The 10-9s, jack-10s, jack-9s clubs. Some weaker ace-x floats, perhaps.
Yeah, unblocks some of the draws, but not all of them.
This isn't posturing from Vogelsang. He's giving Danny Tang credit for having bluffs here.
Yeah, and Vogelsang obviously earned those chips the hard way, not wanting to part with them too hastily here with just an ace-high call-off.
Really did earn them the hard way. One of the bluffs of the tournament as he does pitch it. Danny Tang extends his lead.
One more hand, guys.
Pole position here in Monte-Carlo. Not for the first time. 6th in that 200K Triton Invitational.
Thank you.
Came in with purpose to this series to dethrone Jason Kuhn, Triton 5-time champion this year, is you can all pick up some of the same swag that some of the best players in the world rock. I believe Danny Tang actually rocking some Triton merch right now. Learn more by typing !giveaway in the chat, sign or scan rather the QR code on your screens to take part, to stand a chance to pick up a piece of free Triton merchandise as Forrest activates with the jacks from under the gun.
Can't get better than free 99, so why wouldn't you?
Don't do it, Vogel. He's going to do it. And he's going to be priced in. Giving Forrest credit for raise folds off of 14.
Yeah, and this is just a little unfortunate for Christoph to run into a real hand, as DeVoris certainly will have quite a bit of raise folds off of 14 big blinds. And they're 6-handed as well, so.
Music to the ears of Dvoris. Vogel asking for a count. Facing the 4-bet jam. I think we can ever fold after 3-betting to 210,000, 550 back.
555, right? 555.
Just looking over at the clock. 340 to win 860.
Yeah, that was the idea.
Makes the call, Maria, as
all in the call.
Head, the flop, turn, and river. Vogelsang looking to suck out on Dvoris with the ill-timed 3-bet priced in to make the call. Has 32% equity. None of those draws showing up on the flop.
99, so why wouldn't you?
Don't do it, Vogel.
Raise to 210,000.
He's going to do it. And he's going to be priced in. Giving Forrest credit for raise folds off of 14.
Yeah, and this is just a little unfortunate for Christoph to run into a real hand, as DeVoris certainly will have quite a bit of raise folds off of 14 big blinds. And they're 6-handed as well, so.
Music to the ears of Dvoris. Vogel asking for a count. Facing the 4-bet jam. I think we can ever fold after 3-betting to 210,000, 550 back.
555, right? 555.
Just looking over at the clock. 340 to win 860.
Yeah, that was the idea.
Makes the call, Maria, as
all in the call.
Head, the flop, turn, and river. Vogelsang looking to suck out on Dvoris with the ill-timed 3-bet priced in to make the call. Has 32% equity. None of those draws showing up on the flop. Heartless Queen 6 deuce. Well, how about that for one of the build-ups of the series? to a final table. We haven't even got to the stage of dishing out the 7-figure payouts yet. Randy Liu alongside myself, Henry Kilbane. Randy, you weren't in for that frame, but we saw Nacho Barbero doing what Nacho Barbero does best, which was accumulating chips. He had not one, but 2 double elimination hands, and that final hand against Elton Sang and Johannes Strava, getting us down to the FT, has led to what seems to be the theme of this series, which is a runaway train in the form of an overwhelming chip leader. We had it with Adrian Mateos in the main event. We had it with Mario Mosbok in the 200K. Neither of those two managed to convert. Is this going to be different here? Barbero with a stacked final table to overcome, Randy.
Well, he is the favorite to take down this final table. You know, if you look at the stacks, he's got more than 2x who's got second.
Yep.
And there's a bit of a drop off there. You can see from second to third, Punat Punstri having about 2x that stack. So he is clearly the favorite with 113 big blinds. He's going to be able to press on the other 8 players. And we have a situation here where when Mateos was the chip leader, everyone had around 25 big blinds, give or take 3. Here, 3 very short stacks. So that really does handcuff Divorce all the way through Danny Tang in this spot.
It does. And second in chips, very experienced. Punat Punstri, #1 on Thailand's all-time list. 2 seats to the left of Barbero. So fantastic seat draw for him in terms of variance, managing to just stay out of Barbero's way as we look to throw it down to the main stage to introduce this final table of 9, 100K event number 6. Luca Vivaldi.
Triton Super Rally Series in Monte-Carlo event number 6, the 100K No Limit Hold'em event at 120 entries. We're down to final table of 9. They're going to compete for a first prize of more than 2.8 million, and it's my pleasure to introduce you to them. In seat number 1 for Canada, just for this event, with 1.9 million, is going to be Dani Martins Civeleski.
What? That's not a player I'm too familiar with. Double D looking for a title here in the 100K.
Seat number 2 from Germany with 2 million. Please welcome Christoph Vogelsang.
Christoph Vogelsang, widely regarded as one of the best of the last decade, looking for his first Triton trophy.
Seat number 3 from Uruguay with 875,000. Please put your hand together for Francisco Benitez.
Triton debutant and venturing out from Uruguay, playing his biggest buy-in tournament of his career.
In seat number 5 from Hong Kong with 2.4 million. Please welcome Danny Tang.
For Ivan, wonderful touch from DT there. What a year it's been for him.
Seat 6 from the US with 725,000. Please welcome Jonathan Jaffe.
Fresh off that win in the 50K Turbo just the other night. JJ looking to go for title number 2.
And in C7 we have our chip leader from Argentina with 9.1 million. Please welcome Nacho Barbero.
The year of the Nacho continues. 6.1 million in Triton earnings in this year alone. 1 title, 11 cashes. Looking to eclipse 10 million in earnings.
Seat number 8 with 150,000. Please welcome Phil Ivey.
The man, the myth, the legend. One of the greatest of all time. 5-time Triton champion. Phil Ivey.
Seat 9 from Thailand with 4.2 million. Please put your hand together for Punat Punstri.
#1 on Thailand's all-time money list. Punat Punstri looking to add a second title to his already impressive Triton track record.
Last but not least, with 2 million in seat number 10 from the UK. Please welcome Ben Heath.
Ben Heath is guaranteed to move up to 3rd on the UK all-time money list, regardless of where he finishes here, looking for his maiden trophy, the 2.8 million that comes with it. That is your final table, ladies and gentlemen. Event number 6. All guaranteed 288,000 for their efforts. 2,880,000 up top. Average stack, 33 big blinds. Chip leader Nacho Barbero with more than 3 times tournament average, and only Punat Punstri joins him in the camp of a more than average. Danny Tang, Ben Heath, Vogelsang and Forrest all temporarily handcuffed due to the ICM implications in effect with the presence of the short stacks Phil Ivey, Benitez and Jaffe. May the best man win. What a final table we have ahead of ourselves, Randy. It's the Triton Super High Roller Series, baby.
I thought the year of the Nacho was over. It's still going on?
Still 2023, last time I checked. What an ending to the year it would be for Nacho. Phil Ivey looking for his 4th title of the year. Danny looking for his 5th.
What was the name they said for Daniel Divorce?
Which one you want first?
The announcer, Luca. He said some other name. What's with this hat?
Absolutely no idea. But Daniel Divorce has left the building, apparently.
So Jaffe is our current tournament short stack off of 9 blinds. Interesting hand here.
Nacho's expected to be opening close to range in that spot, not the King 5.
Different suited connector here. Now, Ivy actually coming in with a baby raise off of his stack. It should look strong.
It's also the button, and he's going to be more than happy with that outcome. Raise and take. And a chip up for the 5-time champion. It's slowly in that 5-time champions club. Danny Tang is going to be looking to join him today if he can close this one out. Nikita Badziakuski, also a 4-time champion, would love to join Ivy.
It's a tough club to get into.
No, it's yours. I didn't have one of those. I had that Perrier, but I don't know where it is. This one? It might be that one. It was open. Left it on there.
Fold.
Looks like a spot here for Jonathan Jaffe. He used to make a stance.
Oh, it's grim though. The low jack. 9 bigs. Ace 10-0.
160.
It's going to come.
I think this is interesting, right? Come in for min raise rather than jam or fold.
I really like it with this hand as well. I guess it's just the byproduct, Randy, of
kings.
The amount of
right
short
behind,
stacks out there. Ivy just peeking over. See what he's up against. He's up against the shortest stack. Ivy off to a fantastic start here. This final table. Doesn't look like he's going to pick up any customers out of the blinds. And we know Jonathan's going to be folding to this jam. JJ
I was going to open.
down to 7 bigs.
But does give himself that extra life by opting to min raise rather than pushing it in. But clearly super short now.
Right, before posting, yeah.
2 for 2, huh?
2 for 2. Nacho can come in and do some commentary. Ivy up to 20 bigs has done a fantastic job of separating himself from the two shorter stacks, Benitez and Jaffe. Bit of breathing room, but still in the proverbial ICM prison. 19 bigs. Barbero trying to get Ivy to talk. I think many
He's a businessman.
have tried and failed over the last 2 decades, Randy.
165.
Ivy talks on his terms.
True. But right now it's Nacho's terms. Ace-8 offsuit, going to bump it up. And Punat Punsri is currently second in chips, 51 big blinds. Very playable pocket nines. And imagine you want to come in with call rather than 3-bet, just so it doesn't get too dicey.
Feels like a spot where perhaps even hands like 10s are flat calling here as well.
I agree, and this is actually interesting for Divorce because he's expecting the chip leader open wide. He's also kind of expecting the guy in the middle not to be too strong, so he does have forward equity here if he wants to shoot it up. The only problem is that Jaffe is super short, but Divorce always shoots for the win.
Wow.
What about 2 9s in this spot? This is tough.
Did not expect to see Dvoris take this rejam spot. Currently comfortably in 6th.
So this comes down to how small of a pocket pair he feels Dvoris would jam.
1,780,000.
Is Dvoris jamming like 6s, 7s? You know, what is the bottom line?
There is that, Randy. But how about the preservation of 1 stack? Punsri comfortably in 2nd. Does he really want to roll the dice here, hoping to see a 7s or 8s? Or at best, even up against this perhaps lighter 3-bet jam with the king-queen, still be flipping?
It's a tough question, right? Technically, yes, he could afford it, but if he folds, then yes, he preserves himself a really nice 2nd place stack. It just comes down to how much he dominates this squeeze jam's range. You can see he's quite pained from this spot, but he's going to lay it down. And what a pickup for Daniel Dvoris.
#1 ranked GPI player in Asia, Punsri. Letting go of the 9s. Pained by that decision, but
It doesn't peak. It doesn't peak.
understandable
It doesn't cap out.
to see that fold.
I have 16 too. How do you know?
What do you mean? Well, you can have max 17.
4 7-figure payouts here.
Oh, max to 17?
Well, they give you max 17.
No, I mean, is that...
Well,
is
hold
that
on,
cap?
hold on.
With Jonathan Jaffe on 7 bigs, Benitez on
Yeah,
11.
small black off.
Bravo, Dvoris.
Yeah, I was small black.
No, just give it back.
Like, you only get 17 the whole tournament, right? If you
So there's no cap then.
That's your big identity, right?
Oh, like max 12 or whatever?
Yeah,
No.
I didn't put that in.
No.
It's impossible that I make it with only using 1 diamond.
So you can promote some brands at the final table.
I can.
Those of you just joining us, since we returned from break, it's Nacho Barbero as well, and we're all just living in it at the moment. Scored a double KO. 11 left to get us down.
Double KO? Because I see double Ks.
Double KO and double Ks for Barbero. Overwhelming chip leader with more than 3 times average.
Is that like for the animal equality purpose? I don't know.
You're putting it all together.
The Black
Don't get in the hand
Kings.
with Danny.
Solve.
Round to the shortest stack. Apologies. Second shortest stack. Francisco Benitez, Uruguayan, venturing out to a Triton Super High Roller Series for the first time. Playing his biggest buy-in event of his career.
Venetia's an online superstar. Don't know if you're aware.
Seen some huge scores on his Hendon mob from GG Poker, WSOP Online.
Yeah, some might recognize the name Tomato, I don't know, something like this.
Yeah.
Is it a Uruguayan way to say tomato, you think?
Regardless, it's just a legendary online screen name. Pronounce it how you will when you see it on your screens. It's normally showers.
It's good to see him at a Triton stop. It just feels like everyone eventually is going to make their way over to our Triton, and we're just going to have mass. It's already massive fields, but it's just going to get bigger.
Yeah. Like they would call you noodles? Something stupid, yeah. Like they would shout like sweet and sour balls, and as if I have to like say, oh.
He's guaranteed to move up to #1 on Uruguay's all-time money list, regardless of where he finishes from here on out.
Well, Dvorak got 9s to fold earlier. Let's see how he's going to play him.
Charity. Oh, charity? Oh, nice.
Oh, great start to this final table for Dvorak.
Gets him the third.
I'm going to go to Madrid and stay a couple of months if I like it.
You've been already, right? Madrid's awesome.
Yeah.
I must say,
You mean if you like Madrid to live?
Madrid is one of my favorite cities.
I can't really live in Madrid, but spend a couple of months a year, it would be nice. I'm going to go and...
And you got a spare room? You said you can't live. I'm trying to help you out.
True. Do you have any spare room for me? Tito?
Get in trouble.
After all the tournaments you busted me, you should give me a spare room somewhere. You should get your apartment after all the money you cost me.
Is that how it works, Randy? A form of rake back?
Really good, but it would have been better if it was not for you.
I'm not sure it's that simple, but I do know how this hand works.
Do tell.
Well, all you can eat. Almost. But you know what I mean. Left the blues behind.
He's jamming into the other short stack, and JJ forced to fold.
You're welcome.
Now down to just 5 bigs after passing through the big blind.
I'm running good. I say it in Spanish, it's probably, I have to say.
上邊有嘢睇嘅咩？哦，行，行。
Ivy's turn to pick up the snowman.
Christoph, can I put this between us?
Do you ever think that this luxury of stacked final tables is ever going to wear off on us, Randy? I mean, it feels like every FT we have the privilege of calling the action on, we're just left with our jaws on the floor at the caliber and quality of players. I mean,
the thing is, the best players want to come to the Triton. You know, they want to play against the best competition. They want to test their abilities, you know. So every single final table we get is stacked because of that, and that's what makes it a viewing pleasure. You know, they get to play for highest stakes possible, right, with the best competition. It's just all around a win for everyone.
And what Paul and Richard and Ivan and the rest of the Triton team have built over the years to get us here in 2023. We're now having 3 to 4 festivals a year. The invitational concept as well. We get the invitees and the pros, always a highly anticipated event. And now we're seeing more and more of these online legends who perhaps are slept on when you just look at their hand and mobs, not as stacked as some of the live pros. They come here, someone like Francisco Benitez.
Ooh, Jaffe's short, but Ivy's just got 5 high.
They just make a name for themselves as Jonathan Jaffe, one of the online heads-up OGs. Oh, Ivy.
He's getting the price. There's a big blind ante in there as well. And Jaffe gets it in good, but just a 60% favorite. Oh, is there 25K back, isn't there? He exposed his hand?
If you flop straight flush, it saves no.
Wow,
He's got
he does.
decisions on this, right?
So what happens?
I mean, they're supposed to come back.
This is live. Yes,
Okay,
play.
Okay.
Okay.
If he flops a flush, he can fold.
So, some controversy. JJ does have 25K back,
Never had the whole table fucking laughing at me
but doesn't look like he'll ever fold even on a 5-10. There we go, made it easier. Money's gone in. Ivy still live. All in brought to you by betacr.eu. On the turn, Randy. On the flop, rather. Still live is Ivy going to the river. JJ improves to Broadway. So 850,000, a slight blow to Phil Ivy's stack.
If you don't know, you gotta get it in.
Jonathan back up to 10 bigs. Bit of breathing room, but still
4-8.
shortest stack.
Getting him to show so when the 3-3-3 flop came, get away.
Stack.
Yeah, for those wondering what happened, Ivy thought Jaffe had jam, but he did leave a little bit back, so technically speaking, Jaffe could have got away if he just came in like full house on the flop.
What if the ruling was your hand is dead?
I would be very upset and probably apologize to
How can your hand be there?
They can't kill both of them. They both did it at the same time. So
No, but what if, like, let's say Phil doesn't show his hand and then he just shows his hand?
I think he's out. He induced me. He flipped it.
I think they should both get like a 1-round penalty.
The hand would never be dead. It would be penalty at best, right? Or at worst. Not sure how Danny thought it would be a dead hand. It's quite absurd. Jaffe now ace-8 with his newfound chips in the cutoff. It's interesting because it's kind of a hand that's worthy of a raise, but not really worth all of the chips. Then fold seems okay too. You do have chip leader behind you, Never Lovely. But he's gonna rip it. And Nacho's just thinking, why is it every time I've got a hand I want to open, you're just gonna make a raise in front of me? Oh, Puna Punstree's got ace-king right behind. Trouble.
This is what Randy was alluding to. The all-in when looked up, typically in rough shape. How about 23% equity? Ace-8 for Jonathan. With some hope on the 9-6-5 board. He's picked up 4 additional outs. And now has 6 more additional outs in the form of a chop. 6 or a 5 to chop, 8 or a 7 to win. As he finds the 8 of spades on the river.
Scoop.
And Jonathan Jaffe has gone from shortest stack down to just 5 big blinds.
He's on a run.
1.8 million, up to 5th in chips.
Keep in mind, he also won the 50K No Limit Turbo Bounty for $500,000 plus 8 or 10 more 20K bounties apiece.
Yeah, he did, didn't he? He had like 10. I think it was 10 bounties by the end, so
Yeah.
700K haul there.
It's a good trip so far and a good run here. This 100K No Limit 8-handed event number 6.
That really changes things from an ICM point of view because it was kind of all eyes on JJ. It's the shortest stack now that he's doubled, not once but twice.
He's pretty clear from that expected to get in zone. So now it's down to Francisco Benitez at the bottom, 9 big blinds, and Ivy on 12. Then it goes up to 18 where 3 players share that number.
Punsri taking a hit, but still second in chips. By the way, Randy, that 30K.
Looking
event number
juicy. Look how
7.
many entries there are. My God.
Late reg has closed.
1685.
145 entries in that. 4.3 million in the prize pool for a 30K. Absolute absurdity. Be bringing you day 2 coverage of that one tomorrow.
Putting out Punsri, going to rip in on small blind into Ben Heath. Gets it done. It's nice to see Punsri out here in Monte-Carlo. Did already get a 7th place finish for 70,000 and 25K No Limit Turbo. Notably, he won the 100K main in Cyprus in 2022, 2.6 million. He's a beast.
He eclipsed that score in the 200K Invitational.
That's right.
Came 3rd and actually got it in fantastic shape, if I recall. Where he did actually end up going home in 3rd.
That was a fun tournament, though, just to sweat.
I think that was that Ace King against Brent Kenny's Ace Queen, if I'm not mistaken? Something similar?
Something like that. Can't quite remember.
To that effect.
Regardless, it is Ivy's turn to raise Ace 5 off. Going for a 2.5x raise. Trying to dissuade Divorce from defending the big. Not getting a great price, 7-6 offsuit. But Divorce says, you can't shake me.
DD gonna defend as it comes. Ace 10-4. Top pair for Ivy. Swing and a miss for Daniel Dvoris. How much of a privilege is it, Randy, to be still calling the action on this man?
To Ivy, that is?
A couple of decades into one of the most incredible careers in this game that we all love. And talking of love, Randy, a lot of love over on Twitch. Yolan Cohen gifting us 25 Tier 1 subs to the Triton poker community. Massive shout out.
You the man.
To all of you watching across the board on Twitch, on YouTube, on Facebook, on the Triton Poker Plus app. And a friendly reminder, if you haven't already, click that like button over on YouTube. Drop us a follow on Twitch. If you haven't joined the Triton poker community, as we go from really strength to strength, from series to series, Randy, in terms of production value, the quality of the poker content that we put out, not just at these series, but you know better than most the work that goes on behind the scenes, the cash game special streams that you do, post-production that goes on our YouTube. We're closing in to 200,000 subscribers strong over on our YouTube and almost 100,000 followers now on Twitch. Really growing a strong community.
Yeah, and the cash game quality has been really good. You know, we're now getting like $1 million pots regularly.
The regular occurrence.
Just have to watch your favorite players in there. Just don't miss it. Subscribe is the best way to know when it's happening, and give it a thumbs up. Leave comments. Do what you got to do. Do have a flop coming here. Ace, Queen, 8, 2 diamonds.
Any
Vogelsang
idea
involved.
of what the cards are, Randy? Or let's play this one blind with Vogelsang out of the big. It's a fun sweat. Certainly a board texture that should,
Barbaro is the pre-flop raiser.
Favor Barbaro. But having said that, wide ranges, as Nacho is not just chip leader. He has 3 times what second in chips has. Overwhelming chip leader after eliminating Elton Sang and Johannes Strava in the same hand on the final table bubble.
Does come in with a 150k c-bet. These ace-high boards really just favor the pre-flop raiser when we're playing off of these 18 big blind lower stacks, because ace-highs often just 3-bet rip at a decent frequency, the good ones at least. But once he check calls, it's going to be a bit worrisome for Barbaro, especially on the board pairing 8. The 8 definitely favors the big blind. You know, they can have 8-9 suited, 7-8, you know, etc. Of course, the ace as well. So if Barbaro fires again, it should be relative strength.
This turn card though, Randy, 8 of hearts. One that's perceived to favor Vogelsang, who has checked though.
It looks like he is going to fire once more.
1.3 in the middle with this bet.
Oh, he turned trips.
Barbaro has actually got there.
This is one of the weaker hands for Vogelsang to be holding in this spot to continue. He's got ace X's in his range. He's got 8 X's. So he's got the worst pair. Also, holding a jack blocks some of the straight draws. That might double barrel. Jack 10 notably.
Nacho really meant it, didn't he? At the start of the year. It was going to be the year of the Nacho. And to finish 2023 with a bang here in Monte-Carlo. Disciplined fold from Vogelsang. Looks easy when we can see the whole cards, but given who he's up against, given the situation, Vogelsang knows that Barbaro is going to be up to no good in that spot. This time he did have the goods.
What do you like on the next game? I want to bet Seattle. What do you have in that game? Yeah. I really like Seattle. My team.
13 Triton trophies
I'm a Seahawks fan.
amongst these final 9.
What?
Can't even be bothered
Wow,
to use up
4.5.
any form of brain power, Randy, to try and calculate how many millions of dollars these 9 have won and accumulated over the years. Many zeros is going to be my guess.
Oh, yeah. I also have 3.5.
Yeah, that would be one tough arithmetic problem for me, I'll tell you.
Sorry, I forgot who I was talking to. I do apologize, Randy.
May I use a calculator? Divorce has been pressing. King 7 off.
Well,
By no means a great hand.
It is Daniel's first time venturing out to a Triton Super High Roller Series. Never seen this man before.
Which Daniel are we talking about? Daniel, other last name?
Daniel, other last name for this event only.
Interesting.
Have to ask Luca what that's all about.
So Benitez got King Jack off, and he's kind of got that stack that's just barely enough fold equity. The problem is that Divorce is made at 2.5x, so technically his fold equity has been decreased, hence he just flats. And now we got a really interesting spot where this is a board that Divorce is going to pretty much fire his whole range on, and Benitez knows that. I wonder if he still continues with King Jack.
Is the thought process here from Benitez that he gets to keep in hands that he dominates by just flat calling, or is this more the opposite?
I think it's more that he's got room to perhaps maneuver and save a life. Like, for example, he flops like a gutter ball open and stretch, or maybe he does a stop and go and wins the pot. Or maybe the board comes very unfavorable and he just check folds. You know, like an ace 6-5, for example. Like this. Or did he throw in a time card? Seems like it was a time card.
Was indeed a time extension. Really mulling this one over, but he's going to let it go, Randy.
Got away with that one.
And Forrest on the climb here at this final table has been executed to perfection so far.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hasn't put a foot wrong. It's chipped up to 4th in chips, and get a quick overview of the arena. BetACR.eu. Elevate your live sports engagement experience, and we've mentioned time and time again about the exclusive live action prediction options on the Triton events, where you can not only watch your favorite players at these Triton Super High Roll Series, you can get money down on them. 15% free play up to $250. Let us know in the chat if you have bet on this final table, who you bet on, what you stand to win if they go on to win this event. All eyes and money likely to be on Barbero for the time being, but this cast of characters, anything is possible. Phil Ivey, 5-time Triton champion. Danny Tang, 4-time Triton champion. They've got other plans.
A little bit, yeah.
There it is, Randy.
Most action.
The golden Trident.
Too bad is the best.
The Trident, is that what you said?
The golden Trident, yeah. That's a piece of excess baggage that one doesn't mind picking up the bill for, because it often comes with a minimum of 6 figures in cash. In this case, it comes with 2.88 million. I think you could just book out the entire aircraft with that
Any
one.
pair for the button for Benitez should be go time.
Sit it up next to the pilot, as he does say go time. Is it going to be go time for Jonathan?
It seems like it might be a little bit too much for Queen 8 off. It's what, 6.5 big blinds total. Wow. He's actually going to take a shot with this Queen 8. I'm a bit surprised. Because it's quite detrimental to his stack if he happens to lose this one.
Well, clean flop.
Great for
Benitez.
Francisco.
King 9-6. 950 in the middle. He's going to put the remainder of his stack in the middle, and he's in great shape, Randy, with 2 cards to come. More than a 2-to-1 favorite.
Yeah, I mean, come on. If you get
To double up, all in brought to you by betacr.eu.
I thought symmetry. I didn't want the big blind loss
Again,
that time, so.
a 5 big blind stack on cue to double up. And double up he does. The show goes on. Jonathan Jaffe was down to 5 bigs. Managed to spin it back up to 20.
Oh, I put 115.
Benitez was down to 5 bigs. Now back up to 1.2 million, tied at the bottom of the chip counts, alongside Jonathan Jaffe and Vogelsang. This is incredibly awkward now for the likes of Daniel Dvoris and Danny Tang, sat in 3rd and 4th respectively. Can't really get involved too much. Obviously, shorter stacks exist.
A nice pocket jacks for Daniel Dvoris. Seems like he's getting involved in all of the hands lately.
He's certainly been the most active, hasn't he? And has been through having legit holdings. Opening from the low jack. Starting the hand 3rd in chips. Is opening into the big blind of the chip leader. Look at this for JJ. Queen 10 of spades is a playable hand, but note the open size, Randy,
yeah, it's
from
a size
Forrest.
up, even more than 2.5x. Also, Jonathan Jaffe's fold equity diminished after losing that last pot.
And this size up a deterrent for Barbero.
Exactly. You know, if it was up against a different player, he probably would size down a little bit, but he really doesn't want Barbero to call a wide range against him and just put him into multi-street post-flop spot.
Even with a hand as strong as Jack's.
There's a lot of value to be had by just not being at risk before the other 8 players, because we're playing a tournament, you know? There's so much up top just for trying to win. You don't even need to necessarily win. Even getting a top 2 or top 3 is worth so much. But if you put yourself at risk and maybe bust out, you just don't get that part of the prize pool.
We're just seeing the prize pool of event number 7 has been confirmed, Randy, and it's a 7-figure payout in a 30K. That's absurd.
That's big.
145 entries with 1,010,000 going to the eventual champion. We're bringing you coverage of that tomorrow. Obviously now our attention on event number 6, this final table. What a day of poker it's been. We came back with, I want to say 41 hopefuls at the start of the day. 20 places paid. We worked our way down through the money, through the bubble, and Lewis Spencer bowed out in 21st.
Interesting decision here for Ivy. King 9 off. Chip leader raising into him. It's a big size, right? 300K. Big blind's just 80,000. He knows King 9 fares okay. And he's not shaking. He's Phil Ivey.
Just shy of a 4x open from Nacho. Unfazed by the Ivy effect. Let's see See how he tries to dissect this one out position.
Excellent board from though, because Ivy likely reshoving just a lot of hands pre. The fact that he calls paired boards are just so good for you. Hard for him to have a piece. I mean, what can King 9 do here? Not even a backdoor heart in hand.
Right. Multiple ways in which one can run good, Randy. As Barbero closes in on the 10 million chip mark. 25 million chips in play. 24 million chips in play, I do apologize. Barbero with almost 40% of the chips now.
Divorce again?
It's not divorce, Randy.
Okay, sorry. Daniel again?
We need to find Luca.
What did he say?
What was that intro all about? We get confirmation.
Look, Triton Poker Plus app says Daniel Divorce, so that's who he is for me.
I agree, Randy.
I like to see his passport if he wants to give us a different name. And Pocket Queens for Jaffe. Is it maybe collision time?
A passport for these mamacitas. Fly out to Monte-Carlo.
Sport. More than cheap.
Quite the start to this FT. Did come in as the shortest stack. It's going to jam. Forrest asking for a count after almost 3xing from +1.
$1,140,000.
Forrest scanning around the table. Let's go of the ace-10 and a big pickup. Jaffe increasing his stack by more than 40% just by getting that jam through, and it's getting a bit tense out there, Randy. Few occasions where the short stacks were all in at risk. Jaffe was all in for his tournament life twice, Benitez once. Getting to that stage where every hand we're kind of on the edge of our seats expecting a collision or elimination just based off of how tightly packed it is down there. Jaffe's in 5th with 16 bigs. Ivy's in 9th with 11 bigs. It's snug.
Oh, it's snug, all right.
About as snug as that hoodie.
You should pull those strings a little bit tighter, though.
Yeah, go full.
You can still see his mouth.
Kenny from South Park. I like it, Randy. Pitching the
Wow.
king-queen. Take note, ladies and gentlemen.
What a fold. Got the snowman. Danny Tang. Sitting on a 2 million chip stack. He's not folding. Danny's had a phenomenal trip so far. Surely, yes, you want to do better in that 200K, but did play 6 for 875,000.
Yeah, I think that one's going to sting for a while, to be honest with you, man.
He's got redemption in this tournament. What about Punsri's ace-4 suited? Definitely a hand that could apply pressure, especially off the 2 million chip stack.
No friends in poker. These two best buds. But all business at the poker table. See Punsri throwing out a time extension chip. no friends in poker, Randy.
This is Thai #1. Playing like a superstar.
Thailand #1 against Hong Kong's #1.
Do you just throw up? Because this is disgusting.
Danny's starting the hand 4th in chips. And you know,
he really can't call. Can he? Yeah, it's just impossible. There's so many other short stacks out there. What a play from Punat Ponsri.
who needs enemies when one has friends
They're
like
not,
Ponsri?
They're not friends anymore, I guarantee you that. That was dirty.
Try to be funny about it.
Just, of course, as is a regular occurrence at the Triton Super High Roller Series.
There's like super focused. Nobody's doing
Of
mistakes.
close circles, and friendships, but
Cards over before I have
all business
Yeah, very small, bro. Try making like
at the poker table, as we saw there. You know, for Danny, it's so much more than money, Randy. We're talking about legacy here. We're talking about tying Jason Kuhn, 5 titles in a calendar year, extending his lead atop of Hong Kong's all-time money list.
You're right. There's a lot of working parts, and Danny Tang has shown that he can compete with the best. Has performed extremely well. And he's not going to be reckless. But Nacho going to open King 7 off. That looks reckless, but no. He's the chip leader. He can do this. The big blind really can't defend unless they got the goods.
Yeah, we can see that the blinds are actually at 50K, 100K.
I'm doing my job, too. Here I come to work every day at 2 p.m.
You were trying to leave us for a rugby match.
I almost wanted to leave. I call all my friends. I say, okay, I'm going to have lunch with you. I'm going to watch the Real Madrid. Because I used to live in Paris. I'm going to watch the Real Madrid, Barcelona with you guys. Then I say, I'm going to invite one of my friends, Jan, that is probably watching, to the rugby game. And then I come back and I play the other tournament. But then I say, no. I feel like I'm going to do good on that one. It was a sick game, though. Oh, my God. What a game.
Thanks for the invite, Nacho.
It was so sick. They won by 1 point.
It was a really good game. What a game.
You had me for a moment there, Randy. I was like, hang on. Have we found the sport that Randy loves?
I don't
Rugby?
even know the rules. Come on.
Really, really sick game.
It was like a really sick game, though.
All right. Quick question about rugby. Is it deemed an illegal pass if you throw the ball backwards or forwards?
Backwards, obviously. You're supposed to go forward in all games.
Randy Lou, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you. See, now he's tightening the hoodie. Mouth is covered.
It's illegal if you throw it forwards, by the way.
I don't know. You know what? Quite frankly, I don't care. I do care about what Christoph Vogelsen is going to do with ace-4. Because it is a hand he could continue, but there's a lot of ICM pressure on him. He's out.
Disgusting.
Nothing wrong folding. Part of the game.
That just really goes to showcase the ICM situation we find ourselves in with some of the best in the world navigating this situation. Get your notepads out. I certainly would have been defending in that spot. Would have been a mistake on my part.
It's going to be on the range.
Yeah, that's a lot to endure.
Yeah, it was way too much. Actually, rugby is very big in Australia. It's like the second sport, actually.
We still talking about the rugby?
I mean, yeah, maybe.
No one cares about rugby, Randy.
That's what I said earlier.
Just pay attention to the poker, okay?
Rain, or you just waited out?
1-1. Oh, wait, what?
Or you waited it out?
No, it started like whirring.
Yeah.
Like
Battle of the short stacks, by the way. Both playing, I believe, near on identical stacks, around 1-1.
Did you guys walk back in that, or did you hang out inside?
No, we just
Tied down there with Ivy.
Here, that's like an 8-minute walk. Well, actually, we went to
Downpour.
We went to the pro shop for a bit because I picked out a new racket.
That is all you can eat. Queen 7 going to hit the mark. Crucial pickup for Vogelsang.
For $140 tennis, but normal price racket.
Oh, good.
No, because it's like.
Let's talk about that man's career.
I think so. Pro shops always mark up. Like, I mean, golf shops do anyway. And then
I know he was having a dry spell a bit, Christoph Vogel was saying, but then, you know, we've seen him make some nice scores. Of course, this one.
But like,
yeah,
10%, I think.
we have indeed had obviously a brutal outing in London. Final table bubbling. The 200K Luxon Invitational at the hands of Bryn Kenny, who then went on to win that event. There's a similar story in the 200K as well, where I believe he came 13th, also busting in pretty brutal fashion. 28.7 million in live earnings, second on Germany's all-time money list. Calls London home.
Was there a reason you didn't bring yours? You forgot?
I'll give you an idea of.
I used to play a lot of Christoph Vogelsang back in the day.
How did that work out for you?
Well, he's playing the highest stakes. I'm in the booth.
I meant at the table, but
Vogelsang's got ace-8 offsuit here on the button. He's going to ship it in once more.
Camera, my drone, and
trying to pick up some chips.
To bring a racket.
You doing Rosado?
No action. He's going to be happy with that.
I think we might be the only two that are going.
No.
No.
Roommates.
Vogelsang has
Yeah, you going,
seven-figure career scores.
Oh, that might be
Looking for an 8th here in Monte-Carlo, top 4 finish.
He final tabled our $1 million event. I remember because he was wearing the suit. Agent Vogelsang.
Oh yeah, okay.
Correct? Am I wrong?
I believe so. I mean, no.
If Benny's going, I'm going.
You got to keep scrolling down. It was quite some time ago.
Yeah, but no cash.
It's a good stop, but he only
Really?
goes to a good one.
Yeah, he final tabled the $1 million, the big one for one drop, where he came third for 4.48 million. That was in 2014.
Nah, I'm gonna go.
That's famously known for taking down.
Maybe he final tabled. We weren't paying the full final table.
Oh,
he could have got like 9th, you know? Ooh, never mind.
Oh, you sicko.
Nacho's got King Queen and picks up the chips.
They were good cash in.
I think that was the case, you know.
Tomate, you going? No, you're not going, right?
What?
World Series Europe.
Yeah, only for the event.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Only I told you.
Ignore Randy Lou, ladies and gentlemen. Producer James Dempsey saying we paid all the finalists. That was the one Bryn Kenny came second to.
Oh, you're just gonna drive.
Zhang, right?
That's even harder.
How's that harder?
Driving for 3 hours.
Than driving to an airport for an hour and flying, and then driving
This
for another hour.
conversation,
I don't really like.
You know, there's 2.88 million up top.
I get casted.
This conversation is. I'm losing brain cells over here, Randy.
No, it's not. It's not yours.
How far ahead on Germany's all-time money list is Fedor? Oh wow!
Yeah, he's got 2 7s in the small. Chip leader in the big.
It's for 14 bigs.
He's currently sitting in 6. Yeah, a little bit tricky. So with this limp, he's clearly intending to limp jam. He expects Nacho to raise a very high frequency of just 2 random cards. Jaffe always tries to find the lines that yields him the most chips. Not a board he was looking for. 3 overs.
Is it safe to assume that we would have heard from most Ace-X and King-X pre?
Yes, I think Ace-X, especially from both sides, probably would have just open ripped it. So we can kind of throw the ace out the window. Although a little bit more in Jaffe's range, just given that he could have some traps like Ace-King. Just not a great board, but one that you can probably just check down quite a bit. Although 7's a little bit vulnerable.
Jaffe sliding it on over for the second time. As Randy alluded to, could still have traps in this spot.
That's a great card for Jaffe. No new overcards. Probably would have heard from him.
Barbero.
Ace or king already.
Yeah, not interested in nibbling. 300K in the middle now. Could have already had a couple of eliminations. The shorter stacks surviving. Benitez was all in for his tournament life. Jaffe was all in for his tournament life twice.
Nacho's gonna fight. Nacho believes that Jaffe just has high card, like a high card queen or 10, and he can just take this pot right now.
This feels so weird.
Terrible bluff catcher.
Did you just say it's a terrible bluff?
Catcher, bluff catcher.
Oh.
I mean, Barbero's got a wide range, so. The logic when he says that is, well, Barbero will check back queen high and maybe some 10 highs.
Feels like it.
Therefore, 7X's would bluff, but there's the right call.
8 high.
Nice one.
Really nicely played. Got that extra 150K on the river.
Jaffe just checking it on over to Barbero, who
What a need.
couldn't resist. And the immediate needle from Nacho. Love to see it. Tanking with 2 pair, Randy. What a nit.
Oh, I knew that was the limp. I know I knew it was the limp shove. I knew it.
There you go, just hit in the post-mortem. Barbero said he knew it was a limp shove spot. Still way out in front. How about that? For a disgusting ICM heavy final table. Difference between 4th and 9th, just 8 big blinds. And the difference in the payouts between 4th and 9th, that part of $800,000.
Theoretically.
Really feels like anyone's game down there at the bottom of the chip counts.
They've got a bit of a ways to get to that peak where Nacho stands. And pocket 6s for divorce.
Pitch it.
I saw
Get
Monaco
your notepads
doing
out,
bluffing with the
you
8
GTO
high on the
wizards.
TV table. I say, why not me? How'd it go there? I went really bad.
Benitez in the hijack. The suited king.
You saw the hand?
Has a few options.
With the 4 Broadway straight.
Let it go.
Broadway straight against Adamo. Adamo got him with 1 pair.
Oh, he had 8 high.
When you gotta read, you gotta read.
Still no elimination at this final table. Ivy
had that beat.
giving nothing away. Not interested in engaging in conversation
Respect.
with
Respect to
Nacho.
the GOAT.
Nacho asking how much you're playing, and Ivy just politely,
You
one
know,
hand
I
gesture,
get
pointing
more-
to his chips, saying, "Hey,
more
pal."
people watching me.
They're on full display.
I like that.
Don't need to waste my breath.
My boss now he told me he's gonna give me more money if you stay until the end. He just called me up, I swear.
He's had enough of this conversation.
$100 at a minute with the Ivy on the TV. 6K an hour, boom. Is that 6K an hour? Yeah, whatever.
6K an hour. Is that what he said?
I don't know. He said like 5 different things in the last 2 minutes.
He is kind of like the Argentinian Phil Hellmuth, isn't he?
Oh, ace jack for Benitez. He's got to make a move. He's only got 950K back.
You fall for pot, 300? You fall for pot.
We got there eventually, Benitez.
700.
700 of his 950K. Working its way into the middle.
I tried. You keep fucking
You know
getting
how much
blind.
Yeah, 950. 950?
Punsry seems interested. He has ace jack of his own.
Shall we chop?
Offsuit.
Let's chop it up.
Same hand.
Okay.
Benitez a slight favourite. 2 live flush draws all in, brought to you by betacr.eu, and we remain 9-handed here, likely to be the case and will be the case in this hand. Still no elimination
Not.
in event number 6. 100K 8 max. Final table remains 9-handed.
Only Nazi player, huh? Not. So who's the number 1 Asian player?
Renlin.
Is it you, Danny Tan, or is it Punat now?
Renlin.
No, it's not.
I'm really curious because both Mario and KCG looked equally exciting. Is there a team playing effect that I don't know about?
No.
Mario looked very genuine in his excitement, and KCG is definitely excited. I don't know how that.
Quite drunk at this.
Nacho was
Mario popped up with a huge smile on his face.
asking
Same time.
of Danny Tang and Punat Punsri, who number 1 on Asia's GPI ranking is. Any guesses in the chat? Do let us know.
Okay, collision time. Ace Queen suited opens, and Benitez wakes up with queens right behind.
Wow.
And
It's
he's
so
also got
patient.
that stack where Divorce is going to be forced to just call his jam. That's going to come shortly. Benitez in great shape to really run up his stack if he can just hold.
He's been so incredibly patient. It's been a dogfight for Benitez. For that monster hand against Punat. We're down to the final 2 tables.
$1,035,000.
Just gonna ask for a count.
Seems like an impossible fold.
Ace, Queen of Spades. Too much hand, Randy, right?
It's not even a 10 big blind jam.
All in announced.
Big one.
Benitez makes the call. First time venturing out to a Triton Super High Roller Series, the online legend. Guaranteed to sit atop of Uruguay's all-time money list with the Ace of Hearts.
Ouch.
The window card as Dvoris vaults into the lead, and Benitez looking for the case queen. Queen of diamonds. Otherwise we have our first elimination as Dvoris backdoors into the nut flush. We're going to lose the online legend,
What a life.
Francisco Benitez,
What a life, Yuri.
joining us for the first time in Monte Carlo. Perhaps going to be left
No,
a bit of a bitter taste
You would have lost that hat, but because you're
in
Yuri.
his mouth after getting it in with the Queens and coming up short, going home in 9th with 288,000 for his efforts, a near 3x on his 100K investment. Got a funny feeling, Randy. We're seeing more of that man.
Poker can be a cruel, cruel game. But you know what? Still was a final table in this 100K. It's good cash. Padded bankroll to go play these other events running later this week.
Yeah, gets the monkey off his back. Third event, first cash. It's always brutal though when you hold in that spot you sat third in chips. Instead, showered, heading home in 9th, and well, the stalemate over with for the time being.
But we still have many, many short stacks remaining. Phil Ivey and Benjamin Heath, sub 10 big blinds. Danny Tang and Vogelsang on 12.
No one else did?
I did.
Well, let's see. Huh? I did 3. Yeah.
Well, Ivy's planning to be here a while. Massage time. Ace Queen suited. Well, perfect timing.
4 on the rebuys though, right?
318.
No, 314.
All in announced from Phil Ivey. Puts 3.
Okay.
Yeah. 825. Addition. We're so smart.
With the same hand.
No.
Does have players behind. Be concerned about. Has Dvoris in the big blind who.
Yeah, but the thing is, when he commits chips, Divorce really can't rejam without the goods. 10 deuce offsuit, definitely not the goods.
Ivy, the all-in player at risk. Punsri with the 2 live flush draws. Ivy looking for some hearts. 91% of the time. I'm going to chop this one up. Would be a dirty way to either eliminate someone or double up. There's still a possibility. Punsri with the free roll.
Ooh, he was red.
Close. But no cigar on the King of Hearts. Anticlimactic, Randy. Little bit of a sweat on the flop. Phil Ivey just didn't even flinch.
He's yawning. Boring.
Ivy max late reg this
Did
last night. Was one of the last players to enter the tournament, exchange the 100K for 25 big blinds.
How ballin' do you have to be to register the 100K the very last second possible?
How ballin' do you have to be to get a massage at the table and then yawn as you scoop in a pot with 2,800,000 up top, Randy? I mean, I feel like my heart would be beating out my chest. Well, an absolute treat for the poker fans around the world. Final 6-figure buy-in event of the series.
Decision
I'm
time.
always like lagging 20 minutes behind life.
Ace-9 out. Also the King Jack of Punap Punsri.
I have too many things in my head.
He's already posing with the trophy.
I was thinking about other things.
So Divorce got ace deuce of clubs in the small. Currently sitting in 3rd. Doesn't really want to tangle with the chip leader. What about the ace-5? We saw Vogelsang fold on the ace rag in the big earlier. Wouldn't surprise me if he does it once again just because of how short Heath and Ivy are.
What is it?
What card did he show? Was it the 5 or the ace?
can't even. I'm not even sure if Chris.
Bro, that sounds. You guys play so slow.
Like, you could legit mean that. It's like a Christoph question to ask.
What was it? Ace-7 suited hearts. I can see that.
This has got to be one of the best needles.
I like it. That's my style. Nachito style.
Nachito.
Boris is so quick with the needles.
Oh, I heard him say that's Yuri's hat. Zevaleski. So he must have said he's Daniel Zevaleski.
Ah, okay.
Which would make sense because
That
the name
make
was
sense.
hard to.
Thank you. Randy solved it, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes, solved it. It's a lucky hat because he's doing really well. Currently sitting in third and picks up pocket sixes.
So Double D is still Double D.
Mm-hmm.
Daniel Zivalewski.
Daniel Double D.
The Brazilian.
I think of Snoop Dogg when I said Double D. D-O Double G. There we go.
Oh, Daddy. Oh, what a grim spot for Daddy Tang.
Chips wise, Chip EV would certainly be a call, but when we throw this into the ICM equation,
he wants to be the one pushing the action, right? Not the one calling it off.
Right. You don't want to force an all-in. You got fold equity, and you can see he's just a clear coin flip. 50-50. Three shorter stacks. And the thing is, these shorter stacks are going to get in soon. It's not like they're sitting on 25 big blinds or so where you can kind of wait around.
Right. Well, there's currently 5 stacks of less than 15 bigs, Randy.
It feels like it's supposed to be a fold in this spot, but just gross.
Danny's not one to shy away from playing for the win,
Using
though.
this one, or what's good? Okay.
He's not shy, but he also wants to make the right decision.
I feel like he's performing well against Daniel Dvoris's button jamming range at this stage of the tournament.
There we go. He's going to make the call.
He's got to
What
do
a
it.
flip.
We saw him holding up the picture of Ivan Liao on his walkout. So he's here doing it for Ivan, as he has been all year.
That's a big call.
Looking for title number 5, currently running in
Pictures, no 6. Pictures, no 6.
to Daniel Dvoris. Pictures, no 6 as we head
6 is there.
to the 10, 9, 6, 2 spades board.
Red, okay.
No pair up on request.
No pair up, please.
That's the Jack of clubs.
Fuck.
Goes off on the turn.
Ayah.
DT looking for a queen or a spade.
7 of spades. There we go.
Ayah.
What about the ace of spades?
Ace of spades on demand. Danny Tang
1.35.
gets the double up to 2.9 million, moves up to 3rd in chips. That's how tight it is out there. The 4-time Triton champion made it very clear at the start of the series that he's here for one thing and one thing only, and that is to tie Jason Kuhn
Going.
on 5 titles in a calendar year. He came close in the 200K Invitational. Bowed out in 6th in that one. Scores a huge double on the river against Daniel Dvoris to move up to 3rd with 8 left.
Yeah, and that's actually really bad for Dvoris because it puts him in a position where he can't really make too many plays, and he's doubled up a stack that covers him, that has position on him, so he can't just open rip buttons relentlessly anymore. Ace Queen here for Nacho, our chip leader. Just made an order for some food. Not sure what he ordered. Maybe ordered an ace queen.
Has he misclicked again?
No idea.
265 on request as he orders some food. JJ is down to 500k at one point. A fantastic job fighting
Bon, je vais prendre
his way back into this one.
La salade, c'est ça alors.
It wouldn't surprise me if it's crossing his mind, like, can he potentially 3-bet this one? The thing is, he's just a little bit too short to just kind of have a 3-bet fold off of that stack. So what is he ordering? Do you hear?
Okay, je prends ça en fait. Merci.
He's ordering in French, Randy. And French is...
I didn't know Nacho knows French.
It's not my strong suit. Yeah, trilingual.
Okay, what's the other two?
Spanish and English. Well, he's from Argentina, so I'll let you work that one out. And he's been speaking in English.
Okay.
I've really started to question, you know, when I first came
I'm just
here,
keeping you on your toes.
James Dempsey.
Lived in France for 2 years.
Did live in France for 2 years. Oh, Randy, man. I'm loving this bit. It's good. It's good. Everyone's just taking a food break.
Quinoa. Quinoa for divorce.
We can beat it later.
Everyone's kind of figured out, okay,
I don't know. I don't fucking know.
short stacks are doubling up. Time to buckle up, strap in.
Multiple people just got dinner orders in.
Massages on the go.
Yeah, massage. Vogelstein's hoodie's up. He's already ready to stay in this tournament. Like, we're good to go.
You're fucking rich.
Barbero saying he would have called because ICM is for poor people. Danny Tang joining the ICM is for poor people club.
No. All in City. And I say, okay, Danny, you're right. All in City. Oh, I was calling you. Maybe now.
just chatting away and getting walks.
Chatting breeze.
What?
That's his fourth language, Randy.
Minus 0.75.
Minus 0. I saw the defense of United.
There's
and I'm
like so much money to be made. I mean,
he was so right. He said, "Bro, we have no chance. We barely beat like who? Sheffield United." How you want? Oh.
I'd be a lot richer if I wasn't a United fan.
Well, what sport are they talking about? United.
They're talking about...
The only United I know is an airline.
Someone clip that, please. Please, someone clip that and send me the link. You can DM me on Instagram or Twitter. I am taking that one to the grave. That one, the only United Randy knows is an airline. He's talking about Manchester United. That played against...
Why would I know that?
Manchester City today in the Premier League. Just two of, you know, the biggest sporting teams in the history of...
So Ben Heath would know it because he's from the UK?
No, but Ben lives in Spain.
Okay, I didn't know that. He's got a UK flag.
Yeah, but, you know, he lives in...
and apparently Nacho lived in France for 2 years.
Nice time, Ben, finally.
Yeah, Ben's been quiet, hasn't he?
I mean, he's been... It's been card dead.
Yeah, but it's been quiet. But he's got a win.
Roger that.
I'm gonna have this collection. It's gonna be the Nanonoko library of just these one-liners that you drop over the years, and in 10 years I'm going to present them to you. We're going to have an awards ceremony with your family and friends. I'm like, this is the man I've spent 10 years sat next to. Do you watch any esports?
Electronic sports? Yeah.
CS?
Nope.
StarCraft?
Know of it.
World of Warcraft?
You know what? Maybe I don't watch esports when I think about it.
Do you watch paint dry?
I don't know what paint dry. Just the Triton Super High Roller series, alright? You know why? Because I subscribe and like to it.
There we go. That's the secret sauce right there. Subscribing and liking. Are we over 200,000 subscribers yet, Randy? That's what I want to know.
I don't know, but
it's a
we
milestone that we set ourselves at the start of the year. You said to me when we were in Vietnam, Henry, we've got a ton of high-stakes cash games planned for this year. We're working tirelessly behind the clock, post-production, 7-figure pots.
Multiple.
I mean,
In
Elton,
one.
Paul,
Savannah.
Tony G, Savannah, Phil Nagy, Richard Young, you name it. Doug Polk recently,
Polk,
right?
Yep. Who was in that game? It was Dan Cates.
Just legends.
Tan Chuan, everyone's favorite player.
Rui Cao, Tom Duan. All involved as Ivy
picks up King Queen, and he's on the button with just 675K. As good as it gets when you're this short. Although, Punat Ponsri, Thailand's #1, dominating, never folding. Ivy's going to be in trouble. The fan favorite.
He's going to have to do what Nacho Barbero did against Volsang. As Punsri does rejam out of the small, and it is Phil Ivy, the all-in player at risk, Randy. 5-time Triton champion, picking up 3 titles this year after taking a short break from live poker to focus on family and health in a rough shape.
That's terrible.
On the 6-5 deuce 2 spades board, removing one of his outs. Needs the king of clubs or the king of hearts to find its way to the river, which he doesn't, Randy, and we're going to lose a true legend of the game. Get some love out there for Ivy, who we'll be seeing plenty more of throughout the series. Max late reg this 100K. Going home with $372,000 for his efforts. Absolutely nothing. It could have been done there, Randy. Down to 5 bigs, jamming on the button with the king queen. Came in short stacked. Started battling at the start of this final table to try and get something going, but ultimately coming up short against Punat Punsri's ace, queen of spades. Love to see the sportsmanship, as always, shown from Ivy, and, well, I guess the next event we'll be seeing him is in the upcoming days.
That's right. One of the best in the game, the greatest of all time, out in 8th for that 372,000. Let's move on.
With that 504K now guaranteed for these final 7. Tens now for Danny Tang.
It's a rock solid hand.
Starting the hand, 3rd in chips.
Wow, if you lose one more, like dominated, it cripples you. If you lose
no
one
action.
More dominated, you
Me?
Daniel Forrest unable to defend his big blind.
Danny.
You know, Randy, one of my favorite things about having these live streams up with some of the best players in the world.
What is it?
Well, now in 2023, the resources that you and I and the viewers around the world have available to us at the disposal on our phones, such as GTO Wizard, the app that is downloadable. So you can pull it up whilst watching a stream, and you can treat these Triton Super High Roller streams as a form of studying. Look at spots like, you know, that King-Queen spot on the button for Ivy, for example. If you're perhaps on the fence about some of these ICM jamming spots, you can plug it into GTO Wizard, analyze any spot, and solve any spot with the GTO Wizard AI. And we're currently running a giveaway, Randy, as we do here at the Triton Super High Roller Series, an exclusive membership giveaway where the viewers around the world can stand a chance to win premium subscription and merchandise. Click the link in the chat. We're trying to give it away for free. And we already know that there are players out here that play these very events that turn to GTO Wizard for their study practices.
Yeah, you told me that Espen uses it, but I know many pros out there also use that resource. Just quick and easy, which is good. And just playing final tables, one of the most important things is how to construct your pre-flop ranges, especially in these ICM situations. And, you know, you're going to find yourself at a final table one day. Why not be prepped before you get there?
People tucking into dinner whilst battling it out for 2,880,000. Barbero looking for his second title of the year. Punsri looking for title number 2.
No.
Tang looking for title number 5. Jonathan Jaffe looking for his second title of the series. Daniel Dvoris looking for his second title. Only Heath and Vogelsang without titles at a Triton stop. Note the ace-10 fold, by the way.
What a fold. And we know Dvoris is one of those guys that's willing to activate and attack the chip leader, but the thing is, there's not just one guy at the bottom. There's two, and they're sitting on 8 big blinds apiece.
I have ADD, you know that, right? I have B, I mean, like, I have. I do.
Not contesting.
you can tell, right?
Thank you.
Thank you.
How you doing? Hello.
Bunch of food orders. WSOP in paradise, Randy. Can qualify for your dream vacation now with satellites into WSOP paradise. Bracelets in the Bahamas. Qualifiers will receive 10 to 11 days of accommodation and a free daily lunch buffet. That 5K main event with satellites also into other events. We've got our very own satellite qualifiers here with us in Monte-Carlo. Johannes Strava, Jan Zerens, Satubayev and Alex Theologis all going to be playing the 25K GG Millions here in Monte-Carlo. We do have new player sign-up bonus offer, $50 Global Millions ticket. Use promo code Triton_2023. And best of luck to all of you battling over on GG Poker. Fives for Lord Vogel. All you can eat on the button. Danny Tang pitching it. JJ.
How annoying is this to get an ace on
so
big?
Grim. Was it sub 8 bigs? 7.5 on the button.
He knows that Vogelsang will also just jam like 2 broadways, all the aces, but all the aces are better than your kicker. Even these pocket pairs got you in bad shape. It's not easy. But he made the right fold.
I was jamming as well as he folded.
Nice little pickup.
Really nice info there. Relevant.
Oh man.
It's like you don't know what it is. It's not yes or no.
Yeah, it's not really like multiple choice or yes or no.
No, I just heard it on TV. They just said it on TV, so it's not that personal.
It's probably not true. Go ahead.
Did you used to be Nick's mentor?
Mentor's a big term,
word,
but something smaller than that. That I can hold.
Nicky.
I wasn't sure
Nicky
what was
P.
coming up.
Nicky P.
Danny Tang asking Jaffe, were you really Nick Petrangelo's mentor? Because I believe in one of our final table previews for Petrangelo, that was what was said in the little profile. And he says, not quite mentor, maybe a little lower, so maybe
Step
a
down.
buddy that kind of played with them on their way up. Would make sense to me.
Yeah. Something like a...
You're my commentary mentor. Because we both commentate at the same time, something like that. No?
Sure.
I'm just saying.
I'll take that
I wouldn't
title.
say like...
I'm your mentor.
Because when you hear mentor, you might think like, oh, he kind of taught you how to play. But that's not what Jaffe's saying. It's the situation. Regardless.
I'm your Huckleberry, Randy.
It's four-suited. Got a lot of short stacks just picking up these little pots to tread lightly.
You think JJ's taking on new students?
You looking to apply?
I mean...
Can ask.
Where do I sign up? Fresh off a title in the 50K here with a stack.
Well, his rates just went up once he won that title.
Shit.
Should have got him before he won that one.
Yeah, I was about to say. It cost me a pretty penny or two.
It's just survival time, right? For all these short stacks. King, Jack, Heath. Just seven-handed, though, so it's a bit different. Undergun is a bit later position. Actually comes in with min-raise.
Off of 8 bigs.
Pretty cute.
It's cute enough to perhaps get the 7s to fold, Randy. I mean, this
it's polar,
is a
right?
grim spot for Volgul. How many raise folds does he give Heath credit for?
That's what he's thinking. He's thinking this is a monster. Lays it down incorrectly.
UTG 7. From Heath Punsri now.
He's thinking.
What final table has been for Punsri, by the way, is comfortably maintained that position in second after getting it in against Jonathan Jaffe. Ace-King against JJ's Ace-8. Got sucked out on.
Keep dropping.
Gonna defend here with the King-Queen. Little does he know, has Heath in rough shape as it comes 10-4 deuce. And is there a path to victory for Heath now?
There is. This is just extremely dry texture. He just needs to fire out anything.
Single big blind?
Yeah. Just sneeze at the pot.
Heath is just dissecting, surgically maneuvering his way through this hand.
What can Punat do? Yes, he's got the best hand, but he just has king high. No backdoor prospects, really. Oh, and he's continuing. How does he know? We've got a real poker game at hand here. Both players picking up straight draw.
It's a bad turn card for Heath in the sense that it's an undercard to the 10.
True.
It's a 9 that shouldn't really connect with Heath's under the gun opening range.
Ben needs to ask this question. If my opponent had 10x off of these stack sizes, would he ever check raise on the flop? If he thinks he's going to get check raise at a very high frequency by, say, like 10-8, Jack 10, then he's got more reason to jam because he could be up against the wheel draw, right? Like an ace 3, ace 5, maybe even ace deuce or ace 4 that might not want to call. And this is just the right play. I love it.
Such a sicko. Ben Heath, third on the UK's all-time money list. It's like a brain surgeon.
It's just a brilliant play. Realizing putting on punch three raises the flop with a lot of pairs. Even like a pair of 4s, a pair of deuces might just check raise. You're thinking you only got like 600K back. Close it out.
Randy,
nice read.
The caliber of player at this table, including that man just there, Ben Heath, really doesn't come more top tier than this. Started off the hand with less than 8 bigs.
They never said it before, by the way. This is the first time they said it.
Bet flop finds
multi-street game.
A multi-street barrel on the turn to get back up to 10 big blinds.
Because you see king jack off, right? You're thinking he just open rips or fold pre, but actually min raise and found a multi-street game. That was cool.
Bravo.
Blinds up now, 150K.
We've got a real treat on our hands here with these 7 players. Barbero looking for his 2nd title of the year. Punsri looking for his 2nd overall. Danny Tang looking for title number 5. Jaffe looking for title number 2 of the series. Forrest looking for his 2nd title. Heath and Vogelsang would love nothing more than to lift their maiden Triton trophy in event number 6.
Danny Tang also looking to take these ships as he bumps it up into hijack, just north of min. Ponsri did get the best of Danny Tang earlier at this final table when he jammed his suited ace. Got the 8s to fold, but not these pocket 4s. Things a little bit different. Ben Heath, suited ace in the big. Would never be folding with the suitedness. There is merit to see, just maybe jamming, but I think call is good. Just not the shortest stack. Inside straight draw.
What do we do with this SPR? 7-4-3 we've got. An inside straight draw, as you mentioned, ace high. Fold out some broadways, pick up the 8-7-5 in the middle.
A stop and go is a real play. He does have a little bit above pot. I feel like if he was, say, 2 big blinds shorter, he probably for sure would have put in stop and go jam. Danny Tang does have the ace of hearts, which is relevant. It's also 2 baby cards, which shouldn't normally be in the big blinds range. Hence why he's betting. And with the ace of hearts, of course it blocks some continues, but also it allows him to just jam the turn at a high frequency on hearts, and there's a lot of hearts that drop off that just overcard the board. They're very scary.
What about picking up 250K extra? Check jam.
Raise all the way.
Yeah, ever an option. Not the case here, just coming with the check call.
It seems that Ben Heath prefers to kind of preserve his tournament life just in case, and he does hit the straight, and Danny Tang picking up the nut flush draw.
The dealer could not have found a more action-inducing turn card. As Heath turns the 7 high straight, Danny Tang with the redraw.
Heath actually might lead because this card favors his range. He shouldn't expect Danny Tang to come along with a double barrel off of hijack open. They don't have many 6Xs. Plus, it allows him to protect against any heart because his hand is very vulnerable.
And now in Danny's shoes, Randy, am I right in saying that we just have one choice, and that's to just realize our equity and try and get there?
Yes, because his opponent has too many 6Xs that would clearly never fold.
Also, Heath can have flushes as well, right?
He can.
Out the big.
The thing Heath can't have is just a pure bluff in this spot because of the stack size he played off in the big. Plus with the board texture to check call, I can't imagine any hand that could be a bluff to check call lead in this layout of the land. But
Danny's going to let it go. What a disciplined fold from DT.
That's interesting. I guess the thing is, he calls, a heart drops off, he's never getting paid anyways. So he didn't really feel he got extra odds. Never thought him pairing the ace or 9 was ever going to be good. So Heath on the spin up.
I mean, this has been a real dogfight for the bottom of the chip counts. Jaffe was down to 5 bigs at one point. He's now currently 5th in chips. Forrest, who was out the gate fighting for pots, he's still in. We had Francisco Benitez, who was eliminated in 9th. Was fighting Vogel now. 7 of 7, but pocket kings a welcome sight.
Lord Vogel. Hoodie's already on, man. Well, I mean, if Ben Heath is min raising off of this stack, surely he can as well. And that's what he's going to do. Man, they really know how to extend these 8 big blind stacks.
Dude, honestly, for the poker purists out there, this is such a fascinating final table.
Earlier when Heath opened King Jack offsuit, Pawn 3 folded 2 7s, a very similar situation. Does Jaffe think the same thing? UTG opens off 8 big blinds is perceived to be strong.
Wow, honestly, Randy, at this point, I'm going to get a notepad out and just start ticking off all the times I would have busted a tournament had I been in a spot that these players are in. 8's hitting the mark. You know, how often do we hear young up-and-coming players talk about how difficult it is to find content and material on final tables, on ICM? Here you have 7 of the best players in the world showcasing how to navigate exactly this kind of setup, this kind of spot. All free of charge as well on the biggest stage in the world. It's ICM Masterclass. Are you bowing out the tournament there as well? 8 bigs, pocket 8s. It just feels like showers, right?
No, I'm still in there, buddy.
You're still in there. Sorry, I forgot. Your GTO Wizard ranking's like 95%, right?
But I know it was not an easy fold. But the thing is, it's funny because we saw Pawn 3 fold 2 7s, but Heath just had King Jack offsuit. But the perception is that when someone min raises 25% of their stack from under the gun, it's supposed to be strong.
But
we had a case where it was and a case where it wasn't.
Right, I was going to say, they're balanced. These guys are balanced.
Yes.
JJ's turn to open from EP.
Yeah, ace random.
Probably not random. It's probably like...
He looked, right?
It's in the higher echelons of...
You think?
The cards
We'll never know. It could be just the random deuce dangler.
4 of hearts.
Off-suited.
6 of diamonds.
Yeah, could be. Could also be the ace.
Well, 2 eliminations so far at this final table. Event number 6, 100K 8 max. First was the online legend, Uruguayan Francisco Benitez, out in ninth with 288,000 when his queens were cracked. Danadoros's ace queen of spades. Then it was Phil Ivey out in eighth, running king queen into Punat Punsri's ace queen. Button v big blind, button v small blind, do apologize. $2,880,000 is what they're fighting for. They're all guaranteed $504,000 for their efforts. May the best man win, Randy. It feels like this one's going to be a dogfight.
Deja vu.
Snowman.
Take me there. You taking me home?
Jaffe's in the middle of the pack. Starting the hand, fourth in chips.
Koye, thick. I know the guy that created it.
Behind the camera. Thanks a lot.
Oh, an ace-9 offsuit for Danny Tang. It's a above average ace. Actually has 2 overs against these 2 8s. We've got a slightly larger stack. So, shall we see a flop?
Rare case for us to see this one navigated. So how about that for Danny Tang? King 10-9, 3 diamonds. Flops bottom pair, the nut flush draw, and there's Jaffe, just 9% equity.
Yeah, he's got him smashed.
I cover you by that. You cover me?
The thing is, Jaffe's got a decent diamond as well, which could get him in trouble if one more diamond drops on the turn. Which it doesn't. Danny Tang still does fear his opponent pot controlling a bit. Maybe like a king or 10x that would now have trips. So while he did have a monster hand on flop, he still needs to be quite cautious. He doesn't really want to open the door to kind of get chips in, just because he's got the same exact stack as Jonathan Jaffe and really doesn't want to bust. So looking to pot control and does make 2 pair. Aces and 10s with the king kicker on board.
It's a bit of a weird river for Danny, as Jonathan's going to have some ace-x from under the gun that we're pot controlling across flop and turn, some ace-queen, ace-jacks.
Yeah, but he chops against those, so it's not. It's a good card for him in general.
360.
JJ's going to nibble.
Ace of 360 he's never going to see again, right? Can't see Danny Tang folding, especially if he's chopping against ace-queen and ace-jacks, and there's some bluffs. Jaffe just doesn't think that 8s are ever good. He's right about that, but just can't get that hand to fold.
1.5 million chip pot. Going the 4-time champ's way. Nacho's relentless, isn't
he just
now is
he has something to say about every single hand, doesn't he?
Danny Tang and Nacho Barbero in the same camp, apparently. ICM's for poor people. It's official. Nacho's words, not mine. Danny looking for his 5th title. Not overall, of the year. Came in with a purpose. He literally said at the start of the series, I'm here to do one thing and one thing only, and that is to tie Jason Kuhn, and if possible, surpass him. Would be quite the feat. Barbero, who's been a patient chip leader, Randy.
He's been grinding.
Bobbing and weaving.
But upwards.
Ducking and diving. Sometimes you see impatient chip leaders come in and try and win the tournament in just a couple of levels. Barbero knows against this lineup, he's still got a lot of work to do. Doesn't need to come in like a bull in a china shop.
That was great.
Be reckless.
I had ulterior motivations, but part of me was proud. I really was hoping you'd take the day
I
off.
wake up, I'm so proud of myself.
I mean, you gotta be confident in this game, I suppose.
How much do you have exactly?
I'm proud of you, Randy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Say it back.
Oh, didn't know I was supposed to. Okay. I'm proud of me too.
Oh man. Randy Lou alongside myself, Henry Kilmaine, in the booth.
Yuri. You know, Yuri is my
for
favorite Brazilian, right?
What's this?
He really is.
Day 7.
You know, you're gonna
Coming
have
up to
a
day
good
7.
day when you see Yuri walking around.
Merci beaucoup.
Danny Tang, ace-9 offsuit. Once again. Did win him some chips that last hand, but Jaffe's got ace-queen in the small. And look at the stack sizes. Do you think maybe Danny Tang is priced in?
I mean, it really feels like
It's
it
an
boils
8 big
down
blind
to
jam. But he's committed 2 of the 8.
Yeah. But based on what we've seen so far, is this ever a Queen 10, Jack 10, King Jack kind of situation? Or is it always
0.16?
I'll say
hands like this?
less so just because there's 2 other players that also have 8 big blinds, 3 of them at the bottom.
Also feels important to mention that Danny was opening into the tournament chip leader. So
Yes.
Jaffe's perceived rejamming range going to be a bit tighter as well because he knows that Danny
1.16, right?
is going to be tighter on the button. Can't get away from it, Randy. Makes the call with the ace-9 and JJ. 70% favorite to move up to 3rd in chips and basically switch positions with Danny Tang.
8? 5?
Yeah, he just felt that he's priced in. I don't blame him. Felt like 1 big blind more, maybe he gets away. But here we go.
He's taking it back a little bit.
Wait, yeah, keep it separate because they go to check.
Yeah.
Let's go, run it.
Wow. JJ.
I could just win. Yeah, I could just win and then it'll be easier. So put a 9 on the river, it'll be easy, you know?
JJ scooped in the pot before the board's even been dealt, Randy.
Tied down.
Ace Queen has got a hold.
Never seen anyone do that before.
He's such a fish, man. This guy, I love
Whatever
him.
your instinct is, just don't fucking do it.
By the way, that might be like the ultimate counter shinks. You just fucking put the chips on your stack and you're like, fuck it, you try to shink me, like prepaying? That might be, you might have came with something new.
Could I get the, was it quinoa bowl? Is that what it's called? Yeah.
Just solve the game.
That's the ultimate counter shinks. You just put it on your stack. Okay, I won already.
Pas de crevettes?
I feel like that's something you could only pull off at a Triton Super High Roller Series. Don't try that at home, ladies and gentlemen. Wherever it is that you may be playing in the world, don't do what Jonathan Jaffe just did. I don't think it will go down too well with your opponents or the TD. Slightly different here.
Schools pay up. Ah, they're paying up. Oh my God, look at that, they're paying up.
J'habite à Montréal pour 3 ans.
Ah oui? Ah, d'accord.
Oh, JJ showing off his
back.
So which did I say? Present?
Yeah.
Bilingual skills. Dwarfs 6th in chips at the start of this hand. A 6 of spades. Bit of a gridlock since Ivy's departure. Everyone really been fighting for every pot.
I think it's actually interesting that he's opting to jam, whereas we saw some players min-raise off of the 8 big blind stack early position.
How much is it?
Ooh. Barbero is in the small, does have Punsri to worry about in the big, who's 2nd in chips with 4 million. Pitches it.
There's also a reason for Nacho to fold, just because when there's these micro stacks out there, allows him to kind of win more uncontested pots pre.
I'm sorry, Randy, you've been sleeping on some of these Daniel one-liners, man. Just having none of Nacho's table talk.
How much was it?
Barbero saying one more and he would have called. They're saying one more what? One more what? Card? You need 3 cards to call me in that spot.
But I do kind of believe Nacho, right? Ace 10 might be on the cusp.
Yeah.
Just right enough. 2 10s. Now, does he come in with an all-in play as well, or does he maybe put in a little min-raise? But Daniel's got a bit of a different strategy with his short stack. The one we're used to.
So back-to-back hands for Dvoris to get back up to 2 million. Everyone currently guaranteed 504,000 for their efforts. We are on a $168,000 pay jump between 7th and 6th. 4 7-figure cashes in this one. Top prize of 2,880,000. Still a long old ways to go before we get there. How about we start getting some votes in the chat box? Who you think is going to reach heads up? Who would you guys like to see battle it out for the 2.8 million and the Triton trophy? It's going to be a $900,000 heads up match. $918,000 to be exact. Not every day you get to see players duke it out on the live stream, Randy, for close to $1 million. Punsri gonna pick up the blinds in the big blind ante.
I'm not sure, but I don't think you can like check the stacks once you have cards.
Okay.
I'm not
Oh,
sure.
yeah,
I'm pretty
like,
sure it's like even if it's there, like I don't think you can have the screen open and be checking it when you have cards.
Okay.
Right?
Oh, yeah, you know, I never did.
I might be wrong.
Those are your chip counts, brought to you by GG Poker. Christoph Vogelsang currently on short stack duties. Nacho Barbero still in pole position here in Monte-Carlo, Monaco. That is what they're playing for rather. 504,000 locked up. All eyes on that top prize of $2,880,000. 12 million in the total prize pool. 120 runners in this one. And Randy, just receiving word from our marketing team. The man the myth, the legend, Jerome, let us know that we are up to 199,000 subscribers over on the Triton Poker YouTube channel. Massive thank you to each and every one of you that have clicked the subscribe button, become a part of the Triton Poker fam. Punat Punsri back in the driver's seat with the Ace King.
Vogelsang with the ace-3 suited in the big. Interesting spot because he is the short stack with a very playable hand. But I wouldn't think he's got that much fold equity given what he's got behind, so he might lean towards calling instead, looking for an opportunity to get chips on flops.
We've seen him fold a couple of aces out the big. Slightly different situations.
Yeah. Plus, the stack size that's opening should technically have a wider range, so even more reason for him to continue. Would be an incredible laydown if he can find it.
Be absurd, Randy.
It would be. Would say I've never seen it.
If he does find it, I have to ask whether it's due to the fact that he has perceived edge in his mind with the ICM implications and pre-flop factors in effect.
He's actually going to reship it straight into the nuts.
Snap call from Punsri, who once more has someone on the ropes with a weak kicker. Had JJ all in with the ace-8 against his ace-king. Now has Vogelsang all in with ace-3 against his ace-king. As it comes, queen 5-3, 2 hearts. And Punsri gets 3-outed once more at this final table. Needs a king and a king only, Randy. Whereas Vogelsang's going to double. Which he does.
This has just been so rough for Punsri. Getting good once again, unable to hold. Still has a comfy stack, but
it does.
It's just, it stings a bit.
Of course it does. He's now dropped down to below average. He's still second in chips, but that hold there alone worth 168,000. Let's not talk about the additional ICM value of having those chips in his stack.
Yeah, and while he is in second place, it's only 20 big blinds. He can easily just be the next one out if the cards fall that way. Rough.
Really is. It's a similar situation for Punat in the 250,000 Invitational in London, where he bowed out in third for 3.1 million.
Next out, buddy. Fuck that shit. They just blacked Danny out. They must know shit we don't.
Bullshit. Your phone's broken.
Nah, my phone knows. Clairvoyant.
Your phone's fucked.
Yeah.
You should throw that shit. Let me throw that shit. Mate, I'm completely fine, mate. Look.
They wouldn't have done it for no reason.
No. Your phone's broken.
They wouldn't have done it for no reason.
It's broken.
Curious what
Let me
setup
break
they
it.
got.
Let me. Fucking phone trying to jinx me.
Dead 12 bigs. Okay.
Dead 12 bigs.
Number 7, please. The last 3 hands for today. Last 3 hands.
What was the name?
Barbero getting to work from early position.
would have peeled it. Like, if you didn't say anything, I would have peeled.
Been a really smooth final table for the chip leader. Like, no tough spots. Been chipping up.
Only player with more than average. 75 big blinds, second in chips with 20 bigs,
Yeah,
2.8 million up top, Randy. I mean, the
just-
stars are aligning here.
It really is perfect. And he likes it when when everyone else has like the same-ish stack, right?
Of course.
And the shortest stack having around that 10 big blinds makes him lean even more. Just King Jack qualifies, but he certainly would raise worse than this. Now Ben Heath knows what's going on. But then again, he's thinking, if I jam, I might be at risk before Daniel DeVos and Danny Tang, who's got less chips than me, and he lays it down. And this is just showing you why Barbero's position in stack size is so advantageous at this final table. Jaffe, 9-8 of clubs, very playable. Is he willing to get involved with the chip leader?
If you got notes open on your phone over there, you taking note of some of these folds, Randy? So much to learn.
This is an extremely tense situation for Jaffe, but his hand is just too playable to let go. So he's going to play this one out of position. Currently sitting in third at the start of this hand. Just under $1 million in the middle. Oh, I see a 7 of clubs.
Oh my word, how about that for an action flop? Top pair for Barbero with 925,000 in the middle. Jaffe with the combo draw. 9 high gut shot as well as clubs. Note the equities, even though Nacho's got top pair, we're practically flipping across turn and river.
That's a baby bet. And that's actually really nice for Jaffe because when he sees the small bet, he might be thinking, my stack really isn't going to be at risk by the river. And certainly, yes, 9-8 clubs could check raise this flop, but then again, the decision mainly comes down to what's the stack sizes of the shorter stacks.
That is a very interesting turn card, Randy, because it feels like a potential lead spot.
Definitely a lot more 7Xs in his range than Nacho.
Set the price to realize.
But not only set the price, you actually can get better hands to fold. You know, Nacho could be holding like a jack high, queen high. That really can't continue. That's what he's going to try and do. And it's actually the nice thing about leading on the 7-2 is when your opponent holds the king, they are heavily dissuaded from raising because you have a lot of 7Xs. So you almost certainly get to see the river knowing you've got clean outs.
Oh, JJ is somehow bricked. Barbero's improved to kings and jacks. 1.7 million in the middle. Jaffe with just 9 high. Does he wave the white flag here and preserve the 1.8 million? Would still be sat in fourth.
I would think so, just because he would still be in fourth. 1.8 million very... It's not very comfy, but it's enough at 150K big blind. Plus, him holding the clubs and the straight draw kind of blocks some of the hands he can try and kick out with a river bet. So with that, a jack on the river. In case he was up against King Queen, now has the lead. Gonna value bet. Hands done.
With that pot, Randy, Nacho Barbero now has more than half the chips in play. Not just $2.8 million on the line here for Barbero. Looking to go back-to-back on the GPI #1 ranking of the year.
Not even close to that.
Let's overtake Bin Wang.
I had many of those cards.
Looking to cross 10 million in total live earnings for the year. With a win here, would actually surpass 11 million, I believe. Looking for his second Triton title. You see KCG, look at that man right there.
With the shades on too.
He said, and I quote on yesterday's stream, "I now have way more than 1,000 Bitcoin." Legendary crypto trader. It's the high stakes cap. Also has a Triton title of his own. Got robbed in the boxing match last night.
Only A7 suited.
Had 100K on Francis to win. Had a bet against JMO. For people.
Yeah, I actually had no idea who those people were, but I did see a little clip and saw like he knocked down this dude, right, that was supposed to be good at boxing.
Only like the best fighter of the generation.
I saw the clip.
Yeah, no, well done for seeing the clip.
Yeah, I saw the clip. It was on my feed because of high stakes cap.
Shout out JMO for taking the bet. JJ in the small, King 9-0.
Opportunity to rip into Nacho. Or maybe even, I don't know, can you limp this? Yeah, I guess you can, because there's a little history.
Barbero immediately.
Remember, Jaffe limped 2 sevens. He saw that earlier. Nacho's got Jack 10.
Check.
And it's got him a little spooked. Let's check it back.
Well, you heard him say before the start of the hand. Trappy, trappy again.
Got the double gutter now.
He does.
Vantage Barbero.
Jaffe's got him cooked in terms of holding his outs.
Now, Barbero shouldn't ever have an ace in this spot. Always jamming pre. Which makes it tricky. It's kind of hard for him to raise the flop, given it's hard to represent a really big hand. But is he going to try? Because I see him grabbing chips. I guess what's the worst going to happen? If your opponent has it, you still have double gutter. What a play.
Not even scared
No, come on, I'm saying every hand. You go.
of the trappy Barbero.
I tell you up.
Up to 12.8 million now. With 24 million chips in play.
You call? I show you call.
Everyone currently guaranteed 504,000 for their efforts.
Okay, I had a hand at 50-50 shows probably.
Maybe me too.
It would have looked really bad if you limped aces there and I shoved that hand though. Like, or if you show queens, I'm like, oh, I'm dead. I'm like really dead.
You're not really dead, are you?
I mean, not on that flop.
Like 8 outs twice.
Danny Tang getting short, isn't he?
I mean,
who isn't short
for
stacked?
everyone else? Danny's on 9 bigs, Jonathan Jaffe's on 10, Daniel Torres is on 11, Ben Heath's on 12, Volksang's on 15, Punsri, second in chips, is on 20. Blinds are about to go up as we're heading into a scheduled break. I mean,
I hear you. It's actually a nice spot for Barbero to really attack Punsri, even with a hand this weak. Because Punsri is sitting in second place. Who's got 2 kings? Okay.
finally a bit of run good, perhaps.
Can he maybe click to try and deuce? Say make it like 800,000, 850? He knows Nacho's just raising so much trash. It's a bit too risky to just flat call, especially with so many short stacks out there.
Right. Starting the hand second in chips. Be a disaster to flat call and exit the stage in 7th due to Barbero getting there. I believe he did go for the 3-bet induce, Randy. Didn't quite catch the exact sizing, but it doesn't matter. No, it was all in. Nice little pickup there for Punsri to wrap things up the first frame of play at this final table. Francisco Benitez was our first elimination. Queens unable to hold against Daniel Dvorak's ace queen, and then it was Phil Ivey out in 8 for 372,000 after running his king queen into Punat Punsri's ace queen button. The small blinds. Nacho Barbero continuing where he started off, Randy, with the chip lead at this final table in the 100K. Overwhelming chip lead, 60 big blinds. Second in chips is Punat Punsri with 17. So has, what, more than 3x tournament average. I expect things to be the same when we return, Randy. All of these short stacks, Vogelsang in 3rd with just 11 bigs, Danny Tang in 7th with 7 bigs. We're not going to see many flops until we have a couple of eliminations and the average stack increases.
I completely agree with everything you said. Even more reason not to see flops is because everyone's got like 10 big blinds or so. And, you know, the chip leader's just got the perfect setup to ship this tournament. And we're going to see him just keep raising once we come back from this break.
Won't go too far. 2.8 million going to the eventual champion with so many potential storylines emerging here. I'm going to be stepping out. Ali Najjar's going to be taking us home alongside Randy in event number 6. We'll see you on the flip side of this very short break.
GG Poker.
Why so many players?
This is a crazy thing to do.
GG Poker
Broke the Guinness World Record.
Welcome to the World Series of Poker
the biggest poker
now
site.
larger than all other GG Poker's casting traffic reaches all-time high.
Jump, 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 jump! No way!
Take your game to the next level with GTO Wizard. Practice against GTO on all your devices. Study any situation using our revolutionary AI-powered solver. Upload your hand histories to uncover your biggest leaks. We have hundreds of hours of coaching from top pros, cutting-edge theory articles, and custom study plans to help guide your poker journey. GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players.
Introducing the all-new BetACR.eu, the premier destination for sports enthusiasts. What sets BetACR.eu apart is our exclusive offering of live-action prediction options on the Triton series. Experience the excitement as you predict the action while watching your favorite players live. But that's not all. By opening your account now, you can take advantage of our incredible offer. Receive a generous 15% free play on your first top-up, up to $250. Become a part of BetACR.eu and elevate your live sports engagement experience.
What, 6.5 big blinds total? Wow, he's actually gonna take a shot with this Queen 8. I'm a bit surprised. Because it's quite detrimental to his stack if he happens to lose this one.
Well, clean flop.
Great for
Benitez.
Francisco.
King 9-6. 950 in the middle. He's gonna put the remainder of his stack in the middle, and he's in great shape, Randy, with 2 cards to come. More than a 2-to-1 favorite.
Yeah, I mean, if you get it
to double up. All in brought to you by BetACR.eu.
I thought symmetry. I didn't want the big blind
Again,
loss that time, so
a 5 big blind stack on cue to double up. And double up he does. The show goes on. Jonathan Jaffe was down to 5 bigs. Any guesses in the chat? Do let us know.
Okay, collision time. Ace Queen suited opens, and Benitez wakes up with queens right behind.
Wow.
And
It's
he's
so
also got
patient.
that stack where Divorce is going to be forced to just call this jam. That's going to come shortly. Benitez is in great shape to really run up his stack if he can just hold.
He's been so incredibly patient. It's been a dogfight for Benitez. For that monster hand against Punat. We're down to the final 2 tables. Just gonna ask for a count.
Seems like an impossible fold.
Ace, Queen of Spades. Too much hand, Randy, right?
It's not even a 10 big blind jam.
All in announced.
Big one.
Benitez makes the call. First time venturing out to a Triton Super High Roller Series, the online legend. Guaranteed to sit atop of Uruguay's all-time money list with the Ace of Hearts.
Ouch.
The window card as Dvoris vaults into the lead, and Benitez looking for the case queen. Queen of Diamonds. Otherwise, we have our first elimination as Dvoris backdoors into the nut flush. We're going to lose the online legend, Francisco Benitez, getting it in with the queens and coming up short, going home in 9th with 288,000 for his efforts, a near 3x on his 100K investment. Got a funny feeling, Randy. We're seeing more of that man. Ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, solved it. It's a lucky head because he's doing really well. Currently sitting in 3rd and picks up pocket 6s.
So Double D is still Double D.
Mm-hmm.
Daniel Zivalevsky.
Daniel Double D.
The Brazilian.
I think of Snoop Dogg when I said Double D. D-O Double G. There we go.
Oh, Daddy. Oh, what a grim spot for Daddy Tang.
Chips wise, Chip EV would certainly be a call, but when we throw this into the ICM equation,
he wants to be the one pushing the action, right? Not the one calling it off.
Right. You don't want to force an all in. You got fold equity, and you can see he's just a clear coin flip. 50-50. 3 shorter stacks. And the thing is, these shorter stacks are going to get in soon. It's not like they're sitting on 25 big blinds or so where you can kind of wait around.
Right. Well, there's currently 5 stacks of less than 15 bigs, Randy.
It feels like it's supposed to be a fold in this spot, but just gross.
Danny's not one to shy away from playing for the win, though.
This one, or what's good? Okay.
He's not shy, but he also wants to make the right decision.
I feel like he's performing well against Daniel Dvoris's button jamming range at this stage of the tournament.
There we go. He's going to make the call.
He's got to do it. Flip. We saw him holding up the picture of Ivan Liao on his walkout. So he's here doing it for Ivan, as he has been all year.
That's a big call.
Looking for title number 5, pictures. Currently running in.
Pictures, no 6. Pictures, no 6.
To Daniel Dvoris. Pictures, no 6 as we head.
6 is there.
No pair up.
To the 10, 9, 6, 2 spades board.
Red, okay.
No pair up on request.
No pair up, please.
That's the Jack of clubs.
That doesn't help. Fuck.
Goes off on the turn. DT. Looking for a queen or a spade.
7 of spades. There we go.
Nailed it. Yeah.
What about the ace of spades?
Ace of spades on demand. Danny Tang
1.35.
gets the double up to 2. Richard Young, you name it. Doug Polk recently, right?
Yep. He was in that game. It was Dan Cates.
So proud of you.
Just legends.
Tan Chuan, everyone's favorite player.
Rui Cao, Tom Duan. All involved as Ivy
picks up King Queen, and he's on the button with just 675K. As good as it gets when you're this short. Although, Punat Ponsri, Thailand's #1, dominating, never folding. Ivy's going to be in trouble. The fan favorite.
He's going to have to do what Nacho Barbero did against Volsang. As Punsri does rejam out of the small, and it is Phil Ivy, the all-in player at risk, Randy. 5-time Triton champion, picking up 3 titles this year after taking a short break from live poker to focus on family and health in a rough shape.
That's terrible.
On the 6-5 deuce 2 spades board, removing one of his outs. Needs the king of clubs or the king of hearts to find its way to the river, which he doesn't, Randy, and we're going to lose a true legend of the game. Get some love. Could have been done there, Randy. Down to 5 bigs, jamming on the button with the king queen. Came in short stacked. started battling at the start of this final table to try and get something going, but ultimately coming up short against Punat Punsri's ace, Queen of Spades. Love to see the sportsmanship, as always, shown from Ivy, and, well, I guess the next event we'll be seeing him is... Oh, man. Randy Lou, alongside myself, Henry Kilbane, in the booth.
Yuri. You know, Yuri is my
Oh.
favorite Brazilian, right?
What's this?
He really is.
Day 7.
You know, you're gonna
Coming
have
up to
a
day
good
7.
day when you see Yuri walking around.
Merci beaucoup.
Danny Tang, ace-9 offsuit, once again. Did win him some chips that last hand, but Jaffe's got ace-queen in the small, and look at the stack sizes. Do you think maybe Danny Tang is priced in?
I mean, it really feels like
It's
it boils
an 8 big
down
blind
to...
jam, but he's committed 2 of the 8.
Yeah. But based on what we've seen so far, is this ever a Queen 10, Jack 10, King Jack kind of situation? Or is it always
0.16.
I'll say
hands like this?
less so, just because there's 2 other players that also have 8 big blinds, 3 of them at the bottom.
Also feels important to mention that Danny was opening into the tournament chip leader. So
Yes.
Jaffe's perceived rejamming range going to be a bit tighter as well, because he knows that Danny
1.16, right?
is going to be tighter on the button. Can't get away from it, Randy. Makes the call with the ace-9, and JJ, 70% favorite to move up to 3rd in chips and basically switch positions with Danny Tang.
8. 5.
Yeah, he just felt that he's priced in. I don't blame him. Felt like 1 big blind more, maybe he gets away. But here we go.
He's taking it back a little bit.
Wait, yeah, keep it separate because they got to check it.
Yeah.
Let's go, run it.
Wow. JJ.
I could just win. Yeah, I could just win and then it'll be easier. So put a 9 on the river, it'll be easy, you know?
JJ scooped in the pot before the board's even been dealt, Randy.
Tight down.
Ace Queen has got a hold.
Never seen anyone do that before.
He's such a fish, man. This guy, I love him. Over on the Triton Poker YouTube channel. Massive thank you to each and every one of you that have clicked the subscribe button, become a part of the Triton Poker fam. Punat Punsri back in the driver's seat with the Ace King.
And welcome back to continuing coverage of the second and final day of the $100,000, just straight flat event number 6 from right here at Sporting Monte-Carlo. Triton Super High Roller Series, Monaco rolling on. Ali Najad in for Henry Kilbane to take you down to a champion alongside Randy Lou. Randy, you've been in the booth. Why don't you bring us up to speed? Where are we at right now in this
you want
one?
me to do the job?
I do want you to do the job. A little heavy lifting.
Okay. Well, we came into this final table. Jose Barbero, Nacho Barbero, was the clear tournament chip leader, and he's been doing chip leader things. He's up to 12 million chips. We did have 2 eliminations. Francisco Benitez bailing out first, get a cooler spot, and then it was Phil Ivey out in 8th. But really, it's just been the short stacks, just trying to hang in there, hopefully outlasting each other for these big pay jumps.
So then, with the elimination of Benitez and Ivy, we are on deck with a $504,000 payout. The jump
up from 7th to 6th is not at all bashful. 170,000, let's call it, as we go inside the Triton Poker Plus app. Scrolling down, of course, we cast our eyes on the 2.88 million that is up top. That'll be going to the eventual champion. Current blinds, 100, 200,000, I believe, unless they're bumping up when we come back. Unclear. Sometimes the app doesn't update entirely in that respect, but obviously still a phenomenal piece of technology that all the players lean on, as do we here at the desk. 12 million in front of Nacho. Punat Punsri in second, the only two guys that are ahead of that average stack of 3.4 million, 17 bigs. Now, I asked Luca Vivaldi if he thought that it might be a while. He said yes. So as you know, Randy, I brought something not going anywhere for a while. We're ready. We're sheathed in Triton splendor. The old Triton scarf. I had to track a couple of these. They look good, don't they?
They're
we're going to keep warm out here. We're going to get cozy, and we're going to send you down to the arena where Danny Tang, currently the short stack alongside Jonathan Jaffe, 7 bigs apiece. Dvoris at 8 bigs. Ben Heath at 9. Vogelsang with 11. Maybe, just maybe, we're going to see some eliminations in short order. Obviously, spins are needed for the shorties. Official chip counts and payouts brought to you by BetACR.eu. The total prize pool collected, 12 million. Just staggering. 3 8-figure prize pools already compiled. 200K Invitational, 125K main, 100K. Prize pools that make your eyes water.
I didn't realize you're going to leave the blanket on.
Well, what do you think I brought it out here for? We could be here a while, so unless you're going to hand me a Snickers. Dvoris, by the way, looks like he could be starring in a Mary Poppins musical or something. He brought the cap that's a London outfit.
Okay, you weren't here for the final table little intro. He was announced as Daniel Zavaleski because he's wearing the same hat of Yuri Zavaleski's.
I see.
Yes.
So he's tapped into the Brazilian style closet.
Now, do you think Yuri's got another hat, or is he just hatless?
Now, I saw Yuri grabbing a bite to eat, and I want to say I had a hat on. I don't know if it was exactly the same as the one Dvoris was rocking, but in any case, he did have backup headwear. Meanwhile, Punsri lets go of the 10 deuce, and well served to have done so, as Heath had ace-king suited. He was loaded for bear.
You getting, like, I know it's not related to the poker, but like Fendi color vibes, or is it just me? The blanket that we showed at right.
Well, they're scarves, I believe.
Okay.
I guess they can be repurposed as blankets in a pinch. But yeah.
You see what I'm
I
coming
feel
from?
the Fendi, that brown and tan, FF.
Yes, yes. See how
monogram print.
Triton.
I think we may have drawn a little inspiration from the Fendi streets for this piece. Obviously, we don't want to draw attention to that. Legal department doesn't need their hands full,
Okay,
Randy.
I'm sorry. How about 10-7 of clubs?
There you go.
That's worth talking about in the muck.
Not worth playing, though, according to Christoph.
Just look at the stack sizes. Everyone is so short, and no one wants to be the first one to step out and take a shot at it. But you know what? Punat Punsri in second. He is the man that can fight. Apply pressure. Ben Heath and Dvoris currently sitting 4th and 5th, who are in the blinds. Looking to wake up with a hand.
Rips it in there. No takers.
Thailand's #1 on the all-time money list, Punat Punsri, looking to add more to his earnings.
No doubt.
It's Danny Tang on his second final table. He's looking smiley.
He is looking a little smiley.
Yeah, it's just rubbing them cards. Does that work? It does, Ace Jack.
No, we've got one data point, Randy. I don't think
it's enough. It's enough data for me. I'm in.
I don't think he rubbed a 7 deuce into an ace jack.
You sure? Because they didn't show us what it was before. He can't believe it.
Most, but not all, certainly a declaration of war and commitment from the ace jack. Right up front. And this orbit will be free
Is this your Perrier?
for Danny.
Is this yours? Yeah.
Pulling that one back in.
He's not even close to out of the danger zone, even with that pickup. But actually slides up to 4th place with 9 big blinds.
Well, that just goes to show you how tight the cluster is toward the latter half of this 7-pack.
Between the 4 of us, someone's going to go home with 500K, someone's going home with 1 million. You know? We all basically have the same stack.
Interesting point that Danny just made, Randy, with respect to the fact that
You are playing unbelievable. Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
those chip counts being as tight as they are, the payouts for the next 4 slots are the difference between $500,000 and 1.06.
Yeah, it's this is why it's tense. And
Not
this
for
is-
Nacho.
This is why he gets to do these plays, because they have to wake up for the hand or be at risk, and Danny's got the hand to make the call. Ace queen.
Oh, wow.
And even he right now is saying, wow, because he doesn't want to be the first one to call off, but he has to.
Yeah, it's too much hand, and Barbero's going to be too wide, and what a great spot to be in against Queen Jack.
Did you want to prepay?
No.
I don't know
Jeffy.
what that means, but I don't want that.
Asking Danny if he wants to prepay. Well, that would be Showers. We know who Jonathan's rooting for. Uh-oh. Got shot straight draw. Danny's rail
Headerboard.
on their feet.
Don't have me dead. Anything but have me dead.
You can't be dead on this time.
Okay, no 10, just no 10 then.
Does he know the rules?
Okay, headerboard is okay. Headerboard again. Headerboard again.
Messi?
Headerboard again, please.
Messi,
Messi, yes, Messi. Okay, headerboard again. Let's go.
There we go.
Ace high holding on.
Rail's happy.
Nice hand, Danny.
Thank you. Thank you. Bị đi sẽ lại thế hả?
They're cheering for me too, so you should probably take this hand off.
Good shit.
I'm not sure about the one in the bottom.
Danny's got that rail in check, huh?
He did, yeah. It's like, oh, I didn't hear enough from you. Well, with that pot, going to slide him up to 3rd place with 18 big blinds. Neck to neck with Punat Punsri, who's sitting in 2nd, and Benjamin Heath getting pocket aces. Now, earlier, before he came into the booth, he had an 8 big blind stack and actually min-raised the King Jack offsuit. So I wonder if he does a similar play coming with a min-raise.
Well, we know him to be a tactician, and here he is with that tactical raise. The minimum with the aces. Vogel saying releasing the Jack-10 suited on the button, Randy. That is clearly a tempting bit of kit, but recognizing that especially with a few shorter stacks out there, the big pay jumps, obviously a shot at that $3 million It isn't the kind of hand that you want to be calling.
Look at Jaffe here in the big with ace queen. He's so short. Can he ever get away from this? He can't. No.
Jams the snapper forthcoming from Heath. And Jaffe simply running into it here.
He's such in bad shape. The worst hand to be up against.
Yeah, 6% is Jaffe. Let's see if he'll have some sweat on this flop. Second shortest stack coming into this one does not find a ray of hope on this board. Heath can get back to nourishment. And on the turn, Jaffe drawn dead.
Was there applause before?
No.
Let's go.
Everybody likes you. Come on.
It's funny, I instantly felt like that's strange. I don't remember a round of applause for bust outs, but neither did Jaffe.
Well, you know, it was a great performance. He also shipped his first title into 50K earlier for 500,000 plus bounties.
That he did. This will be his 7th cash, bringing him north of $2 million in career Triton earnings. And his departure will give the remainder of the field a ladder. As likable as Jonathan might be when he's at your final table, you'd prefer to see him exiting, making the road toward between you and a title that much easier to navigate. And obviously, anytime anyone hits the showers, you get paid.
You get paid big.
Yeah. That jump, good for 170,000.
Take the number one by winning this. Just letting you know that.
What?
672.
You might be number one for both if you win this one.
The on-deck payout.
War ranking.
And now DeVoris, who actually earned the buy-in to this event by selling newspapers. Oh my gosh.
He's going to have to go back to selling newspapers soon once again because look, 2 aces right behind.
You're absolutely right. Lord Vogel with the needles.
It's hard to add additional points to the 12 that you have already, you know? Because they're fucking massive points already. It needs to be something like this.
This is back-to-back aces, isn't it?
10K where there's like...
they
only use like 12 per year, right? 12 your best
13,
points.
I think. They take the best 13, I think. I'm not 12.
Oh, really? Cool. That's how it works?
Yeah, so like if you cast them.
Vogel may just be flatting here, Randy, but even in the form of a flat, his hand looks so strong.
Agreed.
Definitely, like, this is 100%, almost, pretty much.
I mean, at least he's got 18% versus the 6 before.
Showdown, right? Yeah. What the fuck is this? Aces every hand.
It's pretty good.
Well, DeVoris with 3 times more equity
End of the year?
than Jaffe had with ace-queen against aces. But still dire straits for the Canadian. 2.7 million chip pot.
There now.
Yeah, I probably.
I mean, being when is probably up there too,
A
right?
jack is a welcome sight, but it doesn't turn into a straight or straight draw. Spades, a non-issue. Without help, we're drawn dead, and yet again, a turn card comes off that renders the river inconsequential. And back-to-back victims early in this final table frame.
And also back-to-back cashes for Daniel DeVoris. Got 10th in the 125K main event for 329. Now cashing
you're right.
this event.
Got a nose for the money and deep finishes in the big ones. 125 and 100K. 10th and now 6th. Not going to be a second title for DeVoris here, though, as he notches his 26th career Triton cash. Now holds over $9 million in career Triton earnings, leaving behind 5 to do battle for $858,000. That's the on-tap payout over 200K, separating 5th and 4th.
Now, Ollie, when we give back this hat, do we leave a tip?
He's going to give the hat back to Yuri?
Yes. Is he not?
Do you think he's going to call it unlucky because he ran into aces and got showered in 5th? Or 6th? Do you think he calls it lucky because he didn't bust in 9th? I don't know, right?
I would say it's a below average, right?
Below, right, yeah, exactly. It was so funny. I looked at Randy. He looks down and tries to figure out what's the expected finish and then determining hat luck indexes based on that. Love the way your mind works. Ben Heath, loving the look of an ace-jack from the hijack. 450 announced.
Just a jack 5 off in the big. Not much.
Cambió todo.
And with those 2 quick eliminations since coming back, we've got a really interesting scenario where 2nd through 5th have 17 through 19 big blinds, whereas right when we came from back from the break, they had 10 big blinds apiece for the bottom stacks. There's Mateos.
How about that for a resource? Adrian finishing 2nd to Matthias Eibinger after an epic heads-up battle. One of the longest we've ever seen, 2 hours plus. That happened yesterday. Part of the LATAM contingent.
Latin America, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, there we go. I do know something about geography.
Although I don't think Spain
it's quite far.
Qualifies. It's not in the Americas, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, they speak Spanish.
Hispanic, I suppose.
Okay.
Yeah. Here to support Nacho, who's got all the chips and looking for the cheese now.
3 minutes. Just like, what do you have behind you? What do you have in your other hand? All right.
Chips and cheese, I got it. Nachos. I like
King
jalapenos on my nachos. Just to let you know.
Do you really?
I do.
We're not going to be sharing nachos anytime soon.
I didn't want to, because you don't like it. But then it was against you, and I just wanted to tell you how much I got because you asked.
Yeah, I just couldn't see what
what you had shuffling.
I didn't know you had blacks or whites behind.
Yeah. So I instantly felt guilty when I turned around, and I'm like, but I'm just trying to answer his question.
Heath.
Yeah.
Not defending.
Fold.
Shout out, by the way, to Director Martin. So thoughtful. Brought in a burger and fries for himself and a second order for producer James.
Yeah,
as they're burning the midnight oil with us
If he really
here.
was thoughtful, we would have got one too.
Well,
all I got was a
truthfully,
blanket.
I've been eating continuously since we got to Monaco. I don't think I need a burger and fries. What do you mean all you got was a blanket? Really? Give me the blanket.
No,
Give me the blanket back, Randy.
I didn't know. Why do you still have it on?
Because I'm telling you, we might be here longer than you think.
Okay. We did lose 2 people
That's
already.
Good. Okay, all right, relax. Once the shorter stacks are absorbed, the remaining stacks get deeper. But they are just 40-minute levels, obviously, so the pace is quick.
I like that song. It's pretty cool. It's a good song.
Looks like we're going to have a walk.
That we are.
Oh,
Ooh,
pocket
Danny
tens
had
walk. Did he look? I don't think
Medicine.
he did.
Are you one of those that doesn't look because you don't want to know? I
No,
always
I
look.
always look because
Yeah.
I want to show them if I've got aces or 7 deuce.
I don't know why I look. I just always do.
Just
I
in
hadn't really
case.
thought about
I
it.
like to think of the what ifs. Like, what if you limped into me? I do always look. I know a lot of poker players don't like to. They call it what, a negative free roll,
Yeah, because if you see aces, you get tilted.
or because you get aces. Unlikely to get aces dealt again, right? Next hand.
I mean, yeah, but you can always get ace king.
Okay.
Panat's
True.
proving that.
Like ace king. Did you
Usually
see
they
that
do it on
before
the-
you said that?
I did.
Okay.
To do it to the small blind makes sense.
Well, he's looking for some action right behind him. When pocket fives is that type of hand that could reshove if it feels that Punat punches out of line, he gets away.
Remember, Vogelsang folded Jack 10 suited. Granted, it was against an earlier position. There were more players in the field at that time, but I think it's kind of clear what Lord Vogel has on his mind right now, and that is just sit back, let the rest of the field cannibalize itself, and just earn.
There's nothing wrong with that, as Nacho does defend the big. Just no connection. Queen 7 deuce. It's always scary c-betting into the chip leader just because you know they've got the chips to splash a bit. But it's such a dry texture. Hence why he's betting. Just a very small 225 gets it done.
Thank you.
Well, Nacho Barbero off the high water mark. Sub 10 million after getting doubled through. Punsri and Tang neck and neck. Little gap down to Heath and then Lord Vogel, the shorty. 858,000. The only remaining non-7-figure payout here. Top 4 will breach that threshold. Round and round we go.
Yeah, just such a big turnout for this 100K event number 6. 120 runners. We're down to 5.
Now, in terms of titles, Randy, if you just had to guess off the top of your head, how many total titles we had
At this
out of the
table?
remaining field?
I'm going to go with 8.
8. That's quite a lot.
Well,
Final
I know
answer?
Danny Tang has a lot. Yeah, it's my final answer. And also, this is his final answer. Ace Queen. All in. Are you counting?
Correct answer is 6 titles.
Well.
4 of them.
I was
belonging to
including the one that someone's going to win, so I'm only one off technically.
Were you really?
No, I wasn't.
No, I didn't think you were. Vogelsang, by the way, does not have a title, nor does Ben Heath. Tang with 4, Nacho with 1, and Punat with 1.
Ah.
Punsri's was a main event, if I'm not mistaken.
Cyprus 2022 for 2.8 million.
Nacho's lone title, you remember that one?
Yeah. Do you want the details?
Well, I mean, I don't want
Can
you
I
to
just say yeah?
tell me every hand. It was back in Vietnam.
It was the very first event he played, I believe.
No, he
No,
played
it
one in
wasn't.
Madrid, a 20K short deck.
Okay, in Vietnam I meant.
Second event he played, the 25K GG Millions, then the 15K 8 Max was the one that he took down. But that felt like his first ever Triton Festival where he played a full slate.
Mm-hmm. Let's see.
Queen,
if
3 on the
Nacho-
button.
Yeah, it's just a little too weak.
Lays down.
Been
fucking insane year for you.
So Ben Heath is sitting on 17 bigs in the big while Punat's got ace-8.
Pretty good.
A hand that some people just open rip, which he does, looking to take this one down.
Not gonna complain about it.
Cannot offer any
Back from the
resistance.
ashes. Dead. I was dead.
Yeah? Were you?
You don't know the story?
No. Oh. I mean, I know you do some crypto, so I guess probably, maybe. I don't know. Oh, you fuck, yeah. It was like this time last year as well.
Ah, it was before that. But
Was it?
it was May.
May?
Yeah, but I was.
Luna? Luna was May. Around this time last year was FTX.
No, it was way before. Oh, FTX. Yeah.
Yeah, fuck.
Everything.
I'm sure that's what Nacho wants to be talking about right now, or the millions that he lost in Luna.
Yeah, he's not the only one out there.
You think Tank's trying to steam him up a little bit, get him tilty?
It's working. Tang's got King 8 suited in the muck. Did he rile him up enough to raise 9-8 off on the button? Yeah, he did. Although I would say it's a cutoff, but
I don't know if we can give Danny credit for it. Might have something to do with some other factors. And let's see how Punsri feels about ace-5 suited on the button. Obviously, he knows Barbaro's going to be doing big stack things, wide ranges.
this is a hand that a lot of players like to include in their 3-bet bluff range to balance their value. But he's just saying, you know what? Let's not 3-bet and fold and just become the shortest stack at the table.
Sorry. Wow, nice try, Christoph. If it was gonna be one person that I saw could do that in the whole field, I would have never thought it was you. You seem like the most correct person I ever met in my life. You seem like the guy that will give you back, like, I mean, $50 if you...
I mean, I actually had a situation in the track 50K, like, I don't know, like, it was like 3 or 4 hands later where I realized, like, my turn back hadn't been pulled in. It was, like, in London, like, against a recreational.
And you gave it back?
I did, but, like, I mean, it just felt right. Like, it was, like...
Yeah, that's...
I was, like...
I think it's good karma, honestly.
Yeah.
I have no
I
clue
would say-
what's going on, so if I forget to give about the time, I'm not doing it on purpose. I'm just so
If you
lost.
ever lose your wallet anywhere in the world, just pray that Christoph Vogelsang is the guy that finds it.
No cheating.
It'll show up. All the cash will still be in there.
The guy doesn't even
All
know
the
when
credit
he's there,
cards.
when he's-
Now, mind you, he will have written those credit card numbers down along with CVVs and expiration dates, but they'll be in the wallet, maxed out.
Come on, you can't do that.
No,
to Christoph Vogelsang.
No, we.
But we know what your mind's at if you happen to find a wallet now.
Well, let me find your wallet, guys. Okay.
I'm gonna zip these.
I'll move into your
pants
house.
up. I'm a little worried.
I'll raise your children. Take over your identity.
It's not just you taking lines at all.
We really don't want you raising anyone's children. It's just not a good image in your mind.
Come on, Randy. I'd be a good dad, Randy. Come on.
I mean, you're
I'm
fun.
fun. You have fun with me, Randy. Every festival, we go on an adventure.
You're a fun guy, I admit, but like you've told me some odd things.
I've told you some odd things.
Yeah.
We spent a week with Lee Davey of the team in Latvia, and you're telling me I told you some odd things?
I mean, I remember you did something in the toilet with a sink.
Oh, well, come on, Randy. I was super sick.
I know.
Punchy with Queen Jack offsuit.
He does cash 7 figures quite regularly.
Now, Christoph.
Quite regularly.
Ace 10 on the button. How much more patience is he going to exhibit
They're cashing figures like we cash fucking...
as the shortest of all stacks?
Well, you cash 7 figures.
14 blinds.
Like 5 seconds? Every day.
It's an interesting one. It looks like he's going to lay it down. Looks like no one really wants to step up to the plate once someone opens. The risk is just a little bit too much. That 7-figure score right around the corner.
Bottom good.
just respecting Punsui's range up front.
Man, this is so crazy. I have to keep looking at the stocks all the time. I fucking hate it. I'd rather not pay attention to be paying attention. It's more fun.
Just some offsuit broadways here. Jack 10. These spots are just so tricky. Like, you kind of want to play it, but then you're thinking, if I get resistance, it just puts me in the bad spot, stack-wise, relative to the remaining players in the field. Now, Nacho's just got deuce 4, but he might be thinking naughty things. Devilish, but he's out.
That probably comes as a surprise to Punsui, who flashes an ace.
Did you notice he like made sure he put
Yeah,
it
of
the right
course. You're not
way?
going to flash the 3.
Who's that? Kiat Lee? Loon Loon?
Malaysian delegation.
Who do we think they're supporting?
Danny Tang's their buddy.
You have a big raid, bro. I have fucking numbers.
I'll tell you what, they're definitely supporting Punsui as well, though, I would say.
Is it over, the tournament there?
You remember that wonderful story about Danny really helping restore Punat's confidence
Let's see who's still in there.
when he was in London? Get him to pony up, get back in the saddle.
Yeah.
Leader Dimitra
And
Danchev.
in doing so, Punsui then finished 3rd in the 250K Luxembourg Invitational after having a pretty dry festival.
Sometimes
Went
you
over
just
up to that
need
point.
to have a nice chat with people you trust, right?
Yeah, in poker it's a little bit tough too because it's a zero-sum game. For every dollar won, there is a dollar lost elsewhere. And a lot of times we are left questioning people's motives. I've certainly been privy to situations in which someone's in a vulnerable place. They're asking for honest advice. And because the person that they're asking advice of plays with them regularly and recognizes that they're not playing well, they're not incentivized to do anything to help them out. And they may mislead them, tell them, no, you're playing fine, you're doing great. And it is the ugly side of the transactional nature of poker, without question. Cash game stuff, obviously, is where we see a little bit more of it, but you really got to be careful and make sure that you have authentic and genuine friendships that you're going to be able to count on for that. I'm sure you have situations like that that you've observed as well throughout the years.
No, I completely agree with everything you said, and that's why it's really nice when you have that close-knit few friends that you can trust, rely on to support you during your downtimes, and vice versa.
And I think Danny certainly
I really don't. This might be it.
connected with Punat on a deep level.
Every day.
Punsui,
Thank you.
very thankful for that. A story that he told me while we were out in London, asked him if it would be okay to share it.
I told you already many times. No, I don't know.
I think it is nice to be able to celebrate just
Do they make the World Cup?
the uniquely authentic nature of the camaraderie that exists here at the Triton Super High Roller Series. It stands apart as Heath,
here we go,
from the small blind with Queen Jack, rips it into Lord Vogel, who can wait no longer. These two neck and neck in chips. Cannibalism at the bottom end of the leaderboard. Ace-9 against Queen Jack. It is Lord Vogel at risk.
Why is my rail?
You wouldn't know it from the smile on his face. He does have the best of it, of course, 57% equity in a $5.5 million chip pot. Matthias Eibinger joining the rail as well. Ace and a Jack both present on the flop. So threats obviously exist to Christoph's hold on this pot.
I saw you were
4-1.
I saw you would have been
2 to come.
You made it 2? What?
5 outer faded once.
You have to root.
And now faded twice, as a decimating blow is dealt to Britain's Ben Heath. One that will vault Vogelsang into second and leave Heath in the doldrums with just that little nub that he's shuffling. Likely to be all that remains of his stack.
Just 1% of all the chips in play, but he did nothing wrong. Queen Jack in the small mandatory jam into that short stack of Christoph Vogelsang.
We could maybe color up a little if it's possible, but yeah.
Still has a chance though. Oh, he's in second place now with that double up.
That he is. Patience rewarded. Folded that ace-10 in the face of the Punsri open. Folded a jack-10 prior to that. Did he fold a couple of 5s at one point?
Someone did. Can't quite remember who. But you're right, patience is rewarded, and it's a very important part of this game. It's just the right balance, you know? You can't be overly patient where you get blinded out. Choose the right spots.
Timing really is everything. Brought it up on a couple of occasions already today during my time in the booth, but Dan Smith winning the 125K main. No, sorry. That was Ibinger.
The 200K.
It was the 200K Invitational. With these 3-day events, I get them all jumbled in my head. But the point being that Smith was there three-handed with Elton Sang, got his chips in, Jack-9 suited. Elton had the Queen Jack, really chewed on it, ended up putting it in the muck. We'll never know. But had Elton decided to dig in there, maybe Smith doesn't go on to win that event. So these are the little decisions that can affect so many things. And those decisions proving fruitful in the end for Vogelsang, who looks down at a couple of 5s in the face of Heath's jam from the button. Just one big and change.
So this is actually interesting. He's never folding, but it's how to proceed against Danny Tang sitting on 18 big blinds in the big blind. The thing is, say he calls, then he can allow multiple players to try and knock out Heath, which is advantageous to try to get that pay jump, or just re-ISO.
That's what he does. The re-ISO,
Danny.
that is. Taking a bit of a risk.
Great shape.
Danny's deeper stack, but having both covered and having the lead against this King 3. You see the concern worn on Heath's face as he knows that his time here at this FT could come to an end swiftly, absent a king. A 3 does provide additional glimmers of hope. Cowboys and crabs, that which is needed for the time being. Instead, Jacob says hello on the turn. 5 outs once for Heath. And it's out of here. For Ben. He will take home the last of the 6-figure payouts.
Great, thank you.
In 5th.
It's still a nice score, 858,000 for one of Britain's finest players. It's good to see him.
On the board here in Monaco after failing to cash in the 200K Invitational and the 125K main event. Heath adding to his 4.4 in career Triton earnings, now over 5 milli across 15 cashes, but that first title still eludes him. Leaves behind nothing but millionaires at this FT. In terms of payouts, something tells me we're working with millionaires coming into this one. I should hope,
There's
otherwise maybe they're under-rolled.
Yeah.
We'll color up now for Vogel.
Very healthy second place stack of 6.1 million.
That it
which
is.
equates to 31 bigs. Very healthy hand.
Those runaway freight train vibes that Nacho brought to the FT starting to give way to a more typical stack distribution. Shortest of stacks right now
450.
will be Danny Tang. Vogel second in chips, and we hear from him. Making some noise with ace jack on the button.
Just an 8-4 suited.
5 seconds.
Surely this one is going into the muck. Which it does. A little bit of a heater. Unless Nacho wants to defend queen 3 off. Wouldn't think this hand would be good enough.
Seconds.
1.3.
Oh, my.
Did you? I did not expect this, Ollie.
This is pure ICM, right?
Yes.
He's smacking Vogel up, saying, what are you doing out there, second biggest stack, with the shorty Tang at 16 bigs? You're not supposed to want to get after my big.
I agree.
Finger wag. Ace-jack suited, though, a decent amount of hand. And this is sizing that I would imagine Vogel can flat.
I do think he can flat this one. It feels a little risky to just 4-bet rip it in. It has good playability and position. He must know that Nacho would get out of line a bit, too.
You're not thinking 4-bets, are you?
You think about it, but then you need to think about the risk in case you're wrong, and it would be kind of a disaster given he's in second place.
Oh.
But he's done it. Wow. Vogel's here to play.
Snap fold from Barbero, and obviously
that was a great
Vogel
play.
Reading the situation correctly.
Mm-hmm.
And now, the fact that he has taken chips away from Barbero specifically means that only 5 bigs separate the two of them. With the blinds moving to 125 and 250,000, even less than that. Just 1 million. The gap between the 8.7 of Nacho and the 7.7 of Christoph Vogel, saying Poonsri with 4.5 million, Danny Tang with 3, as 4 remain here in event number 6, the 100K.
Yes, and that's actually really good for Vogel, saying that he closes the gap that much, because that means that Nacho really can't make that kind of play against him. Because if, let's just say he makes another 3-bet and folds, and he will now be in second place in a bad position. So folds over to Nacho, who's got queen 10 off in the small.
Well, a considerably better queen than the one that he took up against Vogel moments ago, and able to play as an open.
He's in there.
Jamming.
Just king 9 offsuit.
But not.
Just too weak in this spot.
Does release. Nacho, by the way, earlier, for those who weren't around for it, broke out immaculate French.
He did.
At the table. He was sandbagging us. I've heard him speak plenty of Argentine Spanish, but never any French. Said he actually lived in France for a couple of years.
2 years, I believe.
Once upon a time. I think he even mentioned he speaks Italian as well, if I'm not mistaken.
I'm getting these vibes he even speaks more Chinese than me at this point.
Well, everyone speaks more Chinese than you, Randy. A simple visit to a Panda Express would
Panda Express
would leave
It's a
someone more
compound
fluent than
chicken
you
and
in
the orange
Chinese. You might be the most American person on the crew, even though you live in Australia. You know, like, well, I know you don't know this, but in college football, there's a handful of teams that just aren't part of like a conference. They're called independents. That's what you are, because you live in Australia, but you're not quite Australian. You were born in the U.S., but you never go back anymore. You obviously are the least Chinese person we've ever met. We all love you. We just don't know what you are. You're just Randy.
Just Randy. I'll take it. I'll be me, and you be you.
Careful what you wish for. Now then, Vogel. In a spot where he could overtake Barbero.
Yeah, it's
just
a new
mere
Vogel.
6 blinds, yeah.
He's got the chips.
5 seconds.
Been nursing the short stack throughout the final table. Just gonna give that walk. Good for Danny Tang.
As you look out at this 37, 31, 16, and 13 big blind stack distribution, with Barbero up top, followed by Vogelsang, Punsri, and Tang in that order, Randy, you feel as though Punsri is going to be willing, with just a 3 big blind edge over Tang, given the pay jump from 4th to 3rd, a not at all negligible 230,000 roughly. You think that Punsri is going to be willing to kind of wait out Danny, or they're too close together?
That's a good question. He can't wait too much, especially because Danny's going to chip up, and now he's narrowed the gap to just 300K difference. And
it's 1 big blind now, and obviously the question is somewhat moot. The 2 of their stacks basically level.
They can't really pass up decent spots, just because if they do four-handed, they're going to get eaten by the blinds very quickly, and they'll be dwindled down to 10, and maybe the level goes up, which is even more of a disaster.
Just 40 minutes long, the levels in this one, by the way.
Right.
So 6.
Not a turbo, but...
Even if you guys win, whoever wins, it doesn't even break your personal best record. That's how much of a fish I am here. I just need
You're
second
not
to
a
break my
fish.
personal record.
Meanwhile, Danny has 4 Triton titles.
I've got them with the big dogs, right?
Next closest is 1 at this FT, and then Vogel was 0, and he's calling himself a fish.
He's got more titles than the rest of the table.
Wow.
Combined,
wow.
yeah.
I've got like a couple of 4 million scores. Fuck you.
I have 1 only.
You're wow, like, huh? It's only 2.8, mate.
I only have 1. I have 1.5, the other one.
Huh?
I have 2. 2 big ones.
Yeah.
And to answer your question earlier, you see, Punat is willing to kind of fight back because he can't wait around.
And look at this. Despite the fact that Punsri is perilous, he's got the nut flush draw up against second nut flush draw and top pair for Vogelsang, who made it 500,000 to go. Min-raise was defended against by Punsri, who checks it over to him.
Yeah, this is a dynamite flop. Even for Vogelsang, he's thinking, wow, dream come true. Wouldn't mind another spade dropping off, but we know that'll be a disaster. It's a pretty shallow stack that Punsri's got, but it's also hard to represent a big hand by check raising right now. Especially on this ace texture where He's perceived to 3-bet jam a lot of good aces. But he is going to try a check raise. This is actually tricky for Vogelsang.
Turning into 8 1/4, 525 more. What makes it tricky?
It's not tricky in the sense that he's not willing to get it in, but is there more value in slow playing or getting chips in on the flop? It's kind of like, what do I expect the king of spades to do? Would they ever check raise or would they check call? And he's going to make the call here. He also knows that sometimes his opponent is bluffing, say, the jack of spades, like a jack 10 off, and they could be drawing very slim.
The other option in your mind was to push back on Punsri and just...
I don't think you would ever push back, but...
You certainly can't fold.
No, it's just... What's the best way to approach it against Punsri's range? Now Punsri's in a tough one because when he check raises his flop, his opponent has a lot of ace-x. Does he think he can get like a ace-x without a spade to fold?
We're about to find out, as he is sitting right now with 2.4 million, sub 1 SPR, with 3 million in the middle.
I suppose maybe he can apply a lot of pressure against like 2 10s with a spade, 2 jacks of a spades. It's a rough one.
Does come with the check, though. And he could still have some hand that could continue in the face of certain sizings from Vogelsang. So obviously he wants to pick a number that he thinks he's going to be able to earn a little bit more with such a strong hand.
Yes, that queen of spades for backup is very helpful. If he was just holding like red ace queen, he might just rip it in right now.
5 seconds.
Looks like he's just going to charge just a little bit.
Oh, this seems nice.
Yeah, it's like the perfect size.
Laying 6 to 1.
I don't think he thinks that Punsri has the king of spades in hand. Because he might think the king of spades, if they opted to check raise, would just rip the turn. So he feels this is just some weak kind of draw.
5 seconds.
Something working with the 9 and 7.
Something like that, like 10-8, jack 10 off.
So Punsri milked for 600 more and coming up empty. Vogel making trip aces.
I will say that Punsri's got to be pretty happy that he was still able to see the river without risking most of his stack on the turn.
Yeah, there was something merciful about the sizing, but in the end, it also costs him another 600,000.
Right.
As opposed to being shut out, potentially. If Vogel would have jammed on the turn, does Punsri have to put the 2.4 in there and
No,
take a swing? So
he would have to fold because he would just have one card
Yeah.
to try to hit that hand.
Well, Vogel now quite comfortable, and he's got the best hand. Puts the 1.8 on request and disappears completely from view.
I didn't know he does this kind of pose after he bets all in.
Is Punsri thinking this king high could be good?
He must be.
Well, in what world is it good? What sort of kit does Vogelsang have as played that the king 8 beats? Some of the busted straight draws belonging to him, maybe?
It would have to be like...
But the 8 of clubs is a bad side card for Punsri then, is it not?
It is, but then again, Vogelsang could have what? Queen Jack, Queen of Spades, you know, offsuit. Jack 10, Jack of Spades. Might have called that small check raise on the flop. I'm not sure if it would have bet like quarter pot on the turn though. It's hard to imagine this king of spades ever being good.
Did, in the end, find the fold. A little apprehensive about it, but...
And with that, Polly, we have a new tournament chip leader.
No need to explain who it is as he comes out from under the hood. Vogelsang collecting tokens as he's been doing for the better part of the last couple of orbits very fruitfully. Now, farming his way into an 8-figure stack, and perhaps some people out there have a taste of the man. Unclear whether or not he sold action over on PokerStake, but certainly many of those who are regulars on the Triton Super High Roller Series do exactly that at our exclusive staking partner, where rake-free and transaction fee opportunities abound. Buy a piece and live the dream by proxy at PokerStake.com.
So what?
The diamond for like $1 dime.
One dime?
1K.
Who the fuck are buying these for 1K?
I don't know, he has no more. Bro, mind your own business, bro. I'm trying to fucking... Bro, what do you think? You think these shoes they pay for himself, bro? Like when I go to Louis Vuitton, you're there with your credit card? I don't go much, though.
So there is no market to buy time banks, correct?
Correct.
$1,000 a piece for 20 seconds of your time. Oh, it's 30
They
seconds.
call Luca over and they're like, hey, listen, this dude over here's got no time banks. I got 6. Would it be all right with you if I sold? Four, 5 suited. Not enough. Says Nacho, especially now that he's relinquished.
Defend or no? No. Ah. Jumping like fuck. It's like literally my hands like this.
Wow, he really bluffed. Wow. Wow, sick puppy.
Sick guy.
Nacho opening the cutoff. Always relieved to see Vogelsang out of there from this point forward. Has the lone stack that covers him.
You meant to put the back a little to the front. Yeah, I don't.
Sorry, yeah, I don't know why I did that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Blinds and antes picked up by the Argentine.
They're like perfectly distanced from each other.
In what sense?
Like equidistant. No?
Are you talking about in terms of physical arrangement around the rail, Randy?
Yes, yes.
I'm staring at the chip counts and I'm going, what are you talking about? And you're looking at the screen and giving me a geometry lesson?
You know, from...
You're like, it's a parallelogram.
From PP to NB, you know, equals to CV and DT.
Oh, man. Relax, Pythagoras. Okay? I don't need you to tell me about isosceles triangles. And
All right, so we got
Fibonacci sequence out here.
That's about 6.5 bigs. Not detrimental to Nacho's stack. And he knows Punat Punsri is desperate as the big blind is next hand for him. got 40% in the spot. It seems close-ish.
See if he agrees.
Yeah, you can see he's quite pained about it.
Mm-hmm. The problem is in these spots, though, provided that your opponent eliminates Hollywooding from the equation. Well, I guess when you're all in, it doesn't really matter. But just thinking about those moments where sometimes a guy will, with Streets of Action left behind, range themselves with these sort of reactions, a little bit of, you know.
Sure.
Again, provided that it isn't Hollywood. All-in situations don't count.
Well, we got this all in to
That
watch.
we do. King 7 suited. Punat Punsri's hopes. Dashed. On the Ace-Jack 9 board by Barbero, who has hit the hook.
You want 10 of diamonds?
Kjat looking for an update. Backdoor flush draw, King would do. Instead, the 4 of hearts leaves Punsri tugging at 1 of 3 outs. Not there. And with that, we've lost number 1 on Thailand's all-time money list.
Can I go for a pee? Does anyone care about
let's run to
Obviously, Punat will still be quite thrilled to be one of the 4 lucky members of the 7-figure club here in Event 6, the 100K. Picking up 1.068 million, Randy.
It's a big score, and it's also his second cash of the festival. He played great, but there was a lot of short stacks. Does have 9 cashes and 1 title. Remember, in that 2022 Cyprus main event, having 8.4 million in Triton earnings and adding another million on top.
Knocking on the door of 10 million to bring him to an 8-figure career tally. But there will be no second title for Punsri. 10th cash, leaving behind the podium finishers, unarranged, as it seems that the players have negotiated a bit of a break. 3 million for Danny Tang as he gets to slide into a pay jump. Here, nicely done. Oh, we're back. And this is exactly how we look when we're doing the commentary here at the desk. Ali and Randy with you. Just a few minutes. I think the players needed to have a nature calls moment over there. But Barbero, I would say no longer having the chip lead would be the story thus far for you, along with a lot of eliminations.
Well, he does have the chip lead, my friend. He regained it with
After
that elimination.
There it is. The gap was close enough between the two of them. So regaining it over the top of Vogelsang, not by much, albeit as we look at the app, 4 blinds, the distance between Barbero and Vogelsang. There you see it, 11 million. I guess we can't we can't take the app when I'm on this screen, can we? I'm actually watching the screen, the stream rather, alongside you guys. We'll get us to the place where
you can look at my
there
app.
we go.
You can look at my
yeah,
app.
that's true. We could have used your app.
yes.
There it is. Nacho, 11 million in front of him, 10 million for Vogelsang, and then that big drop off to Danny Tang. Very pleased to be capturing the pay jump between 4th and 3rd, $230,000 roughly, and now an even bigger jump of, let's call it 700-ish, just shy of that, between 3rd and 2nd. These are keep it real figures for even these guys in 100K. Many, many buy-ins can be reclaimed or parlayed toward the rest of this festival, as we did front-load things here with the big guns blazing at the top. Is this one of those things where it's a flip between Barbero and Vogel from this point forward?
I mean, what do you mean by flip?
Either guy can take it with the stacks that they got. I mean, do you
take it?
Do you have a favorite? Are you willing to go out and say, hey, I think this person is better equipped than the other to take down the title? Do you have a pick?
I mean, I kind of do. Like, I want to see Christoph Vogelsang do well. It's someone I've actually played a lot of heads up with way back when in No Limit Cash Game, and he absolutely decimated me. So I know he's got the chops to get it done.
And the other storyline is, of course, the fact that Christoph Vogelsang does not yet have a Triton title. So First title for him would be a nice touch here early on at this Triton Super High Roller Series in Monaco. Let's cut you guys loose. We'll be back in just 3 or 4 minutes' time to the desk, and then we'll send you back out to continuing action here in event number 6. Keep it close.
GG Poker. So many players. This is a crazy thing to do.
GG Poker
Broke the Guinness World Record.
Welcome to the World Series of Poker,
the biggest poker
now
site.
larger than all other GG Poker's passing traffic reaches all-time high.
Chop, 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 chop. No way.
Take your game to the next level with GTO Wizard. Practice against GTO on all your devices. Study any situation using our revolutionary AI-powered solver. Upload your hand histories to uncover your biggest leaks. We have hundreds of hours of coaching from top pros, cutting-edge theory articles, and custom study plans to help guide your poker journey. GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players.
Introducing the all-new BetACR.eu, the premier destination for sports enthusiasts. What sets BetACR.eu apart is our exclusive offering of live-action prediction options on the Triton series. Experience the excitement as you predict the action while watching your favorite players live. But that's not all. By opening your account now, you can take advantage of our incredible offer. Receive a generous 15% free play on your first top-up, up to $250. Become a part of BetACR.eu and elevate your live sports engagement experience.
Randy, I'm having a malfunction with my scarf. You know what? I feel kind of like Monaco royalty a little bit in this thing. Don't you think? Oh, I screwed it all up. My arm's coming out. Ali Najad back here with you in this event 6 100K alongside Randy Lou. Why is it just me on the kid? Take a shot at Randy. Why do we have to always just fight? There he is. Oh, my God. Randy, you actually look like you live in a remote village somewhere that doesn't have running water. If I'm being honest with
Get
you.
the camera off me. Back to
No, don't put it back on me. I was watching Randy. What's happening? We're playing a wicked game of digital ping pong right now. Anyhow, let's focus on the matter at hand. We've got 3 players left here in event number 6. We touched on the chip stacks. Danny Tang, the 3 million, the guy that we weren't really focusing on much, but that's 12 big blinds. He doubles, he's up to 24. And at 12 big blinds, he's not quite in that all-in or fold realm, but maybe up against the 240-plus big blind stacks. That's more what's on his mind in terms of approaches pre-flop right now, or is he still going to have some raise folds or 3-bets that aren't all in?
Very unlikely to have raise folds off of this stack just because of what he's up against, and definitely not 3-bet fold. So he's going to be looking for a spot, but we'll be playing a tight range from the button.
Yeah, we talked about that pay gap between third and second. It is absolutely massive, just shy of $700,000. So Danny clearly isn't going to want to be punting. Let's send it right back then to the action, as we are just moments away. There it is. 125, 250. Brought to you by BetACR.eu. I guess it's better that we say it that way instead of BetACR.eu. You know what I mean? Just that doesn't have the same role.
Are we going to get serious, Ollie, yet? Or this guy's
Things are plenty serious, Randy. I'm just not capable of actually experiencing that degree of seriousness.
Okay.
It's a genetic deficiency, I would say. And one that I'm not looking to fix, for the record.
I know you're not.
You know I'm the Minister of Mischief here at the operation.
Minister of Mischief.
Well, no mischief on Barbero's mind out of the small blind, mindful of this strange agreement, dare I call it, Randy, that they should be having right now in terms of ICM at level stacks, not to play big pots needlessly against one another and just be like, hey, bro, let's get rid of this third dangler stack, and then we can do battle.
That's a good point. When the stack sizes are very close, then you got this kind of unspoken agreement. But if there's a large separation between the first and second stack, then that agreement is just off, and the chip leader just raises recklessly.
Queen high, still in front on an 8-high rainbow board. After the Vogel check back.
Super dry board for both. Kind of tricky on whether you want to kind of take a shot at it. It does kind of seem you got a lot of bluffs. He's on the uptick, isn't he?
That he is. Little min bet in position to see what's what. Vogel will take it.
第四 ，because 第四有7位數字嘛 ？No， 第5得86萬啫，第四有100萬。之後頭先我哋全部都一樣，我哋全部都一樣嗰陣時 ，min cash 係50萬咯。所以，喂頭先幾個得7個 BB 啊？
So does Vogelsang want to lean with this hand? The thing is that Danny Tang is not really handcuffed because he's the clear short stack, so he can call correct ranges if he gets jammed on. And that's why Vogelsang isn't jamming this spot. The Jack-4 suit is certainly a nice hand to take a free flop with if he wants to.
Two hearts, 2 tens, and a deuce. No connections.
If Vogelsang wants to just throw out some chips, he often will just win it because Danny Tang doesn't have the stack size to maneuver, even if he suspects his opponent is kind of bluffing at a high frequency. It feels like he's going to go for a delayed bet. It's a cool looking trinket.
Check back from Danny, and let's see if a delayed barrel does come in.
I would think he would need to, just because 8-high would rarely win at showdown. If it's not the turn, most certainly the river.
No.
Yeah, not yet. But the way he's played the hand kind of seems like he's got showdown value, so it's quite hard for Danny Tang to kind of take a shot at it himself, even though it would work.
Interesting thought. So Jack High is just kind of hanging out there in no man's land.
Okay, value betting time.
8 connecting with Christoph for a winner.
So if Vogelsang thinks that Danny Tang's got a pair, he would go quite large. But if you think it's more of a high card like Queen High or King High, then he may go more towards min bet.
Let's see.
What's an
Is
orange?
it
Need an orange chip.
750?
500?
700? We're talking about close to full pot and almost 30%-ish of Danny's chips. He leans right in to get a look at Christoph. Fortunate run out there on the end for Vogelsang.
Feels like he's won every single hand lately.
Feels like he's having some technical difficulties with the mic is what he's having. You know, the guys in the hoodies, it's tough to find a place to put the mic. And, you know, with Christoph's, the hoodie is in motion. So often, things can get dislodged.
Currently.
Is it an idea, Randy, in terms of Christoph limping that last pot out of the small blind and then really just playing straightforward to not give Danny stack depth and not gift him chips that are going to give him the breathing room they so desperately don't want him to have?
He certainly doesn't want to give him chips, of course.
When you went all in, did
but
you
the
have
thing is,
You did?
Danny doesn't have any competition
no?
to outweight,
No, we keep it
right?
here, okay? We
So there's
keep it
not
here.
another 10 big blind stack or 5 big blind stack out there. So Danny Tang will play proper ranges and call correctly, so he can't just recklessly jam any two from the small. That's why he has to kind of play this more passive style of his weakish hands.
Not going to be anything passive about this far from weakish holding. Tang welcoming ace-queen and the button to his doorstep.
I wonder if he ever comes in with a min raise. Didn't really expect it, but certainly a thought.
Well, just because he's jamming doesn't mean that 0% of the time that he would come in with something other than his jam, just on balance, or is it an always jam spot?
I think it's an always jam spot, just because he's jamming the majority of his
I never did that
hands.
before, misclick call. I would have folded Jack 8. I thought it was 5.
You're making him feel a lot better.
It's already, he doesn't. Bro, he's the best player in Asia, after you.
You can't say that, man. You can't come between us like that, man.
Hey, Punat, who's better, you or Danny? Or Kiat? Or Elton Sang?
Hey, you can't look at Tom and you can't be doing that.
Oh, Webster?
Yeah.
Nah, he's not up there, sorry. I'm
What the
joking.
fuck?
I'm joking.
我幫你打上去，你一句嘢我幫你打上去。
Punsri on the rail, maybe talking over some spots with Ivinger
Looney's up there.
and company. Suited ace on the button, qualifier.
Definitely qualifies.
$500,000.
And Danny, I believe the reason he's just taking a little time here is just more for balancing purposes when he really does have a key decision. Not actually thinking about playing that from the small.
500?
This may be getting into the weeds, but is there ever any merit to stalling a bit in the small blind to make it seem like your hand was close, and then subsequently leaving the big blind, who has yet to act, removing what they expect to be a part of the range from the opener? You know what I'm saying? You follow me?
I think I follow you.
Right?
Yeah.
So, like, all of a sudden, if they think, oh, he's thinking with, like, a queen 10, queen jack, and then they take those cards out of the opener's range, and then maybe they do something they wouldn't have otherwise to kind of throw them. You know what I mean? And induce some action, potentially.
I see where your head's at. It's a nice train of thought.
I don't know that anyone's ever doing that, by the
yeah.
way. It's been something that's been on my mind, though, in terms of potential outcomes, as we saw Vogel saying there, firing with aces on that ace-queen-deuce flop on the heels of Barbero's defense.
I think that becomes more relevant when it's a spot where maybe someone's trying to decide whether to call a jam or not. Like, oh, maybe he's blocking my ace or something like that. But, yeah, it's
ideas.
Something to think about. Ideas are important.
I'm not saying they're good ideas, Randy. They're just ideas.
I like your questions. Keep them coming.
37 big blinds, the lead for Vogel Sang. Flip-flopping with Nacho. Yet again, Tang lurking. 10 blinds. There's just 3 remain. Of the original 9 here in this $100,000 no-limit final table. Uruguay's Francisco Benitez, by the way, in 9th. I don't know whether or not you and Henry touched on it. During the World Series of Poker main event this summer, he got into a little bit of a spat with Chance Corneth.
Oh, I did not know.
Heading to a break, Chance found himself in a river spot. Everyone had gone to break. Francisco was hanging there. Action was on Chance with facing a big bet on the end. And Benitez, after just like 20 or 30 seconds, allegedly, called clock on Chance.
But they were the 2 in the hand.
Francisco wasn't in the hand.
Oh, he wasn't even in the hand.
It was Chance and another guy. Francisco didn't go to the break, sat right in his seat. Action on Chance on the river, facing a big bet, and Benitez calls clock. Corneth not happy at all. Ultimately ended up paying off. Guy had the nuts, so he's headed to break. Short that river bet that he called, and he looked up at the dude and was not pleased whatsoever. Wow. So if that name looks familiar,
that's the same name,
it would be the product of that exchange.
What? This is was his first try and stop. Sounds like we need a Chance Corner so they can get a rematch going on.
Can you imagine? Corner strikes me as the kind of guy that's going to pay us a visit at some point.
And
that's my guess.
We're missing him, and we're missing like an Alex Foxen, I feel.
Yeah. Yeah, Foxen, another guy that I would expect to come over here. And Daniel, at some point, is going to need to get on a plane and join us.
I know.
If you're out there, Danny.
Asking him, never come. I'm like, tweet him. Come on, are you coming? Says I want. He likes to try, and he watches it. I've heard.
It really seems ridiculous that he hasn't joined us yet. I mean, Monaco, among the easier cities to get to. London, I mean, direct flights from Vegas. He should have been there. I digress. At some point, I predict we'll see him.
You go ask him, all right? You get him over here.
He moved to the other side of town.
Oh, the side you don't like? The side you're not welcome to, or what?
It's just the east side, you know.
Okay. I assume you're on the west side?
I'm on the west side. Ace-4 suited on the all-in side. 6-3.
Nice fold, sir.
Natural 9, no good. But Ace-8, Ace-7 was good.
Oh, no, not the Baccarat talk.
I don't want you to have Ace-7 or Ace-8. Not good.
When's the last time you played in the pits, Randy? Like actually walked into a casino and placed a wager, taking the worst of it.
It's been a while, but I have taken the worst of it for sure.
I mean, I've had some legendary blow-ups at Pai Gow. Convinced, as the session got bad enough, that martingale might be the right way to fix this. Needless to say, things unravel quickly.
Martingale never works.
Oh, it works. It works your bankroll down to 0.
It never works because you get to the cap eventually. And that's when you're in trouble.
Right. Yeah. Barbero, limping the ace-8 suited.
That's a natural 8. No, that's a natural 9, isn't it? Never mind. I don't play enough baccarat.
I mean, the good news is the casino will count for you in baccarat. If you dealt it, trust me, I'd be bum hunting you as a player at the casino. Vogel will get a free look with 3-4 off. And a little wheel gutty. 6-high straight gutty, let's call it. Up against top pair.
Definitely a situation where some chips will go in, you know?
You don't think it's the kind of spot where if Barbero decides to lead, Vogel's saying is just going to think to himself, this is an unnecessary peel with limited equity?
No, because he's got to draw to clean nuts, which could yield him a nice pot. Also, he probably expects Nacho to stab this flop as a bluff. So he's got just pure pair draw as well, and it gets checked to him. If he misses, he can just fire. It's really a mandatory continue.
And this is why we ask the questions, as Vogel saying does exactly what you suspected that he would do, flatting, but what he doesn't do is find the 5 that he desperately needed. Or wanted, rather.
Now, Barbero likely thinks that he's up against a 6 or deuce X. And those hands likely won't bet when checked to. So he's got a lot of reason to try and value bet here. Unless he wants to induce from exactly this type of holding. So here we go.
That's 725,000.
The price is the right size if he was trying to get this pair of 6s or deuce to call, but not 4-3 offsuit.
So the second barrel sheds that gutter.
Hey, wifey, how are you? Are we drunk? You guys went to the party?
There's Boss. Paul Fua alongside Webster Lim and Ferdinand Putra. Who loves it more than Boss, Randy? Honestly.
Always wants to know what's going on.
Let me check.
Sunday night party in Monaco of poker players.
Yeah, it looks like 2.7%.
Yeah.
You know, I haven't had an explicit conversation with Boss about it, but I get the sense that he's tremendously proud of what the Triton Super High Roller Series has grown into over the course of the past 5 or 6 years. You've been around since the beginnings. Obviously, you've witnessed the evolution of it as we witness an open.
Pocket 4s and a small.
Ace-7 from Barbero. As you mentioned, the hard 8 for Vogel. Just lets it go, and what timing to be doing so, as Danny's going to be the man to wake up and dominate Nacho. Ace-King against Ace-7.
In prime position to really be back in it.
5 seconds.
All in.
How much is it total?
2.7.
Yeah, call.
All in and call.
It's a big, big
King
pot.
against A7. 佢煙七，我煙傾。
Absolutely pivotal spot here for Danny Ting. You can see Barbero not in love with it, but
No 7 and you do whatever you
we've
want.
seen the dominated aces break hearts before. Might it happen here? Danny Ting certainly rooting against it as the man at risk, and Queen 10-7, bottom pair for Barbero. Broadway gutter, and the king. That's what Danny needs. Unavailable. Can the rail
On the river. On the
keep
river.
this thing three-handed? Jacker King needed. Is it there? No. A third 7.
Fucking nacho, huh? Good luck, mate.
Danny.
Get it done, yeah?
Giving love to the other two boys who have punched their ticket to heads-up play. Obviously disappointed not to be picking up his 5th title, but he will be picking up meaningful points toward the Ivan Leal Player of the Year award.
No.
That which he has had his sights set on.
I just didn't want it to leave you short like. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, so Danny Tang with another deep run. Got 6th place earlier in the 200K Invitational for $875,000, cashing for $1.3 million, adding to his $11 million Triton earnings and his 4 titles, and 1 more cash on top of 23.
That he is. 24th cash, no 5th title, but breaching the 12 million mark is Danny Tang, as it'll be Christoph Vogelsang against Nacho Barbero, heads up. 47-33 in terms of big blinds. That, which we'll be coming back to once the stage is set. But first, we bring you back into the desk here at Sporting Monte-Carlo. 14 million to 10 million. Randy, I feel like we need to come with a new configuration, right? Just in honor of Lord Vogel.
Yeah,
Maybe
I was
we go,
thinking the same thing already.
Right? There it is. Nice. Now we get, this is full Vogelsang. But actually, this is, I mean, I feel like my ancestors are really relating to this situation here. They said, what are you look like, you look like you're a repressed person. What? This is, I'm having way too much fun with these blankets. I honestly am. You know, I just need one little prop, and it brings me so much joy.
Yeah.
They look good, though. Unavailable in the merch store, by the way. This was part of that which was given to the players who ponied up in the big stuff. The 200K Invitational swag bag, I think, is where,
Wait,
is where
so
this one
we
was
have
contained.
to return these, Ollie?
Well, no, you can pay 200K for it if you want. Randy desperately shaking his head no over here to my right. All right, listen, why don't we take a quick break? When we come back, it's going to be the heads-up showdown between Nacho Barbero and Christoph Vogelsang. You're not going to want to miss it. Keep it close.
GG Poker. Why so many players? This is a crazy thing to do.
GG Poker.
Broke the Guinness World Record.
Welcome to the World Series of Poker main event.
Now larger than all of GG Poker's casting traffic reaches all-time high.
Jump. No way.
Introducing the all-new BetACR.eu, the premier destination for sports enthusiasts. What sets betacr.eu apart is our exclusive offering of live-action prediction options on the Triton series. Experience the excitement as you predict the action while watching your favorite players live. But that's not all. By opening your account now, you can take advantage of our incredible offer. Receive a generous 15% free play on your first top-up, up to $250. Become a part of betacr.eu and elevate your live sports engagement experience.
Queen of Diamonds. Otherwise, we have our first elimination as Dvoris backdoors into the nut flush. We're going to lose the online legend, Francisco Benitez, getting it in with the Queens and coming up short, going home in 9th with 288,000 for his efforts, a near 3x on his 100K investment. Got a funny feeling, Randy. We're seeing more of that man.
Poker can be a cruel, cruel game.
Paul,
Savannah,
Tony G, Savannah, Phil Nagy, Richard Young, you name it. Doug Polk recently,
Polk,
right?
Yep, he was in that game. It was Dan Cates.
So just legends.
Tan Chuan, everyone's favorite player.
Rui Cao, Tom Duan, all involved as Ivy
picks up King Queen, and he's on the button with just 675K. As good as it gets when you're this short. Although, Punat Ponsri, Thailand's #1, dominating, never folding. Ivy's going to be in trouble. The fan favorite.
He's going to have to do what Nacho Barbero did against Volgusang. As Punsri does rejam out of the small, and it is Phil Ivy, the all-in player at risk, Randy. 5-time Triton champion, picking up 3 titles this year after taking a short break from live poker to focus on family and health in a rough shape.
That's terrible.
On the 6-5 deuce 2 spades board, removing one of his outs. Needs the king of clubs or the king of hearts to find its way to the river, which he doesn't, Randy, and we're going to lose a true legend. Oh. Could have been done there, Randy. Down to 5 bigs, jamming on the button with the king queen. Came in short stacked. Started battling at the start of this final table to try and get something going, but ultimately coming up short against Punat Punsri's ace, queen of spades. Love to see the sportsmanship, as always, shown from Ivy. And, well, I guess the next event we'll be seeing him is Barbero looking for his 2nd title of the year. Punsri looking for his 2nd overall. Danny Tang looking for title #5. Jaffe looking for title #2 of the series. Forrest looking for his 2nd title. Heath and Volgusang would love nothing more than to lift their maiden Triton trophy in event #6.
Danny Tang also looking to take these ships he bumps it up into hijack, just north of min. Ponsri did get the best of Danny Tang earlier at this final table when he jammed his suited ace. Got the 8s to fold, but not these pocket 4s. Things a little bit different. Ben Heath, suited ace in the big. Would never be folding with the suitedness. There is merit to see, just maybe jamming, but I think call is good. Just not the shortest stack. Inside straight draw.
What do we do with this SPR? 7-4-3 we've got. An inside straight draw, as you mentioned, ace high. Fold out some broadways, pick up the 8-7-5 in the middle.
A stop and go is a real play. He does have a little bit above pot. I feel like if he was, say, 2 big blinds shorter, he probably for sure would have put in stop and go jam. Danny Tang does have the ace of hearts, which is relevant. It's also 2 baby cards, which shouldn't normally be in the big blind's range. Hence why he's betting. And with the ace of hearts, of course it blocks some continues, but also it allows him to just jam the turn at a high frequency on hearts, and there's a lot of hearts that drop off that just overcard the board. They're very scary.
What about picking up 250k extra? Check jam.
raise all the way.
Yeah, ever an option. Not the case here, just come with the check call.
It seems that Ben Heath prefers to kind of preserve his tournament life just in case, and he does hit the straight, and Danny Tang picking up the nut flush draw.
The dealer could not have found a more action-inducing turn card. As Heath turns the 7 high straight, Danny Tang with the redraw.
Heath actually might lead because this card favors his range. He shouldn't expect Danny Tang to come along with a double barrel off of hijack open. They don't have many 6Xs. Plus, it allows him to protect against any heart because his hand is very vulnerable.
And now in Danny's shoes, Randy, am I right in saying that we just have one choice, and that's to just realize our equity and try and get there?
Yes, because his opponent has too many 6Xs that would clearly never fold.
Also, Heath can have flushes as well, right?
He can.
Out the big.
The thing Heath can't have is just a pure bluff in this spot because of the stack size he played off in the big. Plus with the board texture to check call, I can't imagine any hand that could be a bluff to check call lead in this layout of the land. But
Danny's going to let it go. What a disciplined fold from DT.
That's interesting. I guess the thing is, he calls a heart drop.
To 199,000 subscribers over on the Triton Poker YouTube channel. Massive thank you to each and every one of you that have clicked the subscribe button, become a part of the Triton Poker fam. Punat Ponsri back in the driver's seat with the Ace King.
Vogelsang with the ace-3 suited in the big. Interesting spot because he is the short stack with a very playable hand. But I wouldn't think he's got that much fold equity given what he's got behind, so he might lean towards calling instead, looking for an opportunity to get chips on flops.
We've seen him fold a couple of aces out the big. Slightly different situations.
Yeah. Plus, The stack size that's opening should technically have a wider range. So even more reason for him to continue. Would be an incredible laydown if he can find it.
Be absurd, Randy.
It would be. Would say I've never seen it.
If he does find it, I have to ask whether it's due to the fact that he has perceived edge in his mind with the ICM implications and pre-flop factors in effect.
He's actually going to reship it straight into the nuts.
Snap call from Punsri, who once more has someone on the ropes with a weak kicker. Had JJ all in with the ace-8 against his ace-king. Now has Vogelsang all in with ace-3 against his ace-king. As it comes, queen 5-3, 2 hearts. And Punsri gets 3 outed once more at this final table. Needs a king and a king only, Randy. Whereas Vogelsang's going to double. Which he does.
This has just been so rough for Punsri. Getting a good...
Interesting point that Danny just made, Randy, with respect to the fact that
You are playing unbelievable. Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
those chip counts being as tight as they are, the payouts for the next 4 slots are the difference between $500,000 and 1.06.
Yeah, it's this is why it's tense. And
Not for Nacho.
This is why he gets to do these plays, because they have to wake up for the hand or be at risk, and Danny's got the hand to make the call. Ace queen.
Oh, wow.
And even he right now is saying, wow, because he doesn't want to be the first one to call off, but he has to.
Yeah, it's too much hand, and Barbero's going to be too wide, and what a great spot to be in against Queen Jack.
Did you want to prepay?
No. I don't know
Jeffy.
what that means, but I don't want that.
Asking Danny if he wants to prepay. Well, that would be Showers. We know who Jonathan's rooting for. Uh-oh. Got shot straight draw. Danny's rail
Headerboard.
on their feet.
Don't have me dead. Anything but have me dead.
You can't be dead on the turn.
Okay, no 10, just no 10 then.
Does he know the rules?
Okay, headerboard is okay. Headerboard again. Headerboard again.
Messi?
Headerboard again, please.
Messi,
Messi, yes, Messi. Okay, headerboard again. Let's go.
There we go.
Ace high holding on.
Rail's happy. Third place with 18 big blinds. Neck to neck with Punat Punsri, who's sitting in second, and Benjamin Heath getting pocket aces. Now earlier, before he came into the booth, he had an 8 big blind stack and actually min-raised the King Jack offsuit. So I wonder if he does a similar play coming with a min-raise.
Well, we know him to be a tactician, and here he is with that tactical raise. The minimum with the aces. Vogelsang releasing the Jack-10 suited on the button, Randy. That is clearly a tempting bit of kit, but recognizing that especially with a few shorter stacks out there, the big pay jumps, obviously a shot at that $3 million. It isn't the kind of hand that you want to be calling.
Look at Jeffy here in the big with ace-queen. He's so short. Can he ever get away from this? He can't. No.
Jams, the snapper, forthcoming from Heath. And Jaffe simply running into it here.
He's such in bad shape. The worst hand to be up against.
Yeah, 6% is Jaffe. And welcome back to day 2 of event number 6, the 100K, where Nacho Barbero and Christoph Vogelsang needed every minute of the break that we just left you on, and word has come down that we do have a deal. Ali Nejad alongside Randy Liu, and here are the details of that deal. Nacho Barbero, who had 14 million in chips, up against just shy of 10 million for Vogelsang, just about 40% more in terms of chips, has accepted $2.198 million to Christoph's $2.144 million. Just about 50K, let's call it. Not emblematic of the chip disparity, but they're going to play for $500,000. That is a whopping number in contrast to many of the deals that we'll see this deep into a final table. Randy, walk us through exactly the thought process here.
Yeah, that's actually very interesting because, like you said, normally when we see a deal, they try to get the bare minimum that they have to play for, which usually equates to around 100,000 or so. Here they're playing for $500,000, which is a big match, and you do see that Nacho gets a little bit more than Christoph in that deal, and that's because he's got that chip advantage. But it may not seem like that much, but then again, if you think about it, Nacho's the favorite to win the 500,000, right? Because he's got more chips. So, you know, a lot of that value of having more chips is played into that remaining prize pool.
When you look at that specific deal there, do you feel as though it's one that Barbero was the one that pushed for, or Vogelsang was the one that pushed for? Because I was certainly surprised, as were a few members of our crew, when we first looked at the number and you looked at the chip counts, 40% edge in chips for Nacho. Why would he expect guaranteed money that was just about the same as...
I suppose they just kind